'Cause you're the thing I want, I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin, my skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Well, hello, people. At least the ones who've been sitting on the stream open, wondering, wait, where's that audio coming from? We're actually finally live. You know, it's been a while. We've been waiting for the China Dota close qualifier to kick off, and unfortunately, we missed game one of our series, Team Aster versus Ignite here at the, I believe, wait, are we on the Mango or the Tango stream? We're on the Tango stream. That's the one. That's the one. So we missed game one. But we finally got in for game number 2 of Team Aster versus Ignite here with T-Pan and, of course, my man, Lizard. Liz, you know, we were thinking about podcasting that game 1, but honestly, how can you cast it without seeing what's actually going on? And Aster took the lead in the series of the game we didn't know too much about. We were finally getting some sources in. But how do you think that game went? You know, I'll maybe test you a little bit here.
Well, I'll tell you exactly how it went. They had Aster in the first half, but the second half, Aster came back. They were stronger. They had luck on their side. The weather conditions were great, so they took the ball and ran with it. Unfortunately, for our boys on the other side, they weren't strong enough. Ignite just couldn't deal with Aster's new roster. In the end, they were just a little bit faster, a little bit stronger. That's it, guys. You don't have to know anything else. 2-0, Aster coming.
You're pretty correct here, because I got myself some information about the drafts and how the game went. So first 18 minutes, Ignite were maybe 1K ahead, like 400 gold ahead or something like that. You know, that's a big gold lead. And then Aster just ran away in the next 15 minutes, and it ended up being a 22-6 stomp. For Aster. So you're correct.
Can I just tell you that my green screen framing, it's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
Like you can see the bottom of my bed here. There's like there are some curtains inside, and I'm looking, and I think there's like a jacket that I got from Owen and Shiver. Wait just a sec.
I mean, might as well just bring it up.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh wow!
Look at this.
That is a very nice jacket. What did you do to get it?
It's from Imba TV. Like this is some old school tournament that happened. I don't know, 2017, 16. They had an extra one. Wait, let me put this bad boy on.
Yeah, you do that. It would take me a bit to pick up my jacket, so.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Got a nice fashion show going on here. Oh man, that is a really sexy looking jacket. Holy damn! Look at this guy. Like
I'm swagged out, baby. Yeah. I mean, it's golden and purple, exactly my colors. Definitely what I wear. By the way, I'm liking your fresh cut, man, and clean shaven as well. Haven't seen you like that in a bit.
The last time you saw me was with that weird beard, right?
Yeah, exactly. But no, I like this. I like this look better on you.
Yeah, I guess you know you're turning 30 years old. I think you and I are like almost the same age, right?
Yeah, the only difference is you had your girlfriend move in. That's why you're clean shaven. That's why you look normal now. I see how it is.
Well, what can you do? You know. Personal life changes things. We're still waiting for the game to start, but you guys have been waiting for what? A bit over an hour. I've been awake for like 5 hours now waiting for the game to start, so we'll get there eventually. To Aster, that was one of the teams, the only invite for the close qualifier, so obviously a lot of people are like, hey, Aster's roster looking pretty hot. You got Erica and Echo basically in the big roles. You have sorry if I butcher these names. I haven't cast China for a while. Sheng Xi or Sheng Shi in the off lane. You have Frisk and Four and Paichu. What do you think about the Aster roster? I mean, you said this is a 2-0 series, Lizard, but what do you think about the lineup that they have right now?
Honestly, I've seen better lineups from Aster in the past. I think this is one of those. Perhaps they just couldn't find the talent that they were searching for. It feels more like A- kind of a lineup, not a AAA lineup. So we'll see how well they'll be able to do. Like from their 5 and 4, maybe from Pichu and Fade, I'm expecting the most. Erica has always been a question mark for me. Like ever since he played for Vici Gaming and came into the scene, into the big leagues. But well, it's gonna be an interesting one. In any case, I feel like on the other side you have Ulu as well, so
Mm.
he's gonna be putting up a fight. But overall, you should see that Aster, they are the favorites here, right? Like they should be.
They should be, yeah. Like at least in some kind of power ranking, you have to consider Aster as the stronger out of the two. But then again, Ignite, you got the only Singaporeans basically in the China qualifier. Death and Ponlo basically in the offlane duo. I remember watching Ponlo 5. I think we've always been a bit of a fan of Ponlo gameplay in general. But how do you think they, sit in together with 3 Chinese players, the 2 Singaporeans in the same lane? I guess that's a strength, having like. I guess language is always the question that's being brought up, right? Like, how well do you communicate with the rest of the team? They probably understand each other fairly well, but having that kind of local language with you, maybe it gives you a bit of an edge.
It
Maybe.
depends. Like it can. I've seen scenarios in which it worked out really damn well, and I've seen scenarios in which it didn't work at all. So
Yeah.
it all comes down to really the players and how they mesh with it. Personally, I remember some teams in which I played. If we have 2 players that are speaking one language and 3 that are speaking English, it can either strengthen the team or it can make it much weaker because the other 3 can be focused. Hey, what did you just say about me? Like they can be like that, or they can be, yeah, let these boys like Secret when they had Zayats and Rezo, right? Like
Right.
let these guys. But in Secret, you had Puppy who could understand them as well. I'm sure Nisha a little bit could too. He's Slavic, so
Mm.
it's maybe it's a bit different there.
Yeah. Got a bit of everything. I think out of the 8 teams, there's only 2 that came from the open qualifier that are not full Chinese rosters, and the other was Invictus Gaming, IG, with a very star-studded lineup that couldn't actually make it through the first qualifier. They got knocked, I think, 2-0 against their final or only matchup. I don't know how many games they played because couldn't see the games anywhere. I was watching Jinkyu's stream on Huya, and I only caught like a couple pieces here and there from
No,
the
you're
second
a,
qualifier.
you're a Huya enjoyer as well. I see. Okay, okay.
I
Do you
try.
spam?
I
Do you,
try to
do,
do my
do,
research.
do you spam the emotes all over the screen as well?
No. I mean,
Do you have
I
an
think I'm a
account?
pleb. I'm a pleb.
Do you even have an account?
No, I'm a pleb.
Because it's hard, right? Like you need the phone. I think like you need the Chinese
Yeah.
phone or ID or something like that.
Yeah,
right?
you need to go through a couple steps to get that
Yeah.
far. But at least you can, watch what's going on there. At least get some insight or ideas of the Chinese gameplay through some of the streamers. So if there was any people out there who are interested in China Dota, you're gonna have to start to get used to like Weibos and Huyas and all that stuff to watch what's going on there.
Douyu, Kwai
Douyu.
Show. Like I've been, dude. I've 1 or 2 years I fiended that shit. Like, the donation button works a bit different there. If
You've
so,
been
basically
spamming
how
that.
it, yeah, no. So basically how it works, it's let's say you're watching my stream and someone donates $1 million to Bulldog while you're watching me. It's gonna show on my stream as well that someone donated a lot to Bulldog. So you just get all these donations flying everywhere over the screen and some random emos that I didn't understand and stuff like. Watching streams with Google Translate on isn't the best.
Yeah, you do get some pretty interesting lines from the translations. At least it's kind of like with East European Dota. You watch like a Russian stream, and you don't have like half an idea about what the memes are, unless you're like invested and you've been around the players. But the meme game is so different to like Western like ideas. Like the European, the North American
Yeah.
banter, whatever you want to put it. East Europe is completely different. China, it's completely different to that. So you gotta know things.
Yeah, China and like Eastern Europe, we're way more well, Eastern Europeans are way more brutal, so our memes are also not as vanilla as the Western memes. So there's a difference in mentality as well. Like the
True.
content creation is completely different. Like I don't think you can have someone like Slacks in Eastern Europe. You know, like in the Russian scene.
That
Like
would be weird.
it just doesn't work. Like the humor is different as well. It doesn't really translate, but it has its own thing and it's working and it's also good, you know. And I'm not saying one thing is better than the other. It's just like two different worlds. And then of course, like you mentioned, China as well.
Yeah, I guess
Completely different.
their meme game might be sophisticated in a different direction compared to the Western audience. Apparently, one of the players is still in the toilet, so that's the reason we still haven't started the game. Somebody has their stomach upset after game number 1. I wonder who it was, though. Who had such a
Quick-
rough game?
Wait, let me translate, screen translate. Easy. Yeah,
got your phone?
I don't know who it was, but obviously it's Fade. Obviously, I don't know. It should be him. Has to be. I can see it in the chat. They're writing that it's Fade.
So, which hero would cause you to have an upset stomach? I don't know which team it's from, but would a Wraith King player have
which-
that? Would a Morphling
which-
player have that?
Which hero causes diarrhea?
I mean, from the drafts that I see, I can't really think of any of these heroes. Maybe Pugna?
Is there like no? I'm thinking in general. Let's broaden the scope. All 115 heroes. Which hero would do that to you? Is there any hero that gives you something rotten? I mean, besides Patch, like rotten flesh and stuff. Like who cares?
Undying. I mean, literally in Finnish Dota, Undying is called toilet.
Okay. Okay, that's a fair point.
Yeah,
That's
the
top three.
tombstone is technically the toilet that you just drop. I don't know what the reference is, but
Our production just mentioned Brewmaster, but he's gonna
Or
make you
Brewmother.
drunk. Brewmaster is gonna make you drunk and you're gonna throw up. It's not.
I mean,
Brood? She's
kind
just
of.
a spider. She's just a.
Yeah, but spiders inside your stomach. I don't know. Okay, maybe that's going a bit too deep. Someone's gonna be like, "Oh my god, what are you thinking, Panda?"
How did you get? God damn it, man!
Exactly. Now you got it stuck in your head. I mean, there's literally no other update right now except for the toilet break going on. So we're just trying to entertain you people out there. I mean, we're not in a hurry. We have 3 best of 3s on this stream. This is still the first one. I do know what we have up next. Of course, we have Aster versus Ignite. But after that, we have Invictus Gaming versus Team Eagle on this series. On this stream. Of course, IG, who failed to go through the first open qualifier, means that since they're in OQ2, they messed up the seeding a bit for the other teams. So I think we're going to have some very interesting matchups. Not like you always have the seed 1 and seed 2. They will meet up in the winner bracket finals or the upper bracket finals, and then the rest are just fighting for survival and dropping out. That's like almost always the case. But now that they're seed 7... I think there's a pretty high chance they might actually meet very early on. And for the other team, that's going to mean grim news, lower bracket grind.
Yeah, I was fixing my green screen. I didn't listen to you, but I'm sure that everything you said was correct. And it's gonna be interesting, like the whole qualifier, right?
In a way, I mean, China's had a rough year last year, right? A lot of players dropped out, a lot of teams dropped out. There's been made room for all these youngsters to kind of show up, and now with the whole no DPC anymore, is it an even level playground anymore? Because now you kind of have to break and do it, and I think with all the room made for all these players to show up this year, there's a high chance for China to bring up some new superstars this year. At least that's how I think.
Yeah, I have no idea. Like this whole season is gonna be back to 2017, 18, something like that. It feels like even earlier. I mean, back to the days when I was playing before DPC, long time ago, and it's weird, right? Like
You
I
can
don't know
continue playing again, Lizard.
Oh no, please! The nightmare continues.
DPC was just a phase.
Lich every game. Let's go. I don't know. It's just I don't know what to expect. Like I want to stay positive, and I see a lot of teams and players talking talent as well. It should be a good year, but I don't know. It's I wish that it will be, and this
Yeah.
is a nice start. Like we get an SCA tournament. It's a good one to kick things off, but everything post that for me is literally fog. I don't see anything like, but I do see that we're gonna have a game, T Panda.
Yes, I also heard a sound that we're loading into the draft itself. So without further ado, ladies and gents, let's roll out the draft for all of you people to watch. Ignite versus Team Aster, game number 2 for the first best of 3 of this morning, evening, night, wherever you guys are from. We are good to go and watch some Dotes. Here we go. So, the meta that we saw during TI and after TI hasn't changed too much. The Bristlebacks, the Spirit Breakers, highly coveted. But I will bring up a couple things to help out, a couple numbers regarding the open qualifier for China. Our good old friend Benji was nice enough to help out with some stats about heroes. And I don't think you're too surprised when you hear the most contested hero, or at least has been in 100% of the games. There's 4. There's Kunkka, CK, Spirit Breaker, and Bristleback. But of course, Kunkka, you know, it's a China classic. Can't be a China game without a Kunkka.
Yep. Or any game at the moment, I feel like. Water park. Everyone loves water parks. So, do you have
Best
water
CC?
parks in Finland, or is it too cold up there for that stuff?
I missed you there, Lizard. I was fixing my green screen.
Yeah. Do you have water parks up there in your?
Do we have water parks?
Finlandia, yes.
We have a couple trashy ones, but yes, we do.
Do you ever go?
When I was a kid, yes. I think water parks were like early 2000s hype. You know, like, oh my god, these are so awesome. But 20 years after, I think the most hype we actually get is playing Dota and playing Kunkka. To be honest.
Can I tell you something?
This is a secret.
It's not water parks, Steve Panda. It's you. You're getting old. Water parks are still hype for 10-year-olds.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the notice there.
Sorry to break it to you. And me. I like them. But yeah, everyone hates them in Dota at least. Like, I hate them so much. Like, every single game. He buys Blade Mail, Heart, buys Aghanims. I run up to disable someone and suddenly I'm in the air flying. Like, what the hell? He just presses a button and the teamfight is over. It's so damn annoying. The hero is insane, but what do we get? We get the Weaver and a Dark Willow. Like, for me, Weaver is probably one of those finds of TI that's the coolest. Like, suddenly this carry that wasn't picked, wasn't really played a lot in those 4 days of a break. I think there was like one game before the 4-day break of TI. There was someone played it. I think it was Shiro or someone like that. And then everyone started playing Weaver afterwards.
Yeah. All it
like
takes
the
is
bug.
one good influence.
Yeah. I do like the bug. And he's very versatile. Like the lane strength, post laning stage, you can choose to farm up or fight with your team constantly. Like super late game 25 with 3 Geminate attacks, it also works damn well. So overall, I do love the hero. Versus Dark Willow, like, it kind of goes both ways, right? You can get hunted down. The brambles are annoying, but no matter what you are, brambles are annoying.
Yeah, at least for the Dark Willow, you can disjoint those Geminate attacks by popping Shadow Realm, so you don't get instantly blown up.
Yep.
That
But
can
then he
help.
can Sukuchi you.
Yeah.
You know, it's like one thing helps, but you can't hide in Dark Realm completely, and Weaver can dodge most of your stuns with ulti too, so it's...
Yeah, I feel like Weaver is stronger than if we take Willow Core, for example, here. Both of these heroes have great late game potential, but Weaver is just stronger throughout the game until Willow has like, you know, the Wind Wakers and stuff where you can Shadow Realm, Wind Waker, Shadow Realm, and you basically have invulnerability because the downtime is just, you know, it's like 0% or 100%. I don't remember which one's the correct word to use here, but Willow feels untouchable later on in the game. And Weaver getting that third Geminate attack that you mentioned, also another way for Weaver to just obliterate buildings. You get one pick off, you lose a lane of racks basically at that point. But Weaver does feel stronger throughout the more major portion of the game, so we'll see if they decide to put that Willow as a 1 or a 4. It's a flex at the moment, and there's another flex with the Earth Spirit. We've seen a lot of mid spirits, but how many support spirits have we actually seen? I think Ignite are reading this like, yep, we probably want to put our mid matchup fairly early here.
Yeah, it's Fate. He can he can play the spirits. It's just that the way these two teams are setting up to play the game is completely different already. Like all three heroes on Ignite synergize very well when it comes to taking objectives, taking towers, controlling the map, moving and flushing out the enemy side from the tier 1s very early on. Then you kind of play on the enemy side. You have high mobility with Weaver. Snap can follow up easily with travels. So, like overall, Ignite's draft is the one that has to be dealt with early on, and Team Master, they have to find a way to do that. And I think they kind of got it. Like right now, if I could choose, I don't know. I do like the Mag Pugna pick quite a lot, but if I could choose, I'd probably rather play Ignite's draft. Like they just wanna crush them early on. This is the game plan for them. It feels like.
Yep. Pretty cheeky pickups as well. I mean, they saw the Magnus Pugna come out. They instantly go for the Omni Knight. So Ignite putting a lot of faith in this hero, the faith in the omniscience, so to say, and you know they can pretty much buff up, remove some stuns. They've got some good control and early game pressure too. I know Aster also has the same. They kind of have like sieging capability now with the Pugna early on in the game, which they might need. But the game is more kill heavy than objective heavy. The tier 1s don't matter that much with the whole gates already existing and wanting to control more of the wisdom runes and stuff. You don't want to build a lineup that takes too long to get online. So I think I'm on board with you as well that I do like Ignite kind of answering the most important phase of the game, which is literally the laning stage. If you come out with shining colors, you buy yourself some time to build up your strategy. Like, where do we go from here? If we get stumped in the early game against an organization team like Aster, we're not looking at a very long game.
Is that how big organizations usually work? Like if you lose early game, big org takes it all.
You lose the deal, you lose the game. Yeah,
I see. No, I do like Team Master as well for a different way. I feel that they have a team that can team fight very early on, take a ton of little skirmishes. Like Pugna, all you gotta do is just follow this hero around as he's blasting towers. And that's not even the most important aspect of the hero, but it does allow you to force fights, force team fights where you want them. Meanwhile, Ignite, they need to incorporate this Shen. He's a bit slower to move on the map and punish those objectives, but I feel like Team Master. What do they do? You think this Mag? Like, what would you build on him? Would you just go Blink early on, or would you go Harpoon or Tank up? What's the play here?
I mean, Harpoon is the best item you can pick up on the hero, so probably would take that route. You need damage early on, and you need stats. If you want to pair up with Ignite's pressure, of course, that means that you are also going to need to build up more damage. And they brought themselves an extra battery for it, too. So I'd be happy if they built up something like the Harpoon above the Blink Dagger, unless Earth Spirit is, like, getting a fantastic start for the game, and Magnus is only needed for initiating, you know, like picking up somebody with Blink Skewer, and TA and Earth Spirit can just lock him down and just nuke him up. So,
how many times have you seen this Omni mid, by the way?
How many times have I seen Omni mid? Maybe once.
Yeah,
I've seen carry Omnis lately, but I haven't seen it mid.
Yeah, it's been experimented with recently. I used to play Omni mid quite a lot, like in like top tier pubs, but
Hmm.
in some pro games as well. But it's but with the Degen Aura back in the day, you just run someone down and you spam heal on yourself with some movement speed. Well, funnily enough, like the idea back then more or less has translated to what the hero does right now. It's just that he's much better at it at the moment. Like you actually
Yeah.
have ways of uh, itemizing properly. Coming back to the harpoon that we talked about on Magnus, like the item is insane on Omni too. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing like what Dust is going to be able to accomplish with the Omni Knight.
Yeah, I agree. Like the skill set for the Omni Knight, it hasn't changed too much, but with the changes to all the items around, I think there's a buffed up the potential for Omni Knight being a core these days. And like you mentioned, the harpoon, a fantastic item for these strength builders, because it has everything that you need, right? You get your extra mobility, you have your way of catching your opponents, and you just get brilliant stats from it as well. And you get more from your second spell. You talk about the heal nukes, you still have that. And I feel like this could go anywhere in a way. I don't want to say too much because I'm just excited to see how the Somni Knight does work out in the mid lane. But game number 2, I was about to say 1 because it's our first cast for today. But game number 2, the game is live. And let the best team win this one. You know, Aster, they could snap this series over with just one more win or ignite a tie and we go to game 3. It is a best of 3 after all.
Yeah, let's see. There's a smoke as usually happens on both sides, warding up the map. There's a what did they do? Is that to deny or what happened? I can't figure it out. Did they kill a ward? They did, right?
Yeah, they got the... Wait.
They got
Willow
they
denied Pugna's ward, I think.
Willow denied Pugna's ward and was given.
I'm very confused right now. I don't
yeah,
think he got any. I don't think he got any gold because he has 5 gold in his pocket. Pugna has something on the courier though. He got a tango set. Okay, so
No,
I'm
so
as
basically,
confused as you are right now. We're washed up.
Willow killed the ward with Pugna's sentry.
Yes,
So
I think that's the way it went.
Pugna got, he got the gold, basically.
That makes a whole lot more sense. Thank you, Lizard. Meanwhile, we're going to be fighting in the river for potential first blood. Dust that mid Omni Knight. Looks like he might be the one to drop first. And oh, poor Ponlo. He is also taking a beating, a low ground hit from the Pugna. And that is going to be first blood for Team Aster. Dealing some heavy amounts of damage onto the side of Ignite. And they will lose their first. And Omni dropped low in mid. Echo has a bit of an HP advantage as the laning stage kicks off.
Yeah, pretty good thing to have when you're playing versus Omni, right? Like, if you can keep him low early on, it's really not an easy matchup for the Earth Spirit. But if you get this advantage, definitely helps. I mean, it doesn't only help, it changes the... It just changes the lane completely.
And also, I believe, like, when you look at this matchup, like, Earth Spirit's always been a great trader, in a way. You just have, like, these
not
high
versus
nukes,
zombies,
you have
yeah,
slows
yeah.
and stuns, and you can even misposition your opponent under the tower with a kick. So you have, like, a very good skill set for a mid-hero, basically all that you want. And Omni Knight is more about just, you know, the good old trading and sustain.
Yeah, that used to be the case, but Omni is just, in my opinion, at the moment stronger. Even if you get kicked, unless you're really, really getting kicked deep under the tower, you should be controlling this lane as Omni.
Okay.
So he got a bit of an advantage on Earth Spirit, at least, with the first kill going their way and also having more HP.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the the Hammer of Purity, basically. Like, you have a 16-second cooldown. Okay, now it's 14 seconds with level 2. But, like, the level 1 ability, you have 16-second cooldown, and you have 30 mana cost with a 1 mana regen per second. So you're getting half the mana back by the time Hammer of Purity is up again. So, in general, I feel like that sounds a little bit too strong, because that's spammable.
It's spammable, and it's also a shit ton of damage, so...
That too.
You know, it's what 75 plus 80% of what you're having right now.
That's like better than PA Dagger.
Yeah, it's like 75 plus 50 more or less.
Yeah.
53. So it's a lot of damage.
Meanwhile, in the side lanes, looking at bottom here as well, Magnus in a tiny bit of a lead versus the Weaver. Then again, this is Universal versus Agi, so Weaver could be squishy, Willow could be able to poke a bit, but that's Chen's job, and Chen basically has the best creep right now in this lane with the Frost attack. Well, Snap's dropping pretty low in the top lane. Is that a potential kill for the Pugna? Yes, it is.
Nope,
oh no, it's not. That's that's 5 HP. Oh, that was really, really close, but you know, good effort from Pugna.
Yeah,
and he gets the Lotus.
He gets that one armor from the tower, and it basically saves his life, plus a bit of regen from the tangos.
Yep. Oh. He has to pop the Lotus here, though. I think he stayed a bit too long. Maybe TA can throw in a couple punches here, but that anchor smash, death, big AoE, or big right-click splash. So the first kill for Ignite.
Yeah, he tried to debate, didn't work. It was a nice attempt, like he had a lot of sticks and he had Lotus, so nice attempt to bait, but he was slowed way too long.
Oh man, I've missed out on or missed Ponlo for a bit, you know, when he was still playing back in Alliance. He had a pretty rough season. Alliance in general had a pretty rough season last year, and was replaced by Pablo, and they also put Hansken in a different role, but I hope he finds some success here, not in the lane at least, as he gets blown up.
Perfect timing.
I know, right?
Did you do it on purpose? Did you guys, like, is this scripted?
I mean, Fonlo was just setting himself up there perfectly. I'm just reading the situation as it goes, but yeah, that's death number 2. Both of his deaths are both of Aster's kills so far.
Yeah,
both for Pugna too.
You have to be careful. Like this Pugna got to first blood. This hero without boosts, he has 330 movement speed, like as is, naked. But naked he moves 330. Now he gets boots as well, and he hits hard, so you can't easily trade with him. So I feel bad for Ponlo to have to be a snap in this lane, because it isn't easy.
You put a pair of superstar sneakers on, and suddenly you're running all over the map, just like Pugna's want to do. Back and forth, throw right clicks, throw in a casual nether blast. You know, maybe Pugna could have been a basketball player back in his golden days.
Give me some short basketball player. Pugna is that one.
He definitely is.
Some short NBA player. I can't remember any names. I'm sure someone in chat knows.
Well, Suns fan probably knows. We have to ask him. I think he's the expert on that. But, you know, the first 5 minutes of play, only 3 kills so far. Everybody's doing pretty good on the CS department. Weaver up to 10 denies now, so he's caught up against the Magnus. You've had these Chen creeps going back and forth, constantly harassing Aster, QI, QX, the POS 5 support player for Aster.
Was Dennis Rodman short?
Dennis Rodman? Maybe?
Yeah.
I have to Google this right now. No, he was 2 meters and 1 centimeter, so he's almost 10 centimeters taller than me.
Yeah.
Unless 2 meters is short in your eyes, Lizard. I mean, you're a giga.
How can it be short? I'm literally.
No, you're not.
20 centimeters.
No, you're not.
Like smaller than that guy.
No, you're not. Your muscles are bigger than him. If you would see Lizard live, I've seen Lizard live, and I'm jelly. So he's a tall guy. Yeah, Ponlo is going with the script.
Unfortunate. I'm not sure. Like they need dust right now to start rotating in with Chen. I feel that they have like a really not right now. Don't get me wrong. There's still time, but I feel like they have a very strong combo come this post laning stage. Chen, Omni, and Tide just running down together. It sounds like, okay, who do we go on? Like it's hard to kill anyone.
It's true. I feel like, do you rotate with Omni Knight, or are you just happy farming and kind of the top lane just being sacked in a way? Because Tidehunter's not like, he doesn't have a abysmal lane. Like, it could go better, of course, you're a Tidehunter, but the matchup is still, I'm going to take a lot of damage if I stick around. You can see it's 3 points in Kraken Shell. He just wants the vibe. And I guess Omni Knight could just farm, and Weaver just farm, and then they just kind of group up together at some point, start pushing with the Weaver.
Exactly. Like, their lanes are going well. You don't have to do it straight away. I'm just saying that you also don't want to let them have a free time after the laning stage, because you don't have to. You can actually pressure them really hard.
That's true, yeah. Guess it's just down to decision making at this point. Ponlo, nice 2-man stun with a cookie as Dust does rotate in. You got what you were asking for, as they are going to be chasing this Templar Assassin, and with the snap they can break easily through the refraction. Sadly, no kill, and here comes Echo with the rotation magnetize on top of Ponlo and on top of Death. And Ponlo, he knows he's dead for, and he's just slowing down the backline, but Dust, he's trying to walk back in. 14 sticks right now, looking for a turn versus Echo. TA still on the side. Here comes QYQX as well, rotating with his army onto the TA, and they will take the TA down. Carry dead, Death will survive, and that urn is also going to be dispelled, and now Dust, he's bringing some creeps with him, as the Willow is going to be making sure that he's not going to be chasing any further. And by the way, I realize that maybe objectives are going to be a bit difficult for the side of Ignite, and I see a meme hammer for Mr. Tidehunter.
I don't think they're going to be that hard. Like, you have meme hammer, like you just noticed, and there's also Chen on your side, so it shouldn't be that difficult. But honestly, Aster maybe after the first game might be feeling a little bit cocky, because that top engagement TA could have been out like ages ago. He could have abandoned that fight. He survived, they got a counter kill. He could have went back, but instead he just kind of played around with 10% HP, got punished in the end.
Yeah, I feel like when you're looking at Weaver and Chen, like going back to the pushing topic, I agree, you have Chen. It naturally translates to we can push, but I guess the reason I'm basing the meme hammer being a good idea for the Tidehunter is every time you commit these heroes for a push, Aster's lineup is great at defending and just kind of reinitiating and always get a kill for an attempt on a push. So I guess that's the reason for the Meteor Hammer being brought up for Death. Just that little bit of extra.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the item, to be honest, but you went for it, so I think that just going full utility would be better, because you have a team that can play with you early on. At the same time, if you just want to push on your own and join your teammates later, then
it
does make sense.
Shield rune waiting in mid, and Echo's just going to slide between the Chen army, pick it up for himself. Frisk won't be able to help him out for the time being. Hurricane pushing the Wildwing Ripper forward instead of the Centaur, but they do have a stun available. They just have to get their opening for it, and that Centaur is dead before the stun's even getting used at all. Echo rolling into the river, going for the Chen, chasing off on QYQX, and he's going to get hit by the Magnetize and slowly burning down with that urn, and gets kicked to death, and Ponlo's also slapped down for the 5th time this game, Lizard. It's only 10 minutes in, and Ponlo is already dead. 5 out of the 6 kills Aster has.
Yeah, it's as a position forward, this is probably the worst place you want to be in. You can be in, that is. I'm not sure, like, they really committed on the Earth Spirit, but you saw him pick up that rune. You're not killing an Earth Spirit with
he still
the
has
shield
it.
rune. Like, there is no way. The guy has 1500 HP without it. You're really not killing him with, what, 2.25? You're not taking him down.
And it still hasn't run out either, so also it does show that shield rune, we like to, with Fear, we like to call it the invulnerability rune, because you just don't seem to die with it.
Especially with all these tanky heroes on mid lane, you know? If you're some, I don't know, if you're some Void Spirit perhaps, or a
Zeus.
TA, Zeus, yeah, maybe it doesn't mean as much, but on an Earth Spirit it certainly does. And these bulky boys that are played right now all love the rune.
Alright, well, QX moving right past Echo. He's giving information from mid. Frisk is baiting. Pugna gonna drop the life drain on top of Dust, and here comes the roll in from Echo. Look at the stun with the Dust, but Ulu wants to take a piece of this action as well. They're gonna get the rotation around the Pugna, gonna get the stun for the kill, and also gonna be rolling onto the Snapfire. Echo rolling straight to the high ground. QX gonna be able to disengage, and Aster end up losing a hero despite seeing the rotation move in, and that was even before the Weaver showed up, but Ulu does pick up his first kill of the game with that move into mid.
Yeah, I feel like that was really important and
another
a good
jump.
move, but there's an
go.
RP mid.
Kick into RP under the tower, and good night, Dust.
Yeah, that's a really fast blink, by the way. Power Treads, Raid Band, and Blink Dagger 12 minutes in. Not the fastest I ever seen, but pretty solid, and instant RP usage.
Yep.
Very nicely done.
So he did want to bring it up after all, I guess with the, ES having a great start for the game, 204. Templar Assassin hasn't really been punished. Only died once in that long fight that happened in the top lane. He's just like, I'm gonna build Blink, and going straight for Eggs for the Horn Toss. So he's just gonna play the initiating Magnus above damage. I think they have enough damage with the the way the laning stages went for Aster. No need for Harpoon.
I think it's the way you have to play in this game versus this team, versus this lineup. Basically, you want to put them out of position and punish them as they're trying to group up. That way you're breaking their push. Like every time Weaver manages to ulti away. Basically, they try to 5-man, they try to death ball you, you kill one off, you RP one hero, kill it, and that towards their push. And you do it a couple of times, suddenly your TA is farming up all alone, she's got more and she joins and the game feels easier.
Yeah. Well, talked about that pushing power. They only were able to get the tier 1 in the top lane with a Meteor Hammer, and now the mid T1 is in deny range. Aster smoking up already in advance, trying to cut out on a potential push attempt to finish off the tower that would have been caught by that smoke after. So good read from Aster, but they're not done yet. They're going to continue moving towards top, and it's a Tidehunter. So you're going to have to use multiple heroes versus that level 4 Kraken Shell and a Soul Ring on the Courier. It shows where he is. They know exactly where he is. Oh, they missed him by a couple pixels there. Magnus Shockwave in the wrong direction. And that Tide's going to be able to move out, and the smoke will not lead into a kill for Aster. There's still 3k ahead.
There was a chance for him to RP in that situation.
They're going bottom.
But
They're trying Ulu. They're trying Ulu, and he might just show himself in the camp. He's right next to him, but he's able to Shukuchi away. Oh, that's so close. Even a DD Earth Spirit moving in. Oh, Ulu's so lucky to get out. You had everything there. You had, like, we failed the rotation top, but if we get to the portal fast enough, and we literally just see a glimpse of Weaver, Magnus could jump in, RP, we have a DD Earth Spirit rolling in, we can easily kill this guy, and they missed out on that opportunity. Now they might even, well, I wouldn't say they were going to lose this Earth Spirit. They have a limited amount of lockdown, but Dust finds some nice Ancient stacks, and of course they're going to farm it. Aster looking for the reinitiation here. Nether Ward plays down aggressively in the front, instantly deleted. They get the Chen, RP on 2, they got the Weaver as well, but where's the damage coming from? They don't have the TA on the right spot, and there's the turn with the Mortimer's Kiss as the Mortar's flying in. Echo's gonna be falling first. And of course Magnus trying to make a run for it as Ulu's right on top of him. There's a blood grenade slow. The Bug's going to be taking a lot of minus armor, helping Ulu's job even more. And TA's refraction charge is slowly burning out. Cookie stun does fly out as well. Death has been sent in. Ravage coming through as well. And there's the right click burst. He's going to get another refraction out and a Decrepify save. Death's going to go down and Ulu can't finish up the job. They won't be able to kill this TA, and Aster able to stand their ground. Maybe even more here with Ulu going back in. Oh,
my
he gets
God.
surprised! Oh, poor Ulu. He did not see that one coming. And
Chen is in.
Hey, are they getting everyone here? Okay.
I mean, honestly, that's just such a disaster. This fight should have been 100%, in my opinion, Ignites. Like, they could have won this, and they could have went away after having a pretty solid advantage from the fight unnecessary to like the tier 2 fight against the TA. I also think they could have killed her too if they casted their spells a little bit more on point there, but okay, TA survives. Why go back for the ancients? Like they, as they're retreating, they're like, "Oh, juicy 3-stack. Let's take these ancients out," and they get punished, team wiped for that. By the way, this is their probably look. Their lineup doesn't fall off. They still have a really strong lineup later on in the game. However, at this point, they could have taken full control of the game. Like this Omni Knight at the moment, together with Weaver, I don't feel that they're addressed. Like you just don't have the damage on Aster. Omni pops his ulti. If Earth Spirit's ulti isn't massive, like you're just not dealing enough damage. Like TA is irrelevant, as she was in that last fight, but if the fight goes for 2 minutes, then of course she's gonna dish out some serious damage.
Yeah, they're setting up a nice little trap here in the bottom lane for Ulu. Doesn't look like they're going to be catching the Weaver.
Yeah, very unlikely. They do have a ward on him, though.
And they have information going that way. The Alpha Wolf did maybe get a glimpse of the Earth Spirit, or maybe it's just the Shukuchi invisibility, and the camp's like, who goes there? And they just spread out all over. But Ulu not going to be caught this time, and Aster already moving out. So what's their next play on the side of Aster? Do we wait for TA's timing to go Roshan, or is this like the 2-3 minute farm period? You know, the grace period that they have now.
I feel like it's kind of self-explanatory. You're getting this Blink Dagger on TA with the Blink. You can already start fighting. But they're gonna contest this. The only question is, can they get deep here on time? I don't think they can. They're moving a bit too slowly. They can still fight against it. They have RP, they have Blink on TA.
Yeah, they're not going to be here on time, so this Roshan, Ignite, able to sneak it under Aster's eyes. They do have that Blink Deso TA, but not able to get there in time, so Ulu having a second life could be a, no pun intended, lifeline.
Tide showed himself. Like, he literally just showed himself on mid. And Omni on bot. They're gonna lose.
And they're going straight in, so Ponlo, he's going to be a bit of collateral damage because he's on the other side of the fight. Chen tries to TP home. Not going to happen. No, sir. And they're still chasing for more. Frisk with the dust. Almost catching Ulu there with the root.
But, I'm not sure why they didn't TP out. Was there some reason? And I'm not sure also why Omni and Tide, they just TP first so quickly. Because if you at least don't show yourself on the other two lanes, Aster probably is too afraid to initiate and go on an Aegis, right? But if you show two heroes on different sides, like, super easy to take you down and hunt you.
Yeah. And as we're in the first 20 minutes, Tormentors are finally up. And Dust is soloing it on the other side of the map to get one for Ignite. And he's actually doing it with the Omni Knight. Aster is going to make a faster job of it, but look at this guy go. Just an Echo Saber, level 12 Omni Knight doing it by himself. That's a clap. Good job.
Nothing broken over there.
Nope, not at all.
Tormentor for me is a weird one. I feel like, I don't know, it's kind of hard to balance. It's hard to make some of these heroes look alright. Like a TA as well does the same thing that Omni does. She solos it.
Alright, they're setting themselves up for a tower defense. How do you think this one goes?
It doesn't go. Radiant right now, they don't have a way of fighting without Tidehunter getting the blink. He needs 400 more. Once he gets the blink, I feel like they're able to actually utilize the Aegis.
It's a farming Aegis, I guess, in a way. It did take away the chance for Aster to, smoke up and fight. But I mean, they were already looking a bit stronger since that last fight that they were able to turn around and win. So if they got Roche after that, it would mean a lot for Aster. I guess Ignite buys a lot of time by just taking the Aegis away from them.
Death?
Death? Dead? Dead?
Pretty much, yeah.
The embodiment of his name. And Dust finds Echo. Echo just goes through the portal, loses half of his HP. And he's getting back up, so Omni Knight, you better run. Oh man, that's a lot of nuke.
Yeah, these two dish out so much magic damage together, like the Pugna and Earth Spirit. I don't know, like Radiant in that ancient triangle, that fight that they've lost might have been a deciding one. Right now, they can't really find a way to play this game properly. Do they have a blink? They have a blink on Tide. Let's see if the next fight changes everything. I just feel that
fighting under Mad.
I just feel that they're lacking damage. Even if they use the best Ravage and everything, I feel like they're just lacking the necessary damage.
I agree. I feel like the only way Ignite can get a good fight is if one of the supports from Aster is out of position and they slowly get to like burst them down. Couple lucky Maelstrom procs, Omni Knights, who doesn't get there fast, right? Because you got a Blink Tide who can get there, you have a Shikuchi Weaver who can get there.
He's got a Blink. Oh, he doesn't yet. He doesn't have yet on Omni, sorry.
Yeah, so he has no mobility tools at the moment for this smoke gank, but anyone that they can grab, preferably a core, since it is a smoke Pugna. They didn't find anybody bottom, so looks like they're heading towards the triangle next. And still nobody there on their way. Aster, great information on their side. They've pretty much called this out. Spread out on the map and farm.
Yeah. What's interesting as well is that TA isn't buying a BKB. I feel like one of the plays for Radiant, for Ignite, is just jump the TA and try to blow her up. There are no saves at the moment. The only problem is if you are doing that, there's an RP, there's so many different follow-ups, Earth Spirits going on top of you. That's his end.
Yep, he's anchored up an illusion. That illusion ain't going anywhere. There's another illusion coming to watch the illusion, like, hey, what's up, bro? Meanwhile, fight breaking loose at the secret shop, and they've got themselves a nice little RP onto 2. Can't kill Ulu, though. Able to ulti away. Echo, his BKB is already running out. They've used Guardian Angel, and they've kited it out. Aster, 5 versus 4. Looking for an opening here. Chen is there, so is the Tidehunter. Has Ravage, which you need to keep, and there we go, the defensive Ravage, and that's another ability, kind of wasted. They can't kill the Willow, and this is looking really grim for Ignite now. Aster should have the upper hand. They have everything that they need to finish off this fight. Death will fall, Ulu will go down next, a double for the TA, and QYQX nowhere to run, my friend. You're going to get caught and hunted down by the Aster squad, and he gives up his life, knowing it's forfeit, a triple for the TA, and a 13k lead for Aster, who are looking to close out this series in the 2-0 fashion. It's not over yet, but it's going that way, Lizard.
Yeah, it's not over yet, and you can see that Ignite, they have ways of winning these team fights. They're just not fast enough, not utilizing them too well. Dust even saving the Weaver with the ulti. Like, he almost single-handedly turned that fight, because RP was used, and I felt that Radiant can actually fight with Ravage, but then Ravage connects only on Dark Willow, and even though you hit the only Dark Willow, even if you hit more, like, you just don't have enough damage to kill them off. I don't know, I feel like you need a snap. You need snap in these Ravages. Mortimer's Kisses, they need to come in, and Pondo, unfortunately for him, he's just been dying the whole game.
Yeah, and it's not going to get easier for him as this game progresses. This time they've got the right Earth Spirit. Sadly, he gets his BKB on, and he doesn't worry about that anchor. Look at the muscles on this guy. I'm not sure how much you work out in the gym with an anchor, but this guy doesn't seem to slow him down at all. Death goes down with the skewer play. And again, short-handed. They're not going to dive in deep for another attempt, though. Oh, he also had a haste rune on the Earth Spirit. Well, so he's BKB'd and hasted, moving around full speed with an anchor. So, yeah, that seems right in balance. Fear will connect onto Ulu. Ulu does get blown up before he gets anything done, and so does the Chen follow suit. No, not the Chen. That was the Snap, actually. Chen, well, he's just going to get soloed here by the TA. There we go, double kill.
Yeah, at this point it feels like they're just falling apart. And they are, it doesn't really just feel that way. Being picked off one by one, being chased down by the Earth Spirit, by Dark Willow. I don't think that their draft is worse. I feel like it's very playable. It's just that these team fights and the way they played the post laning stage was a bit off.
Yeah, that one fight in the bottom lane where they were, you know, when you said Ignite were winning the fight and then they ended up losing so many heroes. I think that was a big piece of how this game has been going in this direction.
Yeah, it's also a morale hit, right? Like,
yeah.
You go back for the Ancients. I don't know who made the call to go back for the Ancients, but yeah, it feels bad.
Certainly does. Has not been Ulu's game on this Weaver. And still lacking the big damage items. That Manta is not going to solve anything else except for an opportunity to use her ulti when he gets silenced up by Echo as he jumps in.
It's also good versus TA, right? Like it's good versus deck rep, but mostly versus TA as well.
Yep.
Like you actually get a chance to deal with the refraction charges.
That too, and dodging Melt Strike too.
Yeah, that's why I said maybe Mortimer's kisses are really needed in these fights. Decrep.
See if they have the chance for it now. Depends who breaks the smokes first. Okay, they're not gonna run into each other's. So there goes that. But I totally agree. We've yet to see Mortimer's Ravage combo.
Yeah, it's always one or the other. Like they use one while the other is dead. Mr. Chen.
Yeah, that's not the place to be in.
And
here we go.
Kisses.
That's the first time we get to see the combo when it's on one hero. It's on the Willow, and Willow will survive, and Death will not. So it is really the beginning of the end here. Little RP bait there as Ulu's ulti has been used. Gonna be feared up,
GG.
slowed
Yeah,
down,
I was just
and
gonna,
there's the GG.
I was just gonna say, after this fight, I think you call it. It's 5-27. But it's not even about the score or anything. It's just that no matter what you do, you can't take a good team fight. I feel if you're Ignition, it just feels, you know, it felt bad. Like you had a decent draft, you had a decent laning stage. Like they won their laning stage. Mid lane, he had like 30 CS more than the Earth Spirit. Top lane, Tide was doing well. Safe lane, Weaver started rotating, making plays, and then every single team fight, they just got extremely outplayed.
Yeah. The Omni Knight was also top net worth for the first 9 minutes of the game, and then he got stuck, basically, with all those moves they kept making on him. He wasn't really able to make good rotations to help out his teammates. The side lanes were really locked in. I guess that's one bad thing for Ignite, that they weren't able to move around the map at all. And the pushing power just kind of disappeared, handing out the game to Aster with that one lost team fight. So I guess problem after problem, they just kept piling up, and Ignite, they're going to get 2-0'd by Aster. So Aster will move on to the next round of this qualifier. Funny thing is, that was our first game here on the stream, and we're going to be going, apparently, are we going on a break? I actually have no idea.
I think so, yeah.
I think we are going to be going on a bit of a break until the next series starts, which is a very hype one, Invictus Gaming versus Team Eagle. I've been just been told we have a 2-hour break until the next game starts, so I'm
gonna go sleep, man.
Don't sleep for too long.
Yeah, it's 6 a.m. here. I think I have time for a nap.
Yeah, and I guess all of you viewers too, but make sure you put your alarms on, because in 2 hours we're going to be showing you Invictus Gaming versus Team Eagle here on this stream. So until then, do what you have to do, and we'll be back for more China Dota. See you in a bit.
I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. my skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. that level up. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Come on. This is not enough. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch touch me. It's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. Way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Hello, everybody. We're a bit ahead of the timer, but that's only a good thing for you people because you have been waiting to see some more Dota. And of course, the Chinese closed qualifier continues in our next series. We got a draft ready. Let's talk Dota with Lizard and, of course, me, T Panda. We have a pretty interesting matchup coming up here because what makes this interesting is Invictus Gaming. They didn't make their way through the first Open qualifier. They had to take a second attempt and go through the second OQ, meaning a team, you look at the roster, you look at the names, you're like, yeah, that should be the direct invite for this close qualifier. Hell, you could even say this is the team that should have been invited directly to the main event group stage. So them going through the second open qualifier, meaning the seeding is a little bit wonky in a way. Eagle is up for a hell of a matchup here, Lizard.
Yeah, when you look at these players, it's kind of understandable that they go into the qualifier, right? Like, who the hell is this Boboka? What kind of a nickname is that?
True.
This guy with JT, he thinks he's cool using two letters for his nickname. My God, SMH, man. Like, Yeah.
Yeah. Why aren't they
But-
playing SCA qualies?
Yeah, that's actually a fair point as well. JT, nothing to say, X Nova, right? Like,
Yeah.
3 of them.
But hell, they want to give it a try. Maybe China's an easier region. They talk to Monet, they talk to Baboka. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a try.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming SCA team. Let's go.
Hell yeah. And of course, SCA heroes. We got like Whitemon Shadow Demon. Okay, it's not Whitemon playing today. But Team Spirit Breaker to open up the draft for IG. I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary coming out of this one. Your basic hero, your bread and butter, so to speak.
Yep, you get a Spirit Breaker. It gets answered by a Shadow Demon. You think you're gonna answer him with the Shadow Demon by disrupting him or purging him, and then you still lose to a Spirit Breaker. And why does it say Team Spirit Breaker, by the way?
I wonder why, Lizard. I wonder why.
Team Spirit Breaker. There is some team that played it recently in some big tournament.
Maybe. I mean, prize pool was probably smaller than this Kuala Lumpur $1 million.
It's there somewhere, I guess. Depending on how it's structured, coming in last, you might earn more.
But yes, the Team Spirit Breaker opener from IG, and like you said, the SD, it's one of those heroes to answer it in terms of losing your movement speed, losing your buffs, stopping him on the spot. And I think they're looking to go a bit all in that aspect as well, because Muerta not necessarily the strongest in the early game, especially if played as a core. Support works a little bit different in that matter. You got your nice control. Your silences can be super useful for getting pickoffs. So support Muerta is a yes early game. Carry Muerta is a good late game.
Yeah, my good friend Nomad once invited me to play some show match with Dandy and can't remember T-Gav, I think, and it was Spirit Breaker is charging across the map. You don't see him, but when he charges next to you, you need to hit him with that bouncy shot from Huerta.
The dead shot.
The dead shot. Yeah, you need to actually. It was so difficult. So I hope this Muerta is a support. We've seen what the hero can do on TI. Like, it was played incredibly well by a lot of fours, including Tofu. I think he was my favorite Muerta player as well. I think that she can do quite a lot. But this doesn't feel like a great Muerta game at the moment. Like, you have these creeps getting on top of you with Ench. You have Weaver getting on top of you. You have Spirit Breaker as well, who's annoying. Like, it can be a little bit rough for her.
Yeah, potentially. I heard you just got a message there. Was that game related? Someone giving you information about the game?
No, it's just Ice Rock. He just told me the patch is coming out very soon. We're getting a new hero.
Spicy.
And next TI is gonna actually have a prize pool.
Oh, nice. I love these leaks. You're only gonna get them from here. Eagle is taking a lot of time with their picks here. We've got 40 seconds left on their reserve time, as they've got the double coming up ahead. So they probably know one pick. Do they know the second? Yep, they have both locked in. So we got a Magnus and bring out one of the best late game carries. It's the Faceless Void. So now Muerta is your pause 4 support. We're still keeping the mag mid/off lane open for the time being, until we see Invictus Gaming come out with their answers, because Eagle, they got the last pick of the draft. They can decide where the Magnus wants to go, what their matchups are going to be looking like. But IG, you got Spirit Breaker versus the Faceless Void. What kind of a 4 would you be looking to pair it up with? Are you happy with the Weaver support, or would you like something else against the Faceless Void in the laning stage, Lizard?
Like, if you put Weaver as a support here, you could go for, I don't know, like a Wraith King carry, and then Faceless Void Chrono isn't that big of an issue. Like, Faceless Void into Weaver is actually pretty scary. I don't even like 4 Weaver into Faceless Void. Time dilation after you use Sukuchi, it's it's difficult to deal with. It doesn't really matter a lot in the lane, post-laning stage. It's where the issues arise, like in team fights.
Yep.
And they do exactly that. They switch it up. They're gonna put Morphling most likely as that carry. It isn't Wraith King. It's like I don't look when I say Wraith King. It's just one of those. Oh yeah, this hero is good versus Chrono, you know. But do you really want Wraith King carry? Probably not.
Well,
on offlane it's good.
Yeah, exactly. That's the idea I'm thinking about here, because of course, you know, nothing to say, Spirit Breaker, China Dota, mid Spirit Breaker. So you've got the option. You could go offlane Wraith King. You look for a fairly early Aghanims build up on the hero. Say you build like Blade Mail, Blink, Ags, for example. Something on the lines of that kind of a build up.
Okay, I don't mind it, but if you are picking Spirit Breaker mid, if you are picking offlane last, then you don't have to pick Wraith King. Then your option, you have better options. That's all I'm saying. Like you can pick Tide. Pick Tide. Like this Faceless Void isn't gonna have a game, you know. And you have Tide Weaver as well. Like, overall, I feel that if you are picking something to counter the Void with this last pick, then it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to work the way we talked before. Also, you can get some sort of a different spirit from the mid lane that jumps on these squishies. Something that jumps on SD Muerta and Faceless Void, like some Storm or something like that would also be solid. We'll see what Nothing to Say wants to play. By the way, did we say that the IG should be taking this match, right? Like,
no, we didn't mention that yet, but looks like the train could be already going. Do we have tickets for the IG hype train?
I mean, they lost already in the qualifier, right? Like they shouldn't even be here. But yeah, Eagle, they read the Tide, they ban it out. They read the Puck, another one of those that backline jumpers, they ban it out. I really like these two bans. Also because TA was good against both of them, and TA got banned by IG. So very nicely read by Eagle, honestly. Like, I love what they did there. They ban out the Dazzle, and they pick up the Wraith King on the offlane. There we go. Like,
all right.
Like in the end, Riku Miku Tanga Smaki Matthias.
Make me sound like an anime villain the way you're saying it. Riku Miku-san.
Riku Miku. It was a correct call. I like it as well. It's good versus the Chrono. I would have liked Tide more, but
yeah,
this is also pretty good.
Yeah, two ways of looking at it. Do you counter the lane? Do you counter the game? So I feel like IG is more like looking at the philosophy of everybody else gets a game if Wraith King is put to 3, but if we decide to put something else in the off lane, Void could get stronger because he has a rough laning stage. So you got Mag Void, he's kind of already amped up. His farming capability is going to be a bit higher. Maybe they thought Wraith King's the answer for it, and the Aghanims build it for sure. But Eagle, you only got a couple seconds left. Please don't let the randomizer decide the final hero, and it's going to be a Dawnbreaker. A hero that I also had in mind for IG when you were discussing those offlane options, but then I thought, Weaver, Dawnbreaker, you got minus armor and slow, but do you have reliable damage in the laning stage? And what does the Dawn do later on? You could build Ags for the mischance against Void, but Void's a natural MKB builder, right? So I don't think Eagle would necessarily. Like, yeah, I don't think Eagle necessarily would pick it up, but what do you think about it?
I think Dawn was like, I completely agree with you. I feel like Dawn was maybe even better on IG this game, but they get it on Eagle. So they're putting basically Mag mid, right? Butterfly is mid. Is he gonna do it versus Spirit Breaker, or is Dawnbreaker gonna be? Are we gonna have breaker action?
Well, I mean, getting a game 1 lead, at least in terms of this series, based on the draft that you have, would be very happy on the side of Eagle if they're able to snatch this one. Eagle, who did qualify from the first Open qualifier, who did beat Ignite. We saw Ignite lose pretty heavily early on today versus Team Aster. And IG, who lost to Go Along in Open qualifier number 1, has been dropped into the lower bracket by Team Bright. So quick recap on what's been happening today and what these teams are looking at right now. IG is probably not your underdog team. And I think they have a pretty stable draft. I think they've answered every phase of the game. Question is execution, really. I think execution is where we can actually see, does the draft make sense? Or was it just filled with mistakes here and there? Because I don't know too much about Eagle, I'll be completely honest.
Oh, there's a couple of big names, like TZ, maybe someone you know from before, from Division 2. I think Mercy as well. I'm sure that Butterfly Effect, I'm sure that I've seen him, but I'm so... Or I have just seen the movie, maybe. That's what's up.
He did play in Division 2, you are correct about that.
Yeah. What was he, like IG Vitality or something like that, right?
IG, it does seem to say here.
Yeah.
He was a substitute for Emo.
Okay, yeah.
And they went 6-1.
I remember the nickname, I remember seeing him. And we have a fight, maybe? Yes? No? What do you think?
Oh, a bit of probing at least.
Are we gonna see a clash?
Specific area, I think this is really coveted by the Chinese teams. We saw the one game we saw today. Both teams basically clashed right on those stairs for the quick D board, and they met up again at that same spot. So I think
I call it the Lanham stairs. It's
the Lanham stairs.
Yeah, it's the stairs where his team is feeding while the interview is still going on, and he's like, we got this. I'm really, really confident in my team. Meanwhile, behind him, ultra kill, minute 1.
It's like, I don't think this Husker has a place in this game.
Meanwhile, dude already has 2 kills.
That's some real BD Lanham confidence, yeah.
Dude, that is probably, for me, one of the best moments of TI. I swear. Yeah. Like, I don't care finals, I don't care anything. The meme potential of that situation was that's incredible. Imagine if that happened a few years ago. Like, he would be memed forever.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if this is the time for him to kind of like take a step back and not show up anymore. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I actually had a thought about that today before the qualifier started, because, you know, we're basically, I hate to use this word, but I guess we're from that generation of Dota players who've been familiar with the Dendies and, you know, the RTZs and stuff. Mercy getting killed, meanwhile, for First Blood for Eagle. There are these big names, and every time they go away, you know, one player retires, another becomes a talent. It's like, yeah, it's like end of an era. Who do we have remaining? And then I thought about, like, Yatoro. He won TI-10, and now he wins again, and he's like, everybody loves Yatoro. It's no longer like, Miracle Invoker, oh my god, Miracle playing. Everyone was so hyped about Yatoro, and then you're thinking, are the legends of old as hype as the new players that have been coming up and making a name for them a couple years now? And I was like, Yatoro has really made an impact.
I think
it's crazy.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like,
I know.
I think maybe bottom lane. Can they kill him? There's a blood grenade on him. It should be.
And a bug.
They actually stopped.
They've done their job, you know, like you throw a blood grenade and you have a bug on him. It's like, okay, well, I'm ticking to death here. What the hell can I do?
Is it cool guys don't look at explosions, just turn away?
Yeah, JT Boboka style.
It's the best thing in Dota, when you know someone is gonna die to your Dota or something, or one last hit, and you just turn already. You're like, you're dead. I'm good. I don't have to deal with you. Or when you stand up from your desk when you're hitting someone's throne. You know, thinking, yeah, that's it, game's over.
Yeah, that can happen. But yeah, I mean, that's just a bit of a food for thought, you know. Hence our discussion from the earlier series about the DPC gone, and the Chinese players kind of have to make a name for themselves without the DPC as their help. So I think every moment counts to try and break through.
Panda, you just made me realize I'm a goddamn boomer.
You called me a boomer earlier, so I'm just returning the favor.
I just realized I'm a boomer. You know how? You know when you have these old sports fans like some baseball fan, football, and they're telling you, yeah, this Messi is good, but if you remember Pele was God. I'm like that. I just realized
look
I'm
at mid.
literally that guy.
Oh, nothing to say. Getting pushed under the tower with the skewer for a nice kill for Butterfly Effect. He's going to be happy to pick that one up. But I absolutely agree with you. And talking about like a quick example, Finnish ice hockey culture. Holy damn, I can never... I mean, not even just me, but I think the whole nation is kind of bored of the we won the world championship in ice hockey in 1995. The first time we actually got like a really bright medal, we won the whole thing. The whole nation just erupted and everything was crazy. And people remind you 20 years after, yeah, we won the ice hockey championship 20 years ago. And yeah.
Yeah.
Some stories when they happen, you remember them for the rest of your lives.
Yeah. TZ.
RTZ?
TZ, yeah.
TZR fine.
He lost his R. He's just down bottom.
I love how it's BBTZ.
Yeah. There was PP before as well, right?
Yep.
The mid laner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And?
No, nothing. I'm just saying. There's a lot of these players with funny acronyms or whatnot.
Oh man, like,
BK.
I think one of the best parts was last year's DPC, watching Southeast Asia and Cap casting Cox.
I mean, what's funny about that? It's just a normal name.
It's just a normal great nickname. Meanwhile, TZ will lose his life in the bottom lane, and they might lose another, as Faceless Void is slowly getting trapped around a hostile opponent. So Mercy does come in with a disruption, looking for a kill on the Wraith King, but he does not have the damage, and he's just TP to his own death. JT will take a double for this offlane Wraith King, and nothing to say. Low on HP, but potentially could still throw in a charge because it is a 3v1. You got Muerta teleporting in. TZ is here. They salved up on the Wraith King. And nothing to say. He's going back and forth, back and forth. He doesn't know where to go, and he's still going back and forth. Now he's finally charging in, and onto TZ they go. They've dropped the Faceless Void low enough, and here comes the Big Bad Moo, and he charges straight into the Muerta. Muerta dropping the calling as well. So that it's a 4 versus 1 scenario, and they still can't go, but they're gonna go again, and attempt number 4 pays off, and that's 1 kill. Can they get the second as the Muerta right under the T1 tower? You got 64 right-click damage and a tower worth of 90, forcing them away. Skeletons have been spawned as well, and nothing to say. Finally closes in for the charge. Boboka gets the kill, and this situation leads into a lost tower as well. So, mission complete in the end.
Yeah, pretty much. Butterfly Effect on his mag. He started TPing in the moment he cancels the TP. It's a rough one. Like, if you TP there, you're missing CS on mid, and they're probably just gonna back out. But if you don't TP, your team is dead.
And they are setting up in mid. Well, nothing to say. Was charging it at the same time. They're gonna use the RP onto Boboka, and they have got the damage for it as he pops a DD rune for an extra big punch.
Yeah, by the way, speaking of mid lane and this Magnus, nothing to say, he's not a big bad cow. He's like a calf, I don't know what he is. He got slaughtered on the mid lane. Like 24 CS versus 48 on Mag. Level 5 versus
difference.
2 levels as well. Like
2 levels, 1700 net worth difference. Getting killed as well by the Magnus once. Yeah, that is a massive difference.
Did you just call him Mangus?
Mangus.
You just called him Mangus. He's Mangus from now on for me as well. The mango tree is back, but it's a hero. It's a Mangus.
You remember in the Lion King when you have the boar and then you have the Timon and Pumbaa, right?
Yeah.
What is Timon? Is he like what animal is he?
Goddamn, wait.
There's like a mongoose, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we call it mangusti. So
that's why.
Maybe Butterfly Effect is just a mongoose.
Probably. Looks the hero doesn't look that way, but sure, why not? I'll go with that.
Yeah, we're at the early morning hours. Welcome everybody. We're watching the Chinese closed qualifiers.
I love you always have
A segue.
you know, man, it's not a segue. I wasn't praising your segue, Mr. Mangoose. I was saying there's always an excuse when you're casting this early on. You know, it's like, yeah, it's 4 a.m. guys. I'm insane. What can I do?
Yeah, that's what we are. That's what we do. We do this for you know, for the love of the sport. And some people also love their Midases. I spy 3 Midases being prepared. Wraith King.
What about the charge?
Spirit Breaker and Faceless Void. Nah, that's not going to be nearly enough.
Yeah.
You're charging a Void. What do you think that's going to lead into?
I don't know. What happens when you charge into Void? It sounds very depressing. Charging into Void.
At least from the Spirit Cow's perspective. I mean, he's just going to jump away after, right?
TZ.
Well, TZ's got no way of jumping away, so that's another one for Invictus Gaming. Despite this Magnus having such high net worth, IG still has a 2k difference to the rest of the team.
Yeah, like Mangus is the only one having a good time, I guess, right? Like Wraith King is having way too good of a lane. He's completed his Midas 9 minutes in, face boots Midas. I think he's just gonna solo carry this game. It's one of those JT games in which he's the actual carry.
And especially when you're off to such a great start, you can forget the Blade Mail and just go straight up Radiance. I mean, Radiance Wraith King in the offlane is the build most of the time. But if you don't have the best lane, or you already know you have a rough matchup, or you have to rotate early on from the lane to farm somewhere else if you feel like you're under threat of being killed, you might opt to go for like Blade Mail, Armlet, and look for another route back into the game. But since you're this far ahead with your Midas ready, damn, that's going to be a very early Radiance.
Honestly, if you go anything than Radiance, you're probably ruining your game. I feel like your game might be very difficult for you to not go Radiance, because you're gonna farm no matter what. Like Wraith King,
it's easy.
Wraith King will find his place in the game with Vampiric Spirit. Like, those little skellies are gonna give you enough farm for Radiance eventually. So,
all right, what does Baboka have in mind? That's a level 5 Muerta. So no ult to save yourself. Well, they're setting up in mid, but this could all just be a bait, because Nothing to Say, he's ready for action. And there we go, the Dawnbreaker's going to be joining in on the action as well. Nothing to Say is going to get tag teamed by 5 heroes. God damn. That is a statement of something. They brought the whole team to take down the team's Spirit Breaker.
it was a really nice convergence on the mid lane. They killed the Spirit Breaker and the tier 1 straight up after. Like tier 1 on mid, who cares? But still, nicely done by Eagle.
Sending up on the next as well. Can't really kill this Morphling, but at least they can force him away from their tier 1 tower in the top lane. Only ended up taking half of his HP. A lot of creeps to farm there, so they weren't able to finish off the objective out in time. But, yep, that's a big Magnus, that's a big Wraith King that we have this game. TZ, death number 6, is getting closer. He does drop the calling. We'll buy some time.
Hey, he only died 4 times.
Yep.
So far. Death number 5, maybe. Not 6 yet.
Less than Ponlo. Nothing to Say, charging into the top lane. They've got the Dawnbreaker on their sights. Does get a bit of distance with the Celestial Hammer, but you're not gonna live out of all this damage that they have to apply. However, they have got the Chrono Man ready, and there we go. Nothing to Say, down again, and onto the Morphling they go this time. They're keeping the Magnus away for now, but he does have that RP available, and he is not afraid to use it. And that Morphling is out as well, and Butterfly Effect. Holy! This guy's almost 8,000 net worth in 12 minutes. He's getting everything out of this game, Lizard.
Yeah, seeing Nothing to Say and his net worth makes me feel he he partied a lot after TI. You know, it took a long break. By the way, do you feel that it's enough for these players, like the break, post
The
TI?
duration of the break?
Yeah. I don't feel it is. Like usually it would be until what? Until like December at least. Like they wouldn't be playing.
Yeah, I think
No.
I think in some competitive games, like well, I'm not going to mention by name, but at least some of them have like a month player break.
Yeah.
At least for like the big events, so they don't have to play a full calendar year, miss out on all their vacations and stuff because of tournaments. But I think I agree in a way. Like some players are ready for this kind of action. Say take
What?
Team Eagle for example.
Yeah.
But I think
Yeah, but
IG roster probably not too ready for instant
course
play
Team-
right after TI.
Of course, Team Eagle is ready. They didn't even go to TI. They didn't play, right?
Yeah, they're hungry.
Some players on IG as well didn't. Nova wasn't there. Was JT? JT wasn't there as well.
Well, probably that's the energy that they have, you know. Maybe one or two players are exhausted, like Nothing to Say, who has been making the majority of the moves, but also the majority of the dying in the last few minutes. Boboka also dropping fairly low here. Eagle really putting up a hell of a fight, capable of being very defensive under their tier 2 tower. IG will pay for that dive. That does do a lot of damage to the tier 2 tower, but JT still being chased, and he is holding onto a value point for his ult. He will have to pop it here, but he's not going to get any backup, so I guess he's just going to admit to his fate and just keep buying time for the rest of the team, as he will finally fall.
Yeah, I wonder why he takes the ulti there, because he's
That's
gonna die
space.
twice no matter what. Yeah, I mean, 10 extra seconds of space. I guess you have to try it, right? That's maybe the mentality. I 100%, if it was me in that situation, I don't skill it, right? Like, there's value in having level 2 ulti as soon as possible, but I guess he might not even get it. He's kind of far away from level 2 anyway.
Boboka able to snatch away the Wisdom Rune from Eagle. So both Wisdom Runes, that's a lot of experience going for IG.
Do you remember, by the way, if we go back to the break thing, last year, when was the first tournament after post-TI? TI was at the same time, I remember. But I can't remember what the event was after.
Well, I remember DBC starting in December. Oh, wait, we started in January, right?
In January we started, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we had the qualifiers in December, because I remember covering those as well. Butterfly Effect just used an RP on a Centaur.
Yeah, kill that Centaur.
Show that Centaur who's the man. But yeah, I think... actually, that's a very good question. I really want to look this up and look at...
No, I remember the DPC starting in
I remember
January.
DPC starting,
Now-
but was
now-
there
now
anything
maybe-
in between?
Maybe there was a Dream League or something, I can't remember. But in any case, having 2 weeks post-TI as a break is way too low. I'm not surprised Team Spirit even like... Yeah, they're not attending this tournament. Boboka?
Let's see what Boboka was doing there, as he's basically just scouting out. He's already picked up the Wisdom Rune a bit earlier on. Nothing for him to pick up there, so let's see.
In any case, was the real TI a little bit before this one, you know? Like the prize pool being a bit lower and whatnot.
So the only Tier 2 event was actually the BetBoom Xmas show, and that was during Christmas, while the EPC qualifiers was going. So yeah, that was actually a pretty long break. You're right.
Yeah. Because that's usually how it went. Like post-TI, there's usually a really long break. But it gives enough time for teams to recover, for players to go on a vacation, stop the vacation, start practicing a bit. But
I guess that was also a reason for like Team Spirit, who basically said that they want to take a bit of a vacation, in a way.
yeah. In any case, 2 weeks, maybe that's not so little, is it? Like, when you think about it. The only thing is, when people compare normal work and Dota, It's like, oh, a normal job, 2 weeks. What more do you want, you know? But the thing is, like, when you have a normal job, you have weekends. You have a life. When you're a Dota player, you literally don't have a life. This is what you do all day, every day.
Exactly. Something that people forget in general is, you know, the reason there are pretty high prize pools is because they do a lot of unpaid hours to get to that point. So say there's a 300k tournament, you're probably working, compared to like a 40, 50k job per year, you're probably putting like 90, 100k of hours that you're just not getting paid for.
I don't know if I would justify the amount of money players are being paid in any sport or in Dota, but for sure there are some lives lost, you know. Like playing, I remember, like, even in my time it was at least 10 hours every day, at least minimum.
Okay, so I actually want to ask you a question since we're Dota boomers here. When you were still a player, who was an aspiring player who you thought would be, this guy could be really good, but he never popped off? Well, nothing to say.
I'll tell you two that I knew are gonna pop off 100%. Like, and one that I thought wouldn't but did. Like, the first one that I knew is gonna pop off was Nisha. Like, he was playing in some Polish stacks or something like that versus me all the time, and the guy was just destroying us no matter how we draft, no matter what he picks. A second one was 33. It's like, even when I think I had some stack with him, we played together in a team, and he would play his position, and while he's playing he would tell me something about my skill build or item build, like that I'm doing wrong, and I'd be like, leave me alone, I want to play the game. Stop nerding out, you know. One guy I didn't think is gonna be big is Thompson, like when I played against him, and then he proved to be like bigger than anyone else. Like, yeah. But I only saw him briefly when he was starting up, so maybe that's why.
Yeah. Yeah, there was just basically a small skirmish going on there. Well, nothing to say, died earlier on, just a support for support as they were diving under the tier 2 tower yet again. Almost the moment they were almost catching the Morphling would have been spicy. But going back to like talking about players, especially about like Thompson and Nisha, when Thompson, he's been playing for a very long time, right? He spam Invoker and stuff like that back in the day, still in the Dota 2, the earlier client before Reborn. And I remember Nisha, he played with like Wisla Krakow, and there was another Polish stack. Was it Team Kingwin?
Yes.
That's
Ultimate
probably the one
attacks.
with like LSH and Exotic Deer, those guys?
Yeah, it was his brother, I think, in that team or something like that. Can't remember. Yeah,
I remember those days.
One guy like that I thought was gonna make it but didn't. I don't know why. Is this? I can't remember if he's Arabic. Where is he's from the Middle East? I feel like his nickname
Egyptian
was
carry
Hook.
player.
No, Hook.
Area
Hook.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He played mid.
Oh, he played mid. Okay.
Yeah, no, not the Egyptian carry, not that guy.
Yeah, Area 1, 2, 3, 4, I remember back from 2018. I was like, man, he plays a pretty mean gyrocopter. But then I never saw him again. Meanwhile, we're watching the Dawnbreaker getting pummeled. And that's a clean execution there from IG this time. They have Monet, who is pretty strong with that Aegis in his inventory. Also an extra greater healing lotus, or great healing lotus.
To segue that into this game, there's an Aegis. It's a hard defense, but maybe this upcoming mid lane player from IG Vitality, Mangus, can do it. But
gotta keep your eyes open for that Mangus and see if you can make some big plays, because he has been doing them so far. 5-0-1, and still topping the net worth. So this Magnus really did turn into be the carry for almost the rest of the game. Faces Void can then pick off where Mangus left the job. They can just carry on doing the rest.
Yeah, he really is, and the itemization is pretty solid into the Spirit Breaker too. He brought the Lincolns, so it's gonna help out. It will help him or Faceless Void out, right? Like you can use that to stop a couple of these charges.
Yeah, I also really like the Lincoln's build-up. mainly because there's not a lot of single target stun on the side of IG. So if he's able to take away at least one of them, say he's already popped Lincolns before in a fight, he gets like Netherstruck, for example. If Spurrier gets his ulti on him, pops Lincolns, you have a chance to jump away again.
Yep. And you're buying one on Faceless Void too. Now, I'm not sure if this is an overkill. Like, you are playing into a Spirit Breaker. I've seen teams buy Lincoln Spheres recently and just fall off, but maybe it's the play. Let's see.
Maybe it is, but it is the Faceless Void who is going to be caught first, but it's also a very difficult target for them to jump on. So they're just going to let him be.
Why doesn't he pop the Lincolns there? JT, that is. Like, if he pops the Lincolns, you can charge him after, but... yeah, they felt like that wasn't the play.
Could be. Also, he was probably outside of cast range. I mean, Wraith Fire Blast isn't the longest stun range. That Harpoon does not connect. I think it grabbed a creep. There was a range creep in between, so a bit unlucky there. Butterfly effect. He's got another attempt in 3 seconds. Harpoon still on cooldown for 6, so he needs to get close enough for the skewer play. Almost in range for Monet. Are a bit spread it out right now. The Weaver teleporting away.
Got him.
And there we go. The moment the Weaver left, Morphling is in trouble. Monet going to be dropping the Aegis. That's his first life gone. But remember, there's no Dawnbreaker who could ulti in, but there's no Weaver who's still trying to Shikuchi his way back to the team. And that is a free Aegis taken away by Eagle. And there goes Dawnbreaker, actually. They do get the charge to connect onto him as they spotted him in the middle. And that BKB won't do anything. And the Chrono will be used at the same time. Monet going to go down. They lost the Morphling. Eagle find a way to answer back to IG. They might have traded away the Dawnbreaker, but Monet was still sitting there farming. And Morphling losing his life. That's ouch. JT gotta stay hidden. He's toggled his Radiance off. Won't be able to find him. He's able to keep TP out.
No, you need to... You seriously need to start tipping this Magnus. He's soloing the game at this point. I was worried for them when it comes to this Lincoln Sphere that they won't be able to... dish out enough damage, but with Empower, even the Lincoln Sphere makes enough sense. The Spirit Breaker is completely sacked. Like, there's not a lot that he can do in these fights. Also, all that aside, IG are uncharacteristically making some blunders, like showing yourself on the other side of the map, leaving your Morphling all alone, TPing away while he's still hitting the tower. He gets caught twice, of course he will, he's alone, so... it's not something you expect to see from them. Once Faceless Void gets this Skadi, it becomes much easier to take down the Morphling.
Yeah, we're going to start to see the effects of these 4 Lincolns that have been lined up for the team. Void having one, Magnus already has it. Muerta had it lined up some time ago, but has now changed it probably to something else. And Dawnbreaker also has the Lincolns coming up. Meanwhile, not often do you get to see this. 26 minutes in, Shadow Demon, pause 5. Sorry, this is actually technically pause 4 with the Muerta in the safe lane. They just lost the Faceless Void out of nowhere. So I guess both carry players having a bit of blunders. Nothing to say, charging in onto the SD. Baboka only able to get a bit of extra poke with that Orchid Silence.
Yeah. Before you finish what you wanted to say, it's not 26 minutes. He's had the Ags and the Shard for quite some time.
Yeah, he's had it for a while. It's a straight up Ags rush.
It's a pretty good Ags game. Like, usually on Shadow Demon, if you're a support, this is what you want to see. Maybe an Aether Lance here and there as well, but all you need is a Shard and the Ags. That's why the hero is usually picked.
Yeah, there's a reason for the first phase Shadow Demon answer on the Spirit Breaker. Exactly for that reason.
I still feel that IG isn't in the worst spot ever, but they need to activate the Spirit Breaker somehow. He needs to actually start having a game, and he doesn't have one at the moment, at least. Does it get easier? I don't think it does. Like, Faceless Void is the ultimate carry later on.
It works. It works if you're not the only one carrying the game. So, at least the last games that I've seen in a while, where you have like a Spirit Breaker in your team, when he scales in, he scales hard, but you need to have your team up to par. And the positive side for IG is that net worth lead that they have going their way, because their Wraith King has a good game, so he's not alone. He has that partner. And then, of course, the Morphling that is going to be kicking in a couple minutes to really bring some extra punch.
There's Weaver too. Don't forget Baboka on position 4. Like, I've seen this guy carry games off of 4 Weaver like a bazillion times. So
I do like the position they're in, and how that Spirit Breaker does still get back into this game, because he's not alone to carry this game.
I kind of agree with you. Like, there's a lot of ways they can win if they outplay. But if this game was, if I could pick a team to play right now, I'd probably choose Radiant, even with a 5k deficit.
Yeah, you got a Faceless Void in the team. It's a safe bet always. Like, the game is going far in. You've got one of the best spells in the game. You've got RP, and of course the Faceless Void. That is a big nuisance to deal with.
By the way, we said 4 carries. Enchantress is the 5th. Like, X-Nova with the Pike, like, he's gonna be just as strong. So overall, like, this game, you have the Chrono, you have RP, but what happens if you miss something? Like, if they catch you out of position? Because that Linken's, it's gonna work only so many times. They're gonna coordinate very well and catch one of these heroes out, so... it isn't that simple for Eagles. They need to make use of these smokes.
Wasn't the Eagles like a soft rock band back in the 70s?
Yeah, of course it was. They had what did they have? Is Hotel California theirs? It isn't, is it?
I don't think that one is. That's Beach Boys, right?
No, it's Eagles. I was right.
Oh, it is Eagles, right? Wait. What did Beach Boys do? Oh yeah, Surfing USA. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that was the Surf Rock. Never mind. Enough about Surf Rock. IG smoking up with 4 towards the bottom half of the map, and the same idea is also with Eagles. Or the Eagles, as they've scouted Roche's home. Age is there, Cheese is there as well. They're setting themselves up for the smoke. But do they know which direction they're coming from? Because IG is coming from behind, and I really like this move. But it's Butterfly Effect on the high ground. Sees JT. Ward is also there. Blinks out for the quick dodge, and there goes your first Linken's. The charge is connected onto the Faceless Void. But nothing to say. Cannot connect that charge. Still, these skeletons getting vision.
You can put JT in front, but it's hard to follow up with anything else. They don't want a Chrono or RP JT. But JT has no follow-up, so...
Oh, there we go. The Linken's pop. He pops the Manta as well. Gets a jump away. TZ. Throwing in the Roar of Atos. Gonna get hit by the Wraith King stun. He also slaps for a lot of damage. Pops the Fear. Pierce the Veil instantly. And Butterfly Effect. He does get a really long-range harpoon, but Baboka able to use the ulti to get back away. Meanwhile, they got the Wraith King trying to get it in. Nothing to say. Going in for the charge, hitting onto the Faceless Void. Mercy down to half HP. TZ almost dead. JT, he will lose his first life, but he's going to be coming back. And there's X-Nova. You talked about the real carry of the game. Might be able to do enough work. They've got a nice charge to kill off 2. There's the Chrono. Going to be landing on top of JT. JT's going to be losing his life. And a lot of connections, but look at that. The RP coming into action as well. And Monet trying to make a jump to chase this Faceless Void, but Butterfly Effect relentless with the chase. X-Nova getting controlled by the Dawnbreaker, and Monet versus the Faceless Void on the high ground. Who can win this one? The Fear coming out from the dead shot, and Butterfly Effect for the double kill. But Boca unable to do much here in this high ground position, and Butterfly Effect almost finishing him off by himself with the help of that sentry, and into the Roche pit they go. Nothing to say, disengages, and a win for the Eagles.
And they used the 2 buybacks, right? Like, they attempted to help out the Morphling, but they just couldn't do enough in that whole fight. The fight even started kind of badly for Eagles, I feel, because Magnus, he skewers Weaver, but he skewers him a bit too far. Like, it goes through the calling, so he's not silenced, so he uses ulti and escapes. One perhaps mistake was morphing into Faceless Void a little bit too early, maybe, but it didn't really make much of a difference. Going too deep and all being in the same spot versus Faceless Void and versus Magnus, that's probably the worst thing. Really nicely done by the Eagles. Like, they baited them where they wanted them to be, and then they casted their spells. Butterfly Effect, once again, just... This is a flawless game from him. Right? You really can't call out a single big mistake. Maybe RPing the Centaur, but besides that, like... He's been having a... This man wants to win. Like, he wants this game.
He could definitely be the great equalizer in this series matchup. IG was probably thought to be the favorite coming into this one, but performances like this coming out from Butterfly Effect truly bringing this game into a more even balance. Or is it even balanced? Because that's a huge fight to win. You know, you secured the cheese. Usually Roche 1 is kind of irrelevant. I think one or two people mentioned during TI and a bit before TI that the first Roshan feels a bit meaningless in a way. But Roche 2 and Roche 3 are the ones that really matter, which you have to commit to.
Yeah, like Roche 1 was... it's just one of those things that's really important for certain heroes that need to end or dominate the game very early on. Like, if you remember back in the day, like getting Roche 1 for, I don't know, Huskar, Ursa, something like that.
Yep.
Or a Luna when she's in this crazy Luna SD push. It feels like the game is over. But usually it's Roche 2, because you get Aegis Cheese. And with Aegis Cheese, it's basically 2 lives that you're getting. And you're hitting these peaks. Like, the timing is right, and you have enough items to actually win the games and push. So...
Yeah, like straight out of a TV show, you know, The Price is Right.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that also means that this game is going to continue to stretch out. Neither team has an advantage right now. So I think we actually have our first, you know, proper game out of the 2 games that we've had today, Lizard. But I'm really liking where we're going so far, because I was expecting IG to be, you know... They've already shown themselves. They've already proved themselves throughout these years. But Eagles, I think they were maybe a bit underestimated. Nobody really knows too much about them. You said they were Division 2 players. They're giving a hell of a show here in game number 1, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, there's a charge down bottom, Dawnbreaker.
They were able to do this the last time they caught the Dawnbreaker, but not now. However, SD buying time for everybody to regroup with the teleport. Wraith King's life number 1 forfeit. He does have the Aghanim, so he'd love to blink out, and he's able to do so. JT gets out, but Butterfly Effect is on his heels, and back you go. Harpoon to skewer, and everybody from the side of IG is like, yeah, we're not going to stay around.
Well, that was so nice. He was even waiting in the right position, got him there. They tried to go on the Dawnbreaker. I do think that the attempt was nice, but the cheese got used. They just couldn't kill him. Also, this Dawnbreaker just messed up their blast fight completely, so I can understand some hatred. That ulti, the Solar Guardian just saved them.
Oh, they're fighting into the mid lane again. Dawnbreaker unable to get out this time, but Butterfly Effect has the RP ready. No blink, though, and just going to reveal himself to X-Nova. And with that Silver Edge, X-Nova is not going to be the scary carry-inch. No untouchable when Butterfly Effect is around.
Yeah, but look at this. Like, they literally cannot push. Bottom lane maybe is somewhere that they should have attempted to go.
Well, that was maybe a bit ambitious from Baboka to stay around. I mean, they, like you said, the thing you do at this point is just cut waves. Make sure they're not going to get anything out of the map.
Oh, if
you got great heroes for it.
Exactly. You're so right. If you're IG, like, you're very happy with the state of the game. I mean, you're not happy with the state of the game, but you're happy with what you're accomplishing, taking the state of the game. Your creep skipping, your Wraith King was dead. You even managed to kill off the Dawnbreaker. They didn't manage to push. Like, you're happy. Monet, he's caught, but they have RP. They don't have the damage for him, though.
Yep, skewering in. Baiting with the RP there a little bit onto Monet. Monet going to be pushing him deeper into the jungle. And now you've got your opportunity on a Magnus form, so he ain't getting any extra HP. And Monet down, nothing to say. He tried to come into the rescue. Save your buddy syndrome strikes. There's nothing to say. Going to get pummeled up stuns. He's going to get the charge off just in time, though. That's one of the pesky parts about this hero. It's how the hell are you going to hold a bulldoze Spirit Breaker on the spot, but losing Monet there, that's a costly kill. The wave is close to the tier 2, so another objective on their sights.
Yeah, and it's only Shadow Demon plus Magnus that did it. Like, it's the two of them that managed to take down this big Morphling. Well, I guess no one is that big in this game when you're sitting next to Magnus. The man is almost level 25. Satanic, fully completed. Yeah, this game, this could maybe even be the push. Like, the Dawnbreaker doesn't have to be there. You can always use the Solar Guardian to join the fight.
And they're going to force out that Glyph cooldown as well, so there's a 5-minute period here for the Eagle team. Get themselves another tier 2 tower, maybe even push out that bottom wave while they're doing so. Dawnbreaker, the one to do it, can always join in for the team with the Solar Guardian, but see what they want to achieve here. Another high ground push is potential, but ultis are coming back off cooldown again. Ukiyo's had a pretty, you could say a pretty good game on the Faceless Void. Not too many mistakes, not any, no Lotus Spheres or any other disasters. Then you have this Magnus having a perfect game, literally a perfect game.
Yep, he's got that butterfly now as well in Faceless Void.
And you talked about Mercy.
MKB or anything.
I'm really impressed by Mercy this game on this SD. I also feel like he's just been doing the right things this game.
No, you just don't feel a lot of mistakes really from them. Mostly due to, in my opinion, the Magnus. Like, he's been carrying so hard. He's been making all the right plays, so it's a little bit easier for these sideline heroes to play the game, like Shadow Demon and Muerta. You can't reach them. There's a Chrono, there's an RP in front always.
Well, IG are right in front of the enemy base, but sadly can't toggle AC off. That minus armor is going to be showing on the creeps. I mean, how often do you click your friendly creeps to look at debuffs if your opponent's not on the map? When do you realize to do that? You know, we'll get to that in a second. If there's a fight breaking loose, they're all clumped up for a moment there for the Faceless Void to jump in. Lincoln's going to be popped. They got the Rod of Atos holding JT on the spot. Ukiyo going to get charged again by the Spirit Breaker, but they're not getting to him. Mercy, though, that's a good target if they can get there. Dawnbreaker coming with the heal, though. Nothing to say, just melting away. And that's your first death. He does come in with a buyback. X-Nova, now he's being targeted here. The entire lineup here of Eagles with the big damage dealers, able to get him out of the way. JT looks to be going down next, and he has the reincarnation, but he needs some backup. There's the Chrono.
Oh, the Chrono.
Monet inside it as well. Ukiyo, perfect timing for it as well. Into the RP, and that is just a massacre. They're trying to retaliate with their ghosts, but how much damage can they do? Magnus might die. Yes, he does. The Orchid damage is going to be enough to take down the big bad mag. But you're paying a heavy price for this one, as they've cleaned out 4 plus the buyback out of the Spirit Breaker. So technically that's a team wipe and a buyback forced, or 2 buybacks even on top of that. So huge for Eagles.
Yeah, they won't call it. You can see that Spirit Breaker is already trying to creep skip and stuff. But realistically, this game is in that place. It's callable, let's put it that way. It's just the straight fact, they had the double damage on Morphling, by the way, in that fight. They still couldn't take down almost anyone. Before, obviously, the Aghanim Rune Breaking kicking in and them getting damage from that extra life. First death of Magnus, by the way, 14-1.
Yep. Finally took him down. It was the Orchid that killed him out of all things.
Yep.
The ghosts killing on the Orchid are doing damage onto the Orchid buff.
You know, for Monet, that fight was also super super unfortunate if you're looking at it, because if you're just watching him, he's sitting in his Silver Edge with double damage, and he's trying to wait for the right time to go in. The moment he waveforms is the same moment Chronosphere gets put on the place where he's waveforming. So he basically he almost waveformed into the Chrono. It was like pitch perfect from Void, like, and at the same time, just very unfortunate for the Morphling.
Yeah, unfortunate for him and very satisfying for Eagles. Getting all of their spells working exactly how they want to. And in charge of this game, you know, one more team fight like that, especially when you don't have buyback up and nothing to say, and Eagles could just be marching into the high ground for the second time. You know, they forced the glyph the last time. It's going to be back up in 13 seconds, but they don't really care about that anymore. They have Aegis, they have Cheese, and they also got the Ags buff. And who got the Ags buff? Is it on the Void? It's on the Faceless Void, right? So he has the upgraded Time Walk. Lovely little time lock stun on all the targets around his jump area.
Yeah, he reached this point in which he also has this refresher orb to work with, so...
One of the best late game carries. Or maybe even the best.
Probably the best, right? When you take into account what you can do in the game. Ultra late game.
There goes your glyph. IG still spread it around the map, trying to cut waves as much as they can. And there are no creeps remaining, but look at the amount of damage that these two have. Maybe the second glyph might be enough to get backdoor protection up and running. So they could potentially even try to save that melee Rax. Oh, hell no. No, you're not getting the chance to save these at all. They just melt. They just melt away. Now backdoor is up, but it's too late.
You can't really... You can't defend this. I feel like in order to maybe even be able to take the fight, it's possible always to outplay if you look at IG's team. Of course, they have like this 5 carry lineup, but they need more items. I feel like Weaver needs this nullifier that he's queuing up into. It could mean a lot, but realistically, it's a rough one.
Yeah, you're gonna need like 4 to 5 items. So basically, your whole team needs a item pretty soon. Try and turn the tide for IG's advantage. Now there's a bit of a push going on in 2 separate areas. The top lane is being pushed in by IG. The mid lane, they're going for the throne here. And are they going to do the same as IG? Okay, throne, base race! It's been a while, but let's see who pulls off this one. There's still a cliff in the Radiant base. They're trying to hold back at the same time inside IG's as they got the Chrono landing on top of the Spirit Breaker, and inside the Radiant base, they finished off the first tier 4 tower. There's almost both towers down inside of IG's base, but it looks like they're not going to be able to make it in time. Monet is in big trouble, and you've already lost the Ancient on the other side of the map, and it's just going to be a couple extra hits. They've got backdoor protection up, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough. As that is going to be the end. Eagles are going to be taking a victory. You know, a little bit of extra excitement. You knew what you were signing yourself up for there, Lizard, at the end.
To be honest, this last plays that they've made even excited my dog. You can hear her maybe barking. Like it's probably the most excitement we've had since the last fight, right? And it's probably the biggest amount that you could have gotten. Any other way, this game probably plays out by Eagles just slowly choking them out and eventually winning anyway. So I respect IG for trying this push. It was
an attempt
was
made.
A pretty solid one. Yeah. An attempt was made, exactly.
Sometimes it's just not enough. However, this was a great game from Eagles. Butterfly Effect, holy damn, I was really impressed by him in this game 1. I just hope that he can give similar performances into game number 2 as well, because I feel like it was a big contributing factor why this game went so well, because Faceless Void isn't the one to make the plays early. He wants the farm, he wants the space, and then he'll help out the team when he's supposed to tune in. You know, you disappear for 20 minutes, and then you show up to help out your team to get some kills. But Magnus was having a great time, and Mercy played a fantastic Shadow Demon as well. I guess there are a lot of small tidbits they did, but I think the main storyline is that they didn't really do any mistakes. But Invictus Gaming, it was plenty of interesting plays happening here and there, and they didn't really corral on their victories. I feel like they were just on a big defeat loss since the early game. You know, losing their economy advantage, maybe losing their composure a bit too. Lizard, I don't know. What do you think?
It's just there's a lot of things, but for me the most important one was Spirit Breaker being realistically a position 4, not being a core for the majority of this game. He did recover, but you never really felt the impact, and they couldn't bridge this gap in which Raid King jumps in, haha, I'm here, chrono me, and then they just don't chrono him, and then it doesn't even matter. That's like the Raid King idea that bugged me a little bit. Like, you can have the hero, you're not gonna chrono him, sure, but is his impact going to matter? It would have if Spirit Breaker had a really good game. Unfortunately, he didn't. If you remember, this was the perfect Raid King game, and it still didn't. It still didn't matter.
It certainly was. But hey, ladies and gents, we're going to take a tiny break for you guys to reset as well, and let's see what happens in game number 2. But all of that after the break.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone so long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Nice voice crack there to start things off for game number 2 of Invictus Gaming versus Eagle. And who would have guessed? IG didn't win game 1. It was Eagle. Eagle took the first game, and very convincingly so as well, which leaves me thinking, is IG up for the task? They definitely didn't look like the IG roster, or at least the player individual skill, as to what I expected them to be. But instead, Eagle, they went over my expectations probably 100-fold. Butterfly effect, give me more of that. Give me more of that, Lizard.
I want more of the good stuff. Like, his Magnus that was some good shit. Like, I hope we see more of it. Like, overall, if you're nothing to say, after that last game, you have a chip on your shoulder, you know, at least for the series. I think if they win this next game, it's gonna be off of him popping off. Like, they need to give him some hero to like they need a statement from him now. They really do.
They definitely do. But hey, the lobby itself, I just wanted to hit you up as well that everybody's gone from the lobby. So we don't have a draft ready yet. We're going to be jumping back into potentially, hopefully, another remake or another setup. So
do I DC from the game? I do, right?
Yes, because there's no one there. There was 0 seconds reserve time for the other team, so that kind of sucks. So that's probably not intended.
I was all alone in the lobby. Feels bad, man.
Well, we're going to find our way, hopefully, back in. Otherwise, I'm just, or we're just not going to get back in. But we're figuring things out and see how things go. Just let me know, at least production guys. I mean, producer probably hearing me right there. Just please notify me if I'm missing out on something, because we'd love to see game 2. But going back to that game number 1, I mean, I'm just basically just looking up stuff about, Monet was unlucky, a couple times. Nothing to say. I'm not sure if that was your nothing to say Spirit Breaker game, because he didn't accomplish much. He didn't get to play the game too much either. We kind of talked about the Wraith King sitting into the draft, that, this is their answer for the rest of the game. But it didn't pan out that way, because they weren't using the chrono until they absolutely found an absolutely perfect spot to use it, right? So they were just holding on and on and on. They tried to kill JT first, and if they got JT out of the way, IG were like, we have to intervene. This is our way to counter the Faceless Void, and we can't do it if the rating's dead.
Yep. All of that was made possible by your boy Butterfly Effect on the Magnus. He solo carried them through that mid game. Offlane, my dog agrees. Dawnbreaker offlane, he did, 1 or 2 really great things, like jumping in a team fight when it was necessary around Roshpit. Like, he saved a couple of who did he save? He saved the Shadow Demon and the Muerta, right?
Yeah.
Like, with a really good ulti, and that kind of turned everything. It allowed for the chrono. It allowed for the RP, like Butterfly Effect, to just be sitting above the rush pit. Like, overall, it all comes down to the fact that Spirit Breaker was crushed on the mid lane, and then they bought Lincoln Spheres to kind of seal the deal. If he had a play before that, he didn't have it. After Lincoln Spheres, I was skeptical about the Lincoln Spheres. I was thinking, maybe because they're buying too many, they won't be able to kill off the Mortling. And now I'm thinking back, remember the first stages, how they lost it?
Yep.
Like, good job to Butterfly Effect. He played out of this mind. But the way that IG played is not something that you come to expect from these players.
Yeah.
You don't expect these mistakes.
And I think some of those mistakes also kind of led to that they're playing a lineup that isn't fully team fight oriented. I feel like lives off of getting a couple pickoffs here and there, opening up the game from that. They can split. They have great map control. They have high mobility. But when they finally clash into a team fight, you got a Void Magnus up against you. They automatically have a better team fight from that perspective. So they didn't really get to play off like this pick-off meta. When they weren't just able to establish that, they were running out of options on how do we approach this game. And that also leads into damage issues. But Boca did the most damage out of the team. Then JT. then Monet. So they didn't get this Morphling online in a game that lasted 45 minutes. They had their support and their offlaner deal more damage than the rest of the team. So I think they're going to address those issues, either draft-wise or execution-wise. I'd say execution-wise, because I feel like the draft had an idea if they were able to snowball, but they weren't able to snowball at all. That's just what I think of it. But, ladies and gents, as you can see, game number 2 is at your doorstep or on your stream.
Finally, the draft. Take us through it, Mr. T Panda. While
You want me to keep on going? Sure.
Yeah,
the
just
dog
keep
is
on going.
barking,
I want to
we
see
are
what's
agreeing.
up with my dog.
Can you bring the dog? You know, we can we can both agree.
I can. Wait, I will. Just one moment.
I mean, if we do get the dog, we might as well just switch over back to our camera overlay to watch Blizzard's dog, for all of you fans out there. But I don't know what they want to do with this draft here, because, you know, Bristleback, Spirit Breaker, I feel like is either of them an actual issue. I feel like the Spirit Breaker could be another option again for IG. I know Nothing to Say loves to play the hero if he gets his hands on it. But we only get to see the Bristleback banned out so far. So still plenty of options open in the pool. They do also have the first pick, so Eagle, again, they get to respond. Like, draft order-wise, people have been saying first pick is fantastic. Why is that? Because you get the best hero that is remaining in the pool for your first pick. You still get the 18th pick. And that is kind of like, you already have 2 out of the 3 phases of this draft basically locked in at that point. So you get 2 counters versus the second pick where, what do we get? Last pick. So I feel like first pick does have a big advantage. And they're going to bring up the Magnus.
Yeah, I guess second pick gets some more bans. That's what you get, like, early on, right? Like, you get to open up by banning a ton of your favorite heroes, but there's so many good heroes at the moment that it doesn't really feel that relevant, you know? Like, you get 1 extra ban, sure, who cares? We're still gonna get... by the way, you see, this is what I'm telling you. The statement pick. This is literally... give me Magnus right now. But at the same time, it can be a bait, like... This Magnus can be played by JT too. He loves his mag, so it could be Nothing to Say, it could also be JT. We'll see. Meanwhile, Eagle, they get Muerta.
Do you feel like same like Muerta already addresses the Magnus here, or is it just Eagle's playbook?
I think the hero is insane. Like, overall, the calling works so well versus... Well, it works well versus anything because it does so many things. And the silence is really damn good versus all of these heroes that like to follow up, that like big AoE ultis.
We got Muerta Tusk. So either one of these has to be... No, wait, it doesn't have to be a core. I think TZ is like one of the only rare players who plays it as a 5 in the safe lane.
Well, it can still be like Muerta 5, Tusk 4, right?
In that case, yeah, because that just reminded me, like, yeah, TZ is like a 5 Muerta player. I'm just so used to seeing the Western meta that Muerta is always 4 or 1.
Yeah, I mean, even in the West, at TI, let's say, Muerta was played on safe lane a lot, as a support to safe lane. It doesn't have to mean that she's a 5, but she starts on the safe lane, and it kind of gets confused with the 5, but whatever. She's not countered this game as hard as Tusk is. Like, I see Grimstroke, I see Dark Willow. This doesn't feel like an easy Tusk game. Does IG have any big combos with Soulbind? Right now they don't, but they have Soulbind versus Snowball, so that's pretty neat. Like, the Tusk's game is a little bit more difficult, the way I see it.
Well, you got the double pick now for Eagle. As they've got the Muerta Tusk, as they have to match up against the Grimstroke and the Willow. I mean, the Grimstroke already sits in nicely with the Magnus already throughout almost every phase of the game. You got people clumped up close to each other. Magnus gets more out of the cleave and his AoE abilities. Kind of the same thing for the Willow. Soulbind. You don't have a direct Soulbind combo, but I don't think you're looking at Grimstroke's ulti. I feel like his Ink Swell is literally the ulti on this hero.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I feel sometimes even the Phantom's Embrace is super damn annoying, but Think Swell is probably the most important part,
Yeah.
right? Like you can combo it with so many things. Like
And
you
hard
use
to
it on
spell.
Magnus and hard to spell, yeah. Like you get that shard that does wonders.
Like
I
how
see
you
your
only
point.
have 3 heroes with a basic ability. Well, maybe even 2 heroes with a basic ability that has a hard to spell. Those are Elsie and Abaddon. And then you have the Oracle with his ult. But those are like your go-tos when you need a hard to spell versus stuns and crowd control. So Grimstroke it feels like it's much better than any of those heroes.
But you know what you hate when you have these two squishies on the sidelines as a support? As supports, you hate playing into heroes that get on top of you very easily. And
Assassins.
Assassins and Spectre is, yeah, basically one of the best ones. Spectre is also amazing versus heroes that need to initiate with a blink, such as Magnus. Because the way the fight goes is you pop that ulti on Spectre, and then someone like Magnus or Axe is instantly, like his positioning is given away. He can't blink because he's getting hit as well. So overall, I do like the Spectre pick. The hero rose in popularity quite a lot at TI. Then she kind of fell off by the end of it, but I still think that this is a pretty good game for her.
Yeah.
And the Necro, by the way. I don't know. I feel like Eagle, they're drafting more to the TI meta than IGR. IGR kind of just doing their own thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Necro,
mean, you have Los Pollos Muerta, you have the Fisherman Tusk, you have Professor Necrophos, and you have Inspector Spectre. So what can you do?
Let's see. They don't have a support to pick into Necro, which is like something that they would probably enjoy. You know, like picking some Oracle or something like that. So this Necro right now feels like he's having a great game. Like Necro into Magnus most likely. What you can do on IG right now is put Mag on offlane with Dark Willow. It's a strong lane even into Spectre, and then pick something that actually does well versus Necro on the mid lane. What do you pick on the mid lane versus Necro is goddamn, like anything with a purge, anything that doesn't care about his spam. So usually it's long range heroes, but he has a Tusk, so you gotta be careful. Maybe a Quap, maybe, not sure. But what do you pick for nothing to say here? Like Lina sounds good on paper, but you're playing into Spectre as well, like, and into Tusk. I feel like I've seen that matchup as well, where Lina actually lost. Even though I don't know how that's possible, but
I mean, I honestly feel like nothing to say is more like looking at the Magnus for the mid lane, no matter what. It would make sense to maybe swap it to a range hero that could face up against the Necrophos in the mid lane better.
yeah, I think.
And
Look,
that's what they did. You were right.
yeah, they had to, because if he just got crushed game one in a bad matchup. If you're giving him another game in which he's in a bad matchup and he gets crushed again, like, you're gonna lose this game 15 minutes in just due to tilt. So probably for the best. Yeah. Plus the matchup is obnoxious. Like, you just don't want to play into Necro as Mag. As Puck, I guess it's a bit easier. Like, you have ways of you out right click him. You can dodge that pulse. But I've seen this matchup. Maybe even Quinn play it, and I saw him win with Necro. So it again comes down to maybe the hero is just way too strong at the moment for to be countered this easily. Maybe you need something else, something extra.
Well, you're gonna want to get benefit out of your Reaper sites, at least with this Necrophos, and the main target is the Magnus, to drop it on top. There's no save on the side of IG to save this Magnus if he does get hit by the Necro ulti. And of course, you've already talked about Spectre being the backline assassin. So any type of silence could really be some kryptonite for this Puck. You already got the calling, You could also build into an Orchid / Bloodthorn at some point for the Spectre if you feel like you want to take that route. Wouldn't be the first time we see something like pop your Shadow Step into Orchid. It used to be the man, what was his old ult again? The AoE? Because I'm now used to calling Shadow Step. Haunt.
From who?
Yeah, Haunt. That was the one. So you just haunt the whole team, and you find someone who can't fight against an Orchid. You silence them up, you slowly kill them, and they basically you always get a pick off for yourself. But now that you have the Shadow Step, and I think it has changed too much. And TB doesn't care about the Spectre too much, at least. It's going to take a very long time until this Spectre starts feeling a threat for the Terrorblade.
Do you like that Haunt is now like Nags, or?
It kind of feels like you don't want to buy it anymore. It feels like it's a luxury item that you get at some point of the game, and that's just gifting your Roche Ags for the Spectre. Maybe Haunt was too strong. I don't know.
No, I see your point. I think in games in which, like you talked about before, in which you have these like Magnuses and stuff, the Haunt can come in handy. Like you get on top of him, you give vision. But yeah, overall they finalized their draft with Visage. Magnus can be a bit of an issue for Visage, but overall I feel like this is a really easy game for him. This is an obnoxious game for IG once again to play. You're gonna have this Necro plus Visage. Just truth be told, they need to play a different kind of a game on Eagle.
Yeah, you definitely need to change a couple things on the side of Eagle, for sure. It's not your high tempo coming from your mid lane this time. Necrophos works very differently. You're more reliant on cooldowns this game, above of this kind of death ball, snowball ideology that you had in game 1, which you were able to execute because Magnus already packs a punch. He has great initiation for single pickoffs, and then you have your ulti for either a high priority target or team fight. So now you can't quite do that on Necro. You can poke and, make them weaker and weaker. Spectre pops in, but when Spectre does commit, then your whole team also needs to commit. But how much mobility do you see on the side of Eagle? At least in the early game, it's just Shadow Step on top, and you've got to hope Snowball's already on the way.
Yeah, the mobility aspect is maybe a little bit lacking, but the way the Visage works, the way the Necro work as heroes, it's like they want to be on your ass 24/7, right? And you're buying travels on Necro very early on. You have birds to travel to. I feel that they can take towers and they can force fights very easily. At the same time, the team fight from IG, if Magnus has a good game, if JT has a good game, if Puck is able to slow them down a little bit, this TB can take over.
Well. As we go into game number 2, this is a big chance for Eagles, or the Eagle team, to advance to the next round of this upper bracket, and that would be a huge storyline for this team. I don't think there were big expectations for this team, potentially. I feel like Eagles' roster has shown promise, but still unproved. Maybe Butterfly Effect is already showing that this guy is ready for the big stage, but you got to earn that spot, and you're going to be playing up against the Team 0 or Team Trust, either one, the winner out of that series. You go down to the lower bracket. Well, it's a round 1 lower bracket, so that means, 1, 2, 3, 4. You need to win 5 series to qualify, and that is included the grand finals. But I'm sure we're going to see a bloodbath for this one as JT, the off-lane Magnus, to drop first, but they do get something. No, they don't get anything in return. It's just 2 kills for Eagles. They also got the Willow on top, and the bounty runes. Looks like they're going to be split 2 for 2 or 3 for 1, but that's a win for Eagles.
Oh, that's a huge win. By the way, this bottom lane, you just have to, if you're Invictus Gaming, you just need to survive until you get raindrops. Because these two, like Visage Tusk, that's obnoxious. Like, this lane is a kill lane. it can be really difficult to play as a Terrorblade. Like you have 500 HP, Soul Assumption hits you for I don't know, half of your pool pretty much. So you need that raindrop ASAP.
I wonder what my boy.
Never mind, he's gonna die instead.
Oh, he's very low on armor with this hero, so TB does enjoy his right clicks, and Xnova is going to be the one to secure this kill. Mercy does reply a couple hits onto Monet with that level 1 tag team. I wonder what our Chinese expert, I know you are one as well, but our good buddy Snare also thinks about this. IG down game 1 against the Eagles, and not really showing too much promise in game number 1 either, so they probably had to, the classic wash your face, get yourself ready for game number 2, try to turn the series around.
Yeah, I mean, they did manage. This is a huge kill, by the way, down bottom, so they kind of recovered after 2 kills, I would say. I was afraid for them. No, for sure. It's a big deal.
It's a big deal for sure. It's just that Visage
Mercy
along. Well, they've got Metamorph. I think they got this one. No, they don't have the attack speed for it. He's out. So he's going to TP away. Speed. Metamorph used for that one. Visage, alongside with Sanking and Rubik, have always been the big lane counters for TB, because he doesn't have the HP pool to stand against magical attacks. Talking about magical attacks, that's a Spectre dead.
Yeah, wasn't really a magical attack, but Magnus and Dark Willow, they carry a punch as well, right? Like, it's a strong one. They pack it. Like, I remember when Mag started being picked on offlane quite a lot, it was Rubik and it was Dark Willow constantly paired, right? Because they just hit very fast, and back in the day it was Empower too, but it doesn't matter. They managed to kill the Spectre. That's what's important.
That's all that matters. 2 kills apiece for both teams. CS still somewhat evenly divided. Visage hasn't been able to get a lot of soul assumption stacks, and that kind of sucks when you have a Tusk in your lane as well, that you can't get to spam your big nuke. I mean, it's 210 damage at level 1. Literally at level 1. So you want to utilize it as much as possible, but you don't want to just waste it with 2 charges or less, especially against the TB, who does have semi-high regeneration.
He's already getting a raindrop. Honestly, I didn't really mention this, but this lane, by Visage dying that early on, was slightly ruined. Like, this lane is supposed to be, we're forcing your meta and we're killing you through the meta, we're forcing you out of the lane. But
while top lane, they've got a bigger battle going here, pushing the Spectre away, but the calling is the big difference maker. Again, Baboka won't be able to throw all of his abilities straight on top of the Spectre, but he's already died once. They want to achieve it again.
They tried. Yep.
They tried. An attempt was made.
Yeah. I'm wondering, where are we gonna see the next kill? Like, mid lane is very silent at the moment. How's the last hit department, by the way? Same, right?
It's still very even on all ends. A couple denies being racked up by the Magnus and the Necrophos, but outside of that, nothing out of the ordinary. You got Metamorph of cooldown now for the TB, so if Xnova recognizes a moment, that could probably be another tool to attempt a kill. Problem is with Tusk getting levels, he also gains a lot of extra armor, because he has very high agi gain. So Tusk can be a bit of an annoying hero to try and kill. Also the Necrophos, you can see butterfly effect. He's keeping Nothing to Say low enough to get that surprise level 6, but you gotta have fast fingers on the side of Puck to prevent him from getting that. So he's probably counting creeps in his head, like how many that's gonna take, but Xnova might be the one to drop in the bottom lane as he's just being pummeled away by the Visage and the Tusk, and they find success on the side of Eagles.
Yeah, if he's out of position, he dies. If they manage to Inkswell the TB and they manage to get close to Visage, maybe they can kill him, but the other team is most certainly dead if you're caught out of position.
And talking about being soft, Puck had to go all the way back home, and he's just going to teleport straight back to mid. He needs that level 6, but Necro's going to have it. Necro's already level 6 in the mid lane. So he can start working his magic on Nothing to Say. That kind of hurts the Puck to have, you know, you had to leave that lane because of the threat of the Necrophos the whole time. Because Butterfly Effect knows exactly, if he just gets his ult on top of him, he will die. And Puck, you only count numbers in your head, how many creeps are remaining until he hits level 6, so...
Yeah. No, for Puck, like, up to this point, it was kind of maybe easier to stay in the lane and defend. After this point, after level 6 from Necro, becomes way harder because you can't just play around being 50-30% HP. Maybe a quick rotation somewhere would be nice, but usually how you want to do it, you want to push out the lane and then, but you can't push out the lane if Butterfly Effect is healing it constantly. Can't even nuke it down.
X-Nova spelled it out as Mercy. He does still have some remnants of his DD rune, but there's an instant Metamorph coming out, and Boboka also rotating to the bottom lane. Tusk snowballing himself away, trying to buy some time to escape. That stun is going to connect on Monet. He wants this kill, and he might just be able to get it. No, he can't! Monet turned around a bit too early, and this Tusk is going to be able to walk out, but that Shadow Realm, is it going to be enough? No, the Shard Block pushes him away, and Butterfly Effect is now TPing, and IG missing out on 2 separate occasions for the kill, and Butterfly Effect going to get hit by the first root, still chasing Boboka. This might be his first Death Pulse, sorry, not Death Pulse, Reaper Scythe kill.
Yeah, there's
the Willow. Oh, Mercy's even here to join the hunt.
They know he's still around. They're gonna get him, it looks like. He never mind.
Beautiful moves, Boboka.
I mean, why? Yeah.
Nice
he could go right or he could go left, right? He
Yeah.
chose left, didn't work.
And he was right.
Yeah, and he was right, exactly. One big winner is Nothing to Say, you know? Like, he finally got some free time on the mid lane. He managed to farm up a bit. He's like, I don't know what you guys did, but keep doing more of that.
Well, that is going to help him out a bit, but net worth is looking very even for everyone. Visage still on top, but that's kind of expected. You need to be high on net worth in the 6 to 10 minute time period on this Visage. If you're not high on net worth, then you are in for a very rocky game, because the hero kind of, it falls into this void, right? He needs so much farm, so many items, and especially he needs to get to like level 10, level 12 as soon as possible for his talent to kick in, for the extra damage for the Visage familiars, and then getting the level 2 familiars. Then you actually start to do something for the team. So you have strong early game. Then after the laning stage ends, you're useless. And then you get another power spike after that, where you're super scary. You do a lot of damage. You can push objectives. You get vision for the team.
It's an interesting hero. It's got changed so many times when it comes to
Nova
power
might be
spikes.
dead here. Mercy. They've got the Shadow Step for the vision. Grimstroke has Inkswell on top of him, but he's going to get pummeled down with the level 2 tag team. And Boboka might be another one. JT coming in to intervene. RP does connect onto the Spectre. Here comes TV Monet. He's got the Metamorph up and running. Spectre has to run, but he does have the Spectral Dagger, able to juke around the trees, and they've used technically 2 ults here. Metamorph, you could say that's one big ultimate used, but at least they can get a tower with it.
Yeah, but you're trading. Like, Necro is pushing mid, Visage is pushing bottom. You used RP, used TB ult, Metamorphosis, that is, like... I don't know, that RP, it wasn't gonna work. Like, you just don't have the control afterwards to kill the Spectre, but yeah, an attempt was made, I guess. I guess if you're Eagle, you're happy. Eagles, you're happy with this. Your Visage got a Solar Crest now completed. It will fly out to him very soon.
Yeah, that's going to help him at least tune in with the team a bit earlier on. If you start to look at the other big expensive items, he's going to be out for several minutes. So at least if you have Medallion, you can do something. But when you have Solar Crest, you're going to help a lot more.
No, this is perfect for him. Like, a Solar Crest together with the travels on Necro, I expect them to be making a ton of plays right now, and that RP, not having it, it might be the reason you're losing tier 1 mid. Because they're just not afraid, they can do whatever they want to.
Yeah, Shang Yu on the Visage, still topping net worth here, 5,500, almost 5,600 now. Above everybody else. JT's Magnus, of course, we played it in the off lane compared to the mid Magnus that Butterfly Effect had last game. Obviously not going to be that high on net worth, but, you know, keeping up a good pace. Considering he did die very, very early on in this game. Hasn't really stopped him.
Like, one thing that I'm seeing right now is Mag has 2.1k gold. He's skewed up both Echo and Blink. Now I'm thinking...
I think he wants Blink.
But the problem is, like, it's a double-edged sword no matter what you pick. If you pick Echo, they might take all your objectives. If you pick Blink and you don't use it, he's buying Blink. Yeah, but now it needs to work.
Well,
like, you need to get some
you gotta make it work. Exactly. It has to work out, and they're targeting a Tusk with one ulti. So they're gonna be able to take down Mercy. And there's nobody else to be found, so he's just gonna chill in the trees. And I would say smoke, and that's exactly what they do. You found a pick off bottom, you instantly smoke towards mid. Sadly, there's no T1 tower, so I think they might just go straight to the triangle, where Mr. Shang Yu.
Yeah, they know where he is. And they have Blink, he should be caught here.
And that's going to be another kill going their way. They've got Tusk TPing in, but it's going to be too late.
And no, not even an RP used, so... I would say that Blink is already value, right?
Yep.
Get Visage and a tower.
So an objective for IG. That will be the second tower for them to claim. They've only lost one, and that was also in the bottom lane. At mid... Sorry, they have lost the mid tower. I'll take my words back. But, you know, double stack of Ancients. It's not huge, but something. At least they can farm it, because they have the Magnus.
Yeah, I feel these last two kills on the Tusk and on the Visage were pretty huge for the state of the game.
What I like about this is they're letting JT take all the last hits. It's not like your mid squeezes in between. It's like, I want these. They're really trying to get that Echo Saber on him as fast as possible.
Yeah, he's the one that needs farm after buying the Blink, so
yeah.
You make sure that he gets most of it in these engagements. They want to go on TB, but JT still has RP.
And they're ready for this one as well. Terrorize is being loaded up and not sent in yet. Sunder's available too. Soulbind connected on 2 as well. Shang Yu on the Visage will get a couple big pokes in, but there's the Sunder. And Spectre, to the RP. He was waiting for that one, but he couldn't get the kill on time. Never mind, they still get a 2-for-1. Nothing to say, will clean out 2 kills for himself and force the rest of Eagles away. And that is just JT Magnus traded off for that. So exactly how they wanted to play out. Monet surprisingly tanky. And then they finally get the Sunder off on the Spectre. Spectre walks away, and Magnus is like, my time has come.
Yeah, it was pretty perfect. Like, he had to wait. Like, he was very patient with Mag, even though he had Inkswell on him. He didn't jump in. He couldn't jump in because of the calling. The moment the calling is gone, he finds the right target, goes in. Nicely done. Very, very, very nicely done. Also the fact that they set up on the right side of the enemy tier 1 tower on the mid lane. So TB could just run that way. You know, like...
Yep.
Eagle, they went around, and the idea is usually good, but not when the enemy team is on your side already hiding. Some
An
really
important
nice
one
plays.
for IG, yeah. Very important as well. For the Puck, too, who has kind of been kill deprived this game, and now nothing to say with a double kill, much closer to getting his Blink. So we have 2 Blinks now up for IG, and we kind of discussed about the mobility, that it's much better on the side of IG compared to Eagles.
Yeah, well, for sure. On Eagles, like, what do you need? You eventually, when you look at Visage, he has Solar, he's buying a pipe, then Eggs, but you see the next 2 items after Eggs, that's where fun starts for Visage. This is what he needs. I feel like maybe even rushing at this game would have been better. Just going Eggs Hex.
Eggs
You
Hex,
fly, yeah, you fly around, you hex the puck. Mid lane, Mercy, he's dead.
Yep, he's dead. He is done for. But I agree. I feel like maybe the Aghanims on the Visage would allow much more playmaking capability for Shang Yu.
Yeah. It definitely would. Even just scouting the puck would be massive for them.
Well, TZ turns around, popping his ulti right away on top of the Grimstroke, so they're gonna get themselves a Reaper Sight stack, but nothing to say. Blinking in with the Inkswell stun. That's a combo that will always work. You have Inkswell to pop on your hero, and then you just blink on the target you want to kill. Nice attempt from Shang Yu trying to drop the gargoyles, or the gargoyle stuns. Didn't quite catch the puck. Puck can be really annoying to catch with this lineup until you have the right items for it.
I haven't heard someone call them gargoyles in
And I was also
forever.
thinking about it as well, because like familiars, gargoyles, but RP.
JT. Yeah, that was
Just an RP.
yeah, just a doo-doo RP right there. What were you saying about gargoyles?
Basically, you know, like the stone form stun. I've never really called it. I've just called it like birds landing, and I've kind of always like gargoyle stun. So, I know I talked about familiars a lot. I've played Visage a plenty amount as well, or a healthy amount. But for some reason, the stone form has always felt like a gargoyle stun to me. But I can't pronounce that word properly. I apologize for my English. Gargoyle.
Gargoyle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I played it an unhealthy amount, and it was always stone form because they were gargoyles, right? Like in
they were.
Warcraft. Yeah. And they had that stone form.
Back in the day,
Yep.
poor gargoyles. Meanwhile, under the tier 2 tower, there's a bit of action going. IG finding kill after kill, and they're really steamrolling now.
Yeah, it's just. I feel that their lineup it has more flair to it, you know. Like you jump in with the puck, you jump with mag, you disposition the targets. You have so many tools to dive to make plays happen. Meanwhile, Eagles, until this Hex eggs on Visage, you're just so telegraphed. There's literally not a play that you can make on the map that's gonna that's gonna catch IG out.
Yeah.
They should know every move that you are making. Even the smoked ones should be very very obvious.
Well, that's an interesting one. That was a What's a Willow courier trying to deliver an item for one of the gargoyles? I don't know why that was going on, but you know, those things happen. You're wondering, where's my courier? Dude, where's my car? And suddenly you don't have a car.
Yeah. He wanted to make new friends. He saw another two flying things. He flew to the flock.
Yeah, flew to the flock. Yeah. You came to the wrong neighbor. Oh, that's a good meme. Remember where that one's from?
happened, but by the way, I remember. But what
You
I
picked the wrong house, fool.
My couriers are doing some strange stuff as well. Like very often they just fly out. I mean,
You think
they don't
that's
do it.
AI that has their mind of their own?
I think it's not AI, it's just me being bad and selecting him during the fight, mashing buttons.
Well, mashing buttons, nothing to say. Able to get the phase shift off just perfectly, but his spells are on cooldown, and it's just not going to be enough versus 4. So a very big pick-off again for Butterfly Effect. Stack number 3 of Reaper Scythe.
By the way, I was talking about the Visage and the Ags and the Hex. There's also one thing that I should have probably mentioned, and that's Blink on Tusk. Like, Blink on Tusk activates them a little bit. Like
It does, yeah.
It's not super easy, but it becomes easier to start
Oh,
fights.
Shang Yu. Gonna get targeted by JT with the instant blink, stun with the Inkswell.
Oh, he's got shards, he's got shards.
Oh, he got extras! He got extras on top of it as well! Oh, no! Oh, one extra bird, and of course, almost the Tusk dying too. That would have been fantastic, you know. Tusk was blinking in to try to snowball save, and what does Grimstroke do? I press E, and it launches the stun on top of him.
Yeah, it was. I completely respect Mercy for trying to do that because why was Visage so deep or seemingly out of position? Because he had his shard flying out, so it was kind of a soft bait. The shard is flying out. If they jump me, I'll probably be able to stone for myself as well.
Lizard.
Yeah.
There's a wizard room in the middle of the river at the mid lane. I'm so triggered. Someone's not picking it up.
The last game had another item in the river too. It isn't the first time. Last item had. What's the name of the gyrocopter neutral item? The flak cannon one.
Oh, the specialist's array.
Specialist array, yeah. That one was in the river for the last game as well. I don't know.
Maybe there's some item baiting going on. I guess they don't need them anymore. I mean, when you get tier 3s, tier 4s, and it's something like it's gonna get upgraded anyway, they just randomly drop it on the ground somewhere.
Yeah, it's faster than sending it, but at the same time, they're littering, and I can't support this kind of behavior.
I can't even.
I think that they should be educated. I think we need to force teams that litter, like we need to force them to watch a 45-minute.
Do you think kids these days want to watch 45-minute videos, no cap, for real, for real?
Exactly. That's gonna fry their brain.
That was probably one of the worst smoke attempts because they sent a TB illusion first. Its smoke popped in front of the Muerta, and they're just moving away on the side of Eagles. I don't know what the idea was with that, but that TB illusion just ruined everything. Well, they might still get their chance because Spectre's sticking around. JT's gonna miss his spells. Visage already popping that gargoyle stun. At the same time, Shadow Step on X-Nova. They got the RP onto the backline as well. They're going to be dropping low with the Tusk, still surviving somehow. But the fear on multiple heroes. And Butterfly Effect also forced away as they finished off the Spectre. They finished off the Tusk. And now, nothing to say, just bullying them at the front there with that blink. So they won't be able to retaliate at all. That just happened.
Even with them seeing the RP coming and everything, it still doesn't matter. There was a BKB on Magnus, so... The calling, it's still strong, but you can play around it. They still get a lot of heroes in the RP. Spectre is still dying very often, like 3 times now in 3 fights that I've seen.
And the Tusk is trying to save him, but he's either getting hit by the Inkswell stun when he blinks in, because the Grimstroke is ready for him, or this time he also got hit by the Fear, and they had the RP, so... Mercy's trying his best, but... IG is now playing at the level they were probably supposed or expected to play in game number 1. So they've finally woken up. But nothing to say. As soon as I say that, Puck gets the attention of their opponents. They're going to be able to move out. Ukiyo does reality in, but not going to go in.
I think also that it's not only about Inkswell and the Fear. It's just when you go on a target like that, when you RP someone, you just use Soulbind and that's it. Tusk is kind of done when it comes to saving. He can't just jump in and snowball.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Done deal. Alright, Baboka.
He thought he was safe in Shadow Realm.
Yeah, Tormentors, they thrive in darkness. While one team is taking a Tormentor, the other is taking Roshan number 1. We've seen this one happen before earlier today as well. I think it was Ignite who was able to get the first Roshan, but it's a farming Aegis. In this case, actually, when you think about it, it's the RP that's mostly killing him, and the control that follows. So I feel like they could actually fight with this Aegis, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I feel that way too. They just need to find a way to kill TB. Like, so far, the way they fight is they try to kill everyone else off and ignore the TB, but I don't think that's an option any longer. This man is dishing out way too much damage. Skadi BKB, like, he's already entering God mode.
See how far they want to stretch this game out on the side of Eagles, because you still got a pretty good late game lineup. Like, of course, there's some scary abilities, teamfight ultis, Willow scaling, Magnus scaling, even Puck these days scaling. you've also got the Dark Portrait, which could be very handy coming out from a Spectre illusion. It does right-click pretty fast.
No, it's all good. Like, you're getting a Spectre illusion, one of the better illusions in the game to get. But for me,
They see
the
him.
man of the
They catch him on time. Yes, they do. They got the ward placed in front of the tower, and there goes Ukiyo.
He's got Aegis.
And that's the Aegis, yeah. They used RP for it, so maybe there's a chance for Eagles to reply and respond, but they're going to go back on the Spectre again. The Fear on the other side, they're so close to finishing him off. A couple more hits, Monet. He's got this one, but they're sniping the backline. They've lost JT, and Shang Yi is trying to do the work that he's supposed to do on this Visage. He finishes off one. Reaper Scythe on Monet, and they're losing heroes, nothing to say. And Baboka, he's the one to TP away. And they've left nothing to say all by himself. A bit of a juke there with the orb, and I think he's going to be fine leaving this place with his blink.
Yeah, I love how everyone thought that he's gonna go in for the kill. You know, no one expected him to run. Yeah, it's nothing to say. He's gonna go in, but no, this fight looked way better for Eagles than I expected. Like, they managed to kill off the Spectre twice, but still, Eagles, they 4 versus 5, they take a good fight.
Yeah.
Albeit no RP, no BKB on TB, but still very nicely done. One hero that I wanted before the teamfight started, one hero to look out for later on is this Necro. Like, no one, people do, but sometimes they don't mention him. Like, once he gets this Egg's heart, that's gonna hurt. That damage becomes stupid. Like, Heartstopper Aura Health Decay increased by 60% of Necro's current health. So,
Yeah.
60% of which he's going to be sitting on, what, 3.1k? It's quite a bit. It's quite a lot of DPS. Plus Radiance, by the way, from Spectre.
Yeah, that as well. So it's definitely the... it's not even sustained damage, it's burst at that point. Your HP pools are going to be dropping rapidly when he's around in those fights.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's more of a burst. Yeah, it's more of a burst than anything else.
Yeah, so you can't prolong these fights for too long. Until this stage, you could still be like, hey, we just built Silver Edge and Spectre Dispersion doesn't work, but Necrophos Ags is going to change this game into a completely different level. So they might even have to start prioritizing the Necro instead of jumping the Spectre first. But yeah, that last team fight, going back to the picking up the Aegis, if they didn't have the Aegis, they wouldn't have been able to counter-initiate. This time they were. But we're back to even scales again.
Just one thing. Health regeneration. I just need to correct that. Not
That's
actual
fine.
health. Necro,
And
jumping
they're
him.
doing exactly that. They're just going to jump him right away. And
Never mind.
It's like, we lost... I don't even know how to put this one, but...
Never mind, we were talking about the Necro, but
Necro
now
has
they're just-
Ags. Oh, no! Anyway.
Anyway, we can just kill him.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have the Ags yet, so that's going to open up a lot of Rax and IG. They're still happy with how this game is going. Nothing has changed. They're still dominating this one. And they've also got the Silver Edge we talked about versus the Spectre. It's on its way with the Shadow Blade now ready on the TP. Monet with a good farming pace. And a triple core net worth lead. This is unfortunately how I often see Visage lineups work these days. That it just feels like the hero just doesn't do anything for a very long time.
No, I agree completely. Yep. He's just very slow at some point. Like, he does have a hex completed, by the way, so it will be a little bit of a help.
I just wish he had that Ags, you know. I wish he had more farm, but there hasn't been time to farm because IG's just been ready to fight. But it is what it is. Stellar laning stage, but what can you do? It's just a Visage. Also, one reason why me, as a big an Enigma enjoyer, the hero's just shit. The hero's just useless now.
Well, not necessarily. We've seen some really good position 5 players play that Enigma, right?
Plus 5
Win.
Enigmas.
Yeah, nothing to say. There's a hex.
Ooh, there we go. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. All right.
It does.
Again,
yeah,
retaliation on the puck.
It does change the game completely, but That's a smoke, right? Like you need something else but the smoke. You need the nags. You need a blink, a shadow blade. You need something on this visage to make that more common, like easier.
Also, some pretty interesting talent still to come up for the Necrophos, especially that level 25 Heartstopper aura damage increase. That even if it's 0.5%, but everything, everything added up together. That Ags buff, the 25 talent. Ooh, there's so many good things going their way still on the side of Eagles. It does give them that extra scaling.
Detect language to English. Wait, I'm translating what he wrote. Camera.
Okay.
Camera.
We learned a new
That's
word.
what-
Do you know how to pronounce that?
How to pronounce what?
Camera.
Camera. Mercy's camera isn't working, I guess. That's all.
Right. I'm just asking, like, do you know how to pronounce camera in Chinese? But
Sure. I will not attempt though. No, I just use the camera translate. I don't even know how to write that. I did try, by the way.
Now is the time to learn.
I had a good 3 months of Chinese Duolingo like a few years ago, just for fun. Wanted to.
So camera
crack
is
at
apparently Xiangqi, something like that.
I'm sure if we pronounced it, it's wrong as hell.
Probably is. I don't unfortunately know any Chinese or Korean or Japanese. I'm very bad with those languages, but translate tells me Xiangqi.
Yeah, I do like the way they pronounce things. I'm gonna butcher it, obviously, but they have these subtle tones with he. Like I really like it.
But it is not problem for us. Lizard?
Yes, my friend.
Yes, my bratan. We are perfectly
Yes.
ready for this game.
You sound like a. You don't. I wouldn't put you as a Russian accent, but I would put you as some villain in some cartoon. When you talk like that.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
oh yes. Yeah, it definitely is one of those movie Slavic accents for sure. But the game continues.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's crazy when I see a lot of like Russian characters in movies, right? Like they're usually acted by some like Balkan boys, Bosnians, Serbs, whatever.
Balkan boys.
Yeah, we have thicker accents apparently. It's
Well,
more.
In a way, I mean, you and Lacoste and wait, is there any other like Serbian, Croatian Dota talent?
No.
So it's just
me
you
him,
and
yeah.
Lacoste.
JT,
Well,
he's in.
Well, he's got Mercy,
Nice heals.
and Necro just got Ags, but he's not going to be there in time to help out the Tusk. But
He's
look
in.
at that damage. He's already building up a lot. Are they going to get him out of the way, though? They finished off the Spectre, and they're close to getting the Necrophos, and yeah, that's it. I was getting hyped for a second. He did do a lot of damage by just existing, but they're just dying one by one.
That was probably the worst way they could have taken that fight. They go in with the Spectre and they follow up by Necro, and
They're all dead, and they're
It's-
just going to go throne now.
all right. I mean, this is call it more or less. We're coming up to that point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they don't care about racks. They're just gonna go for the tier 4 towers at this point. They don't have much to defend with, so GG, we are going to game number 3 as IG are gonna tie this one up. A bit anticlimactic to end things off. We were kind of hyping up this Necrophos. I was gonna be building up, getting stronger, but this is what we got. This is what we got. We got IG playing their top game and really punishing Eagle here.
Yeah, I have to say that Eagle, they did still show some promise. I feel that if they had something different than a Visage on the offlane, the game would have been much, much easier for them. Or maybe if the Visage itemized a little bit differently, like we were talking about Jags, Hex. I feel like the offlaners, they need to be more active right now. You can't have these, like Visage, what does he do? If he buys this pipe and stuff, he wants to be constantly with his teammates taking towers. The map is way too big for that right now. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, you gotta
But
find kills above
yeah,
towers.
yeah. No, overall, what this game did prove to me is, okay, Eagle, they Eagles, they still need to play flawlessly to win versus IG. They really have to step it up. They can't play like this. But it also shows me that game one wasn't a fluke. It wasn't something where they just crushed one lane and they rolled with it. Like sometimes it happens. You lose your mid and like you get out drafted a bit. There's nothing you can do. No, I think Eagles are actually on par with IG at the moment. Maybe slightly lesser of a team, but the margins are very thin.
At least you have one star player in the team, Butterfly Effect, and I hope that they still get to make plays around the map with Butterfly Effect getting himself into a good start for the game. But who knows what's going to happen? We've now seen the best of both of these two teams, but this last one is going to be deciding who gets to continue in the upper bracket, who drops into the lower. Game number 3 after the break.
The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
And here we go once again. Welcome back, ladies and gents, as we go into the third game of our second series. And of course, a reminder for all of you people, we still have a third best of three after this one, and then we're done for the Chinese close qualifiers first day. That is scheduled to start in about 1.5 hours, so the break's going to be obviously a lot shorter than for all of you people who've been watching since the early morning from our first series. So, Lizard, take us away.
Do we know what the last series is? Like, who the last teams?
Let me check. So, do we know that matchup already? We should have Ignite versus Go Along. So the lower bracket first round, first series. Ignite versus Go Along.
Okay. Gonna be a easy one for Go Along, I guess, but I'm not sure anymore.
Let's see if the viewers are ignited for that one.
Remember T1 and Ignite meme? that was... I think this team was made to honor... who was it? Whitemon, to honor Whitemon.
Yes, Whitemon.
Yeah. Anyways, we got some Shadow Demon Spirit Breaker, Team Spirit Breaker for IG. But Magnus is banned out. They won't be able to counter him that way.
Is it game one all over again?
Well, no Magnus. We'll see if they manage to. We'll see if they manage to mess up Spirit Breaker in a different way.
I'm also curious.
No as well.
Why did they ban Magnus if they didn't pick it themselves next? I think they probably just want another support to start things off with and leave the draft open. I guess that's the idea behind it. Or a flex pick. Why don't you just second pick Magnus and be like, GG?
Because they had 4 bans. Magnus is still the first phase ban. So they couldn't leave it in. IG could have picked it.
Oh, right, true. You're absolutely right about that. Always keep forgetting the 3-4 ban system.
It is weird, kinda. I don't know as well, 3-4 ban system.
I mean, we went so long with you had either 1 each, or 2 each, or 3 each. Never like odd pairs, like 3-4. So
yeah, it does make sense though. If you're, it's kind of an attempt to nerf first pick, right? But then again, it's just weird.
You're still gonna get to pick the next broken hero that's still remaining in the pool.
Yeah, exactly.
But we have Centaur.
Still not going to be easy. Yeah.
That hero is busted strong. It's strong.
Yeah. And they need to. If you're IG right now, you can go for something like a Kunkka. You can go for something like well, Mars is dead. You're not going to go for that, but Kunkka seems solid. Like you get that X marks the spot into Centaur. You get another tanky boy. Water Park into Stampede is also very nice. You can also go a different route, like protect this Phoenix in a different way. Like some Beastmaster that's not really played, but solid with Phoenix, Tide Hunters and whatnot. I do like the Phoenix.
A Snapfire counter. Silencer is the only thing that comes to mind. Like,
oh, Nyx Assassin, right? Stuff like that, but
yeah, actually true. Nyx Assassin could work because I've always like you see someone pick Snapfire, they pick Silencer because you just snap.
But
broke your ult.
Yeah, you're thinking they might pick Snapfire so that they counter it with something. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That instead of the Furion pick, they could have considered going Silencer to protect the Phoenix so that they don't go for Snapfire. So it's kind of like a block pick.
No, you can still put the egg in roots, right? Like you can put it in the trees, hide it. There's always that.
Hide the egg.
Hide the egg. Yeah, no one knows what's gonna happen. But it's. I still like the Prophet. I think the hero is still pretty damn busted. So you get that root once the axe is there. So you have another way of dealing with the Stampede.
Does it actually work that way? Because when you pop Supernova, it's kind of like the like Mars ultis and stuff that it just breaks the trees in
you can hide it.
But you can
can
still
hide
hide
it.
it with Sprout. Okay.
Yeah, you can hide it afterwards. Like it's gonna break the trees, but you can put trees afterwards around.
Right. So it's not a constant tree breaking AoE effect. Okay.
I'm like 99% sure it isn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We get ourselves a Nature's Prophet. I feel this hero was banned so many times I forgot it even existed. You know, it's just one of those. It's like Chaos Knight in a couple of weeks. People are gonna be like, wait, is this hero still good? Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah, Chaos Knight got buffed a lot, so that hero is definitely good. Although I think
he's the
almost,
most broken. He's the
Yeah,
most broken hero in the game.
It's like all of his
sure.
abilities technically got buffed up.
Yeah.
Phantasm gaining a lot of benefit from all the rest. I just kind of reminded me of like the hero concept. I'm still stuck with trees breaking from the Phoenix egg. Can't we have a hero whose ulti is that it keeps spawning trees? Kind of like Fury and Sprout, but it constantly spawns trees in an AoE. Kind of like the Kunkka Water Park. So it's like RNG on an XY axle, like the Sand King. What was it? The impales showing up in the sandstorm.
The spikes, yeah.
Yeah.
But
instead of
what?
trees.
Okay, but what do these trees do? They make.
I
they
haven't
get
gone
high?
that far yet.
Can it be bush? Like, it's just different sorts of trees, and depending what you hit, like if you hit a mango tree, you get a mango. If you hit some, I don't know, some mushroom, you get poisoned. Keep on cooking. Keep on cooking. I think you're on to something here.
It could work at some point, you know, just drive the idea for further enough. But it would be nice to have something like that where it just kind of spawns objects. Because we have a lot of like objects being spawned in a given model. Like the Mars ulti is basically just a circular concrete wall that has its own interactions with nobody can go in and out unless you have BKB. And it deals damage to hostiles, and allies can freely move through it. So, you know, you got this cool kind of stuff going on. But we'll get back to that. We'll keep theory crafting on this as we have a TA Dawnbreaker. So a bit of these winning strats that we've seen today. Templar Assassin already one successful hero. And the Dawnbreaker, which was also another piece of success for the side of Eagle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it makes me wonder, like, which one of these two is mid? How are they setting this up? Like, I would suspect that SD and Centaur are offlane. Dawn can be like your position 5 together with TA, and then you last pick your mid. I suspect that's the case, but they could also put maybe Dawn mid and then last pick position 5. We'll see.
IG is saying that that's a TA carry.
No. TA is carry for sure. The question is, I'm leaning towards Dawnbreaker being 70% position 5, and the last pick is mid for Eagle, but I'm not 100% sure. Like, if you're Eagle, you could pick something like a Monkey King here, or Dazzle would have been
that's a great ban.
Amazing, yeah.
I completely forgot about the Dazzle still being in the pool. Last ban as well, damn.
Yeah. It's been last banned I feel, in this series. In the last game for sure, but I'm not sure, maybe in the first game as well.
He's such a good hero.
Yeah. Let's see, if you're IG right now, you can still go for... PL sounds kind of bad, but it's good versus TA. Eventually just he solo wins Naga, maybe. They go with the Faceless Void, okay.
It's risky to some extent, but I feel like it can survive the lane versus SD Centaur.
You can survive the lane. There's Shadow Demon and Dawnbreaker into the Chrono to prevent you from dealing a lot of damage, which is I guess, the bad aspect of it. But the good aspects are, like, you get a really good combo with the Phoenix, you have good mobility. The lane, you should survive, like you said. You can always control the egg, and the egg can, you know, a lot of sun ray damage in the Chronosphere.
Shaker mid?
Wraith King. Okay, so
same idea.
tables have turned, yeah.
Except it's carry this time instead of off lane, because we did see the Centaur come up early on into this draft. I was thinking, does Eagle want to take the IG route and play Morphling versus the Faceless Void? Because then you have a way to survive the Chrono already inbuilt in the hero. But Wraith King just doesn't care about Chrono really.
Yes. I'm looking at this. Like, they have these two carries like TA and Wraith King. I feel that there's a little bit of overlap in greed happening from their mid and safe lane, and for me, that's usually a problem. Like, I'm trying to figure out a way for them to play the mid game without being ran over. Maybe some Blink Dagger on TA can enable that, and Wraith King can definitely build something a little bit earlier. Like, when you're offlane, you're 90% going straight Radiance. When you're safe lane, you can go Armlet first, so you'll be able to actually make stuff happen on the map. I do like their draft overall. I think that they have a solid chance to take Game 3, even though they're the underdogs.
Yep, there's a chance for it. I feel like IG, when I see Kunkka on a Chinese team, I feel like that's a winner. So I'm gonna go with IG right on this one. Monet faces Void. Nothing to say with the Kunkka. I feel like it's a. Is it foolproof? Because I feel like it is a little bit.
It's a safe choice. Let's put it that way. It's definitely a safer choice to go with IG than to go with the Eagles. But this TA, she gets like some crazy level 25. She gets those refraction charges. You can't kill her even in the Chrono. There's Shadow Demon to save targets. I would say that this game is much harder for Faceless Void.
Well, it's gonna start very hard because he's the one to get caught first, and despite no matter what, the attack speed slow is actually gonna be enough. So X-Nova with the Fire Spirits, he's the difference maker.
There we go.
It could have been, like you said, it could be a good game, it could be a rough game. It almost started off horrendously for him to die first, but survives.
Faceless Void, probably one of the worst heroes to jump in like that, right? Like, you see him, if you don't manage to 100 to 0 him, he just jumps out. There's no Muerta this time around to silence you for 35 minutes.
Now let's see. I'm going to apologize to our sound engineer already, but as it's 10 seconds in, you know what's going on. It is the dire horn that is playing on the side of IG. But Eagles, they're going to be the one picking up 3 out of the 4 bounty runes.
How long did it take you to learn the throat singing?
I think...
do you practice that often, or...?
Yeah, I mean, I do it from time to time. I guess it took me... I think it took me like 2 to 3 months to figure out how to replicate the sound. Because I made it... The first time I made it was like, wow. And then I forgot how to do it. So it took me a while to find it. But after almost a year of consistently, once or twice a week, it started to become out like very naturally.
Yeah. Because the first time I heard it, a couple of times I was cringing, but it's pretty cool. Like, I like it. I mean, it's a nice...
It's different.
I don't know. Yeah. Because you're a metalhead as well, right? Like, you probably growl and stuff too, right? Like,
I used to more when I was younger.
yeah.
Now, if I would do that, I'd probably start coughing right away because my vocal cords ain't used to that. But we'll see. I do like to imitate, growling sounds from time to time. We got a couple of good heroes for that, like Doom, for example, when he casts his ult. Or Shadow Fiend.
Can get in handy in personal life as well. Like, now that you're not living alone. Anyways, top lane. What's happening here? Faceless Void so far doing very well on mid lane. 4-1-4-1.
Nothing special.
Very even. Yeah. Where are we going to see the first blood? Tell me. The Panda, you have to tell us. Yeah. If you're wrong, you're fired.
If I'm wrong, I'm fired? Okay. Do I get fired right away? Do you solo cast?
Exactly. We kick you out. Straight up. Police shows up.
Well, I'm going to go top lane. I mean, I was thinking bottom lane for a bit, because I was thinking, who actually dies here, because you got like the perfect brawler hero. Spirit Breaker loves to fight, Furion likes to fight, Dawnbreaker likes to fight, Wraith King not too much. And then I was like, yeah, that's too many brawlers for one lane, so it's definitely not going to be that one. So I think top lane.
Yeah, probably as well. I feel like top lane, some Prophet TPs in, and makes that difference for a kill.
Yeah.
This is how I imagine it. They try to go on Void, he time walks, Prophet TPs in, and they turn on Centaur or SD.
Yeah.
Here we go. Look at top. Look at
Right.
top.
This
They're
is the
doing on
start.
Void.
This is the start. We poke a couple times,
Never mind.
baiting us.
It's
And
mid- it's
it is in the mid
instead.
lane. So, bye.
Well, technically, I was correct. It started with them going on Void. It's just the kill ended up being somewhere else.
The seeds are forth. Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
It's all about the Prophet. Where's he gonna go next? What do you think? He's down bottom for now.
Well, production just hit me back that they can't actually fire me, so I'm back. Sorry, Lizard.
Oh,
Oh no! It's like, oh no, I'm stuck with this maniac.
I thought I got rid of you. Nah, I'd be very lonely, you know. I'd be charging into the void like.
Yeah, you're my
Spirit
idol,
Breaker
right?
was.
You're my, I wouldn't say gym bro. I never was your gym bro, but
You need to be one of these days, you know.
maybe
I-
one day.
But I didn't even know about this whole gym bro thing, because B-Cop went to the gym with me once. Well, he went more times, he did. But all he talks about the first time, when he apparently couldn't stand up after.
He messed up his back, right?
No, he didn't mess it was just...
Oh, butterfly effect. Oh, we might be the ones to drop first, but Boca, though, ends up dying. Damn, that was so close to catching the TA, but nothing to say, had nothing to say about that.
What healed him up there, by the way? Was it a bottle refraction, or did he have something? I feel like...
I mean, to me, it looked like he was maybe hitting the wrong target because they were overlapping for a moment.
Can they kill him now?
Another refraction. But not going to get close enough. Even that Tidebringer ain't going to be doing enough. He's got to stay away from the creeps. So that's why Mercy is tanking the wave, so he doesn't accidentally lose his charges. That's smart.
At this point, I feel like both teams are accepting the fate that the offlaners aren't killable. Like this Centaur getting closer and closer to the Vanguard. Spirit Breaker as well. Very
Mid
difficult
lane.
to kill.
They're sending up for the Kunkka this time. Furion is TPing in. They're lacking a bit of extra damage onto the Kunkka. He's going to survive, but the Shadow Demon does get the poison stacks off, and he survives with 20 HP, and Butterfly Effect ends up going down, and so seems like Mercy's going to be another pick off. The supports are cleaning him out. X-Nova. Double kill for the Phoenix, and a tip from his bro.
Yeah, he... Spirit Breaker down bottom, getting low, but should live. Has that one charges like... X-Nova so far, what did he do? He saved the Faceless Void from being first-blooded, he TP's in now mid. On top lane, he secured the lane quite well for the Faceless Void too. It's not amazing, but he did what he could.
Yeah.
Like, this is
And now Wraith
an
King's in
amazing
trouble.
thing
He's
to see.
also going to be dropping in the bottom lane. Ukiyo just got the stun on one, but still going to get hit by that big mace from the Team Spirit Breaker.
Yeah,
That's your
so
carry.
far, so good for IG. By the way, is the game spazzing out for you too, or is it just me?
Where?
I'm just watching a slideshow. You know, it's one of those.
That's you.
Oh, that's only me. Okay.
Is it thundering there?
Oh, it's just Chinese servers. It's done now, though. It's good.
All right, that's all good.
Yo.
Meanwhile, Wraith King about to die again. He just teleported into his death, and TZ down too. What is going on?
Yeah.
Seems like
X-Nova
game
with the
one
killing
might
spree.
have been a fluke in the end, because this is just, you know, that looked a bit silly for a second there. Wraith King died once, teleported in straight away dead.
Honestly, I wouldn't say that it was a fluke. I would say that they have a mid laner that cannot join these fights. Like Eagles, they have a TA on mid, and then they have a Wraith King on safe lane. So, like, if you rush down, remember first game, if they dive tier 1 bottom, Magnus can TP in, right? Like, he can actually make a difference. This game, you don't have that difference maker. You have just a TA that's gonna be farming.
That is true. That is true. I mean, it does look a little bit subtle. Don't have the extra pressure coming out from TA. TA wants to also maybe increase her own farm, considering how this laning stage has now went. It's only a 1 to 2k net worth lead for IG coming out of the laning stage. But it's definitely not a good start for Eagles, considering...
Charging in.
Well, considering that this Spirit Breaker is actually doing stuff now.
Yeah, we have some Brazil score.
Party at the favela.
Also, it's so easy for IG to be making these plays. Like, look, Butterfly Effect, it should be fine.
Yeah, they just wanted to prevent him from getting to the Arcane Rune.
You know, like, there are these two heroes on the side of IG. It's Spirit Breaker and Prophet. Like, they can connect anywhere on the map very fast, so... Like, the map feels much smaller than it truly is for Eagles. Like, you can't just show yourself anywhere in the woods, or you just die.
Also, the Hand of Midas glove was just sniped off of the courier by JT. And this defensive stampede, that's a level 1 X mark, so nothing to say. You can't get close enough. That would have been very awkward. If you get X marked, then you're still stampeded, so use a basic ability to counter an ult. You're still going to bring him back in, but this time able to get out.
Yeah, still just level 1 X mark. The range is a bit difficult to connect with.
He's still going to get to use it. Boats coming in, and the X mark also. And the blood grenade on top of some fire. That Sunray is really causing issues. And a supernova. Damn, this has gone everything. And now Monet with the chrono. They got the stun from the supernova. And they are just losing heroes left, right, and center. Mercy. He's begging for mercy. He's not getting any. X-Nova. Phoenix with a 5-0-2 scoreline early game. Can you believe it? X-Nova. What a champ.
Just completely crushing it. There's a 3-stack of Ancients that they might steal as well. Like Phoenix and Kunkka can definitely do it. Maybe it's a bit slow, but still, this game feels like one of those pubs, you know, like one of those pubs.
Do you just call it?
You don't call it in a pro game, but in a pub, you'd be thinking about it, you know? You'd be like, goddamn.
Yeah, at this point, it definitely starts feeling like this game might just be already over, but it's a huge deficit that you're gonna have to surmount on the side of Eagle. Because IG, they've come to play.
Yeah, I just really wasn't.
Yeah.
No, continue, please.
No, it's just they just gave that false sense of security for Eagle that they could actually win this series, because right now it's just IG dominance. Easy is dropping low, and that X mark should finish things off. There's nothing to say. A bubble save from Mercy, but NTS, he's still staying around. And he's toying with him with that haste rune, and he's going to let JT finish the job for him. Meanwhile, TA moving in. There's a boat coming in, and they've got the TA set up for a trap. Just gets stunned up, and NTS still running. Yukiyo coming in with a stun for the Spirit Breaker. And JT, he needs 5 more seconds, 3 more seconds to be able to charge away, and 1 more, and he's going to be out. Bye-bye.
Yeah, he didn't run over the trap that Wraith King was hoping for. Yeah, they're just playing with them right now. You can see Wraith King tries to go and help his teammates out, but what can a Wraith King with gloves of haste and phase boots do? Like, not a lot. They just don't have spells. That's it. Honestly, they just don't have spells. They can just right-click people.
You found Baboka now, so a bit of relief for this Wraith King, but you're gonna need like 10 more of those.
On the flip side, TA is getting closer to the Blink Dagger, like 200 gold more. She's gonna have it. Once you get the Blink, does the game really change a lot? I don't think so. It doesn't. Maybe when you get the Blink on her and on the Centaur, you can make stuff happen, which will occur at the same time.
Yeah, I think that's the way to look at it. That you need both. You can't just do it with one. So I think Butterfly Effect will get that blink ready. It could just be a farming blink to get to camps faster. But the moment the Centaur wants to fight with that blink dagger, which is also going to be fairly soon ready, maybe you can then use it. But the Dawnbreaker, TZ is going to get some backup here. So Baboka is the target for the time being. JT sticking around, but Mercy also teleports in. And here comes NTS. Baboka and Ukiyo fighting inside the trees. What a duel for their lives. And nothing to say wants a piece of that action too. TZ also already down. Skeleton spawned as well. Monet has Chrono. And JT charging into the backline. Onto Mercy. And there's the Chrono. Onto Butterfly Effect. Beautifully with the boat from the Kunkka. And he's just gone. Oh, poor TA. Doesn't get to play this game at all. Ukiyo now going to be chased. They do have that tanky Centaur, but they're ignoring the Centaur completely, and they're killing everybody else. TZ even bought back for this one. Yeah. And, okay, you get something out of it. You got nothing to say, but the Centaur needs a whole lot more. He's running out of HP. He can't double edge forever. He is buying some time with these Jukes, but how many TPs do they have left? They've got one hero showing up, but it's not going to be enough for them. And TZ still left all by himself, surrounded by 4 hostiles, and he is also down. That's kill number 17 in 13 minutes for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, 608 Phoenix, 504 Spirit Breaker. That's a feels good, man, game for these two. And like you can see it once again, Eagles, their team fight is non-existent. Like maybe they can jump in with Hoof Stomp and then follow up with TA, Melt Strike jumping in, but that team fight, like realistically watching, should have been theirs if they, like, just when you look at how the fight started, right? Like, but the problem is, first you're 5k, 6, 7k now even behind, and also you just don't have spells. You have nothing to work with.
Yeah, then the opposition just has everything, right? They're even overlapping Chrono and both because they can. They're like, we're not going to let you get that refraction off at all. And Butterfly Effect just overwhelmed by the amount of damage that they have. Torrent is really good at breaking that refraction charge. So is all of Phoenix's spells. Sunray, Fire Spirits, even the Supernova take damage, everything. They can just destroy TA's shield in less than a second.
Yeah, you have these
and
eggs,
Sprout
Chronos,
as well. Like so many abilities, man.
Yeah, Sunbray. It's just like at the moment, at least, for me it feels way easier for IG to play the game. Obviously, 17-4. But even if they didn't have like some big net worth advantage, I would think that their team fight is, and it is obviously objectively, it's much better. You have to approach the game a little bit differently if you're equals. You need to get a pick off, bait out a spell, move back. And doing that versus a Kunkka, easier said than done.
Well, they're going to try and make something happen with this double blink here. Mercy will find nothing to say. With the help of Butterfly Effect and Shang Yu. Well, that's a lot of help there for Mercy. Gets pushed into the Sprout, so Baboka gets the kill. Nice little 32 take damage from Sprout is enough for the kill. Well, they've got themselves the Centaur. Stampede away and brought back in. Rough game.
That's a level 11 Phoenix max.
Yeah,
max
that's a wicked sick Phoenix at 15 minutes, by the way. I don't know. This has to be one of the first times I've honestly seen a Phoenix have this high of a streak. And can we get the godlike for him? Please give him the kill. Like, okay, this is reincarnation, but at least the second kill. I want a godlike Phoenix now. If I can have something, please let me take that as at least. Yeah,
there you go,
he's a monster kill streak. There we go. He's at 8. One more. TZ getting burnt up. Mercy for the save. X Nova. No spells remaining right now. Everything is on cooldown. Literally everything. So he's gonna wait for a little bit longer. And they're gonna be able to disengage behind their tower.
Yeah, the way this game is going, I don't know if you're gonna see it, but
it's so close now. It's just 1 kill away. Pre-20 minutes, support Phoenix, godlike spree. They gotta give it to him, right? They all know it.
I mean, no, not necessarily. I don't think anyone cares that much, but they probably will get him to those 10 kills if they wanted it or not, right? Just the way the game is going, they're owning. And X-Nova, he's level 12, level 2 egg. They
Very
can smoke
nice.
up. You know, they
That
can
is
smoke
actually huge, having a level 2 egg.
Yep.
8
At
attacks.
this point, at this point, it could happen that because it's level 2 egg, he tries to be a little bit too aggressive, thinking, yeah, someone's gonna save me, and then it dies, but most likely this egg is unkillable. Like with the Kanka boat, with the Chronosphere, it's just very difficult to take down.
All right, we have 2 minutes, and they're gonna run in to the Centaur. Shang Yu down to half HP with Baboka, and there we go! Godlike X-Nova, 18 minutes, and he's gonna get the Beyond Godlike as well, unless JT gets the kill. Disruption. He's inside the bubble, and JT will take this one. Okay, you can have that one. I think we already achieved X-Nova's goal.
Come on, you need Beyond. You need Beyond. At this point, you need Beyond.
Maybe now. TZ. No, JT takes that one too.
If we don't get Beyond Godlike on X-Nova, I'll feel cheated.
Do we both get fired? Don't get
Yeah,
it.
we just don't. We boycott the next series.
Yeah, but production, this is on you now.
Tell the admin we're not ending the game until he gets it. He needs to fountain dive.
Yeah. I mean, if this was like a show match or something, I'd write that in all chat, but, you know, it's not. Okay, JT's feeding his streak away. That's a lot of money for Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, that's quite a lot. He gets, what, 1,200 on top of Dezo charges as well.
Yep.
So.
It's not just money. X-Nova's around with Baboka, nothing to say. 3v3 situation building up here. Butterfly Effect is spotted. Do you see the Centaur? Torrent's gonna miss. Oh, Monet is also here. So it's gonna be 4 heroes maximum as Spirit Breaker's still gone. They're gonna pull in Mercy. Dawnbreaker ulti, turn around. They've got Monet with the Chrono. And there's your Beyond Godlike Spree beyond under 20 minutes. So you've got that one achieved. Then we can get back to the game. But, yeah, we've got it. A 10-0-12 Phoenix.
Okay, the game can end now.
The game can end now. Like, no matter who wins, we got what we wanted.
Exactly. I'm gonna snooze, wake me up when it's over. But yeah, this game is like maybe one of the most perfect demonstrations of why TA isn't picked a lot on mid, or played a lot on mid. I would say that
it's not a great TA game when you put it that way.
I mean, overall, it's doable. It's possible. I just feel that you need something more active on other sides. TA is going in Butterfly Effect.
They're coming through the portal. They're all stacked up as well, but where's your AoE? Do you have enough damage for this one? Nothing to say. Gonna get jumped up by Okiyo. TZ gonna get hit by the Nova, and Okiyo might lose his first life. They've already traded 1 for 1, but nothing to say. The big kill so far. Butterfly Effect. Blink is ready. Refraction. No, he does not have it. 10-second cooldown. Slow onto 3. Skeletons giving some vision, but they're gonna reset.
Yeah. I loved Eagle's attempt and the idea behind it. Like, Chrono was used on top lane. You thought, okay, if there's no Chrono, maybe we can go and take a good fight. The problem with that is there's still an egg. Like, you're going into most likely enemy vision. It's a hard and difficult fight to take.
It does come at a price, because IG, they're going to be able to secure the first Aegis for themselves, and while that is happening, Eagles, all they could do was just spread around the map, try and get as much CS as they can during that time.
Yeah. What do they have, by the way? Is there anything big? There's this Radiance, right? Like, it's pretty huge on Wraith King. And there's also Wraith King that's being charged. Can they kill him?
Well, he's already dead for one time, so they knew he was still on a cooldown. And Baboka gets out. JT should also be able to get out.
That was mostly Baboka, right?
Alright. I'm gonna try and
TA,
kill this
butterfly.
TA. Does pop the refraction. It felt like that the refraction
Hook is
disappeared instantly. Oh, mercy. Oh, they have to use the Stampede defensively. They're just getting chased one after the other.
I swear I saw Xnova holding the right click to last it there. I swear I saw it.
I mean, he's already got 11 kills. And JT's doing all the hard lifting here. Charging from one to the other. Dawnbreaker trying to make a run for it, but eventually going to get found by Monet. And nothing to say with the X-Mark Torrent combo. Another charge through. Going to stun both. The Raking Butterfly effect does get the jump on the back line onto Bavoka. But he's also get the attention. He's got a DD rune, which he's not going to get to use at all. So there's your TA gone. And now you're really at the territory of have we had enough? Have we had enough of this game? Monet will get to a killing spree. He's got 3 kills on this Faceless Void. That's not nearly enough compared to everybody else.
Yeah. He has 12 assists, by the way.
Yeah, and we're done with this game. IG take it 2-1.
He's in that situation in which, guys, can I please get a kill?
Can I have some fun as well in this game? No.
Please let me get a kill. But yeah, Xnova, insane performance on this.
That's a
Phoenix. Not only for kill stealing, but for being in the right position many times, like preventing them from killing Void early on, and then just being always on point. The Sunray helped out quite a lot to take down the Centaur a couple of times. Really nice performance by him.
Yep, he ended up having the second most damage of the team, Baboka having the most. So that's another number going his way as well. But yeah, Eagle, they got nothing done this game. They were losing their lanes. Centaur had the most farm, but that's how Centaur works. You're pretty hard to beat in the lane. He's still gonna farm. If you worry about the Centaur lane, I think you're worrying about the wrong things basically. So IG, they detect that if Wraith King is already, well, I wouldn't say shut down, but addressed. They were basically just farming the support. Shadow Demon, Dawnbreaker both have 8 deaths this game, so they hit the right targets, then they shut down the TA, kept slowing down the TA, and everybody else was getting stronger on the side of IG. So very easy, clear game plan from this side, and execution worked out beautifully. So Invictus Gaming, they get to continue in the upper bracket, but Lizard, we're not done for the day. But we are having a bit of a break in between. We do have Ignite versus Go Along starting in 1 hour and 8 minutes. So that's going to be the last series of the day. What do you think about that one? We did get to see Ignite. They weren't much of a challenge versus Aster, though.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be similar with Go Along, I suppose, right? Because they're also... I feel pretty solid at the moment. Wait, let me just check again who exactly is on Go Along, like everyone.
Well, there's one Killa, TK.
Maybe it's closer than I thought. Why did in my mind Go Along was like FY? So, no, it's gonna be a fun one for sure.
Well, I hope you guys tune in for that one as well. We're going to be bringing you the coverage for that series as well. And then we're done for the day. So let's enjoy a little break. You have time to get your refreshments, whatever you need to do. And we shall then return for the final series of the day.
wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're in. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. not wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want, I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, people. It's been a moment, but we have returned finally as we head over to the final series of our day. We have Go Along versus Ignite to close out day number 1 of the closed qualifiers, Lizard.
Go along.
Yeah.
Go along. Go along. It's do you like that name for a team? How do you feel about it? Go along. You like it?
I mean, it's a pretty
Bless
neat
you,
name,
by the way.
you know.
God bless.
Thank you.
Did,
It's a
did
pretty
you
neat
mute
name.
yourself? You
Yes,
did,
yes,
right?
I
Like
did.
you're such a professional. You know, if it was me, I'd be sneezing, ripping everyone ears out. But yeah, like
It is what
I
it
don't
is.
I'm seeing these two teams, and I'm seeing a ton of new names. I'm seeing some old ones as well. I'm actually very excited for the future of the Chinese region. You know, look, we're all excited for the future of Dota in general. Like, what's gonna happen? Are we gonna disappear into oblivion now that TI is lower, or are we gonna stay strong and continue this marvelous esports of ours? I hope it's the it's the it's the survival thing for us. But
Hey, I
Chinese
mean,
region,
it's always been around. I think we're still gonna stick around for a little bit longer, right?
It's exactly. I feel that way as well. And like the Chinese region, few years ago, it already kind of started changing, right? Like you could see teams trying to get new talent in, trying to get new players in, failing here and there, and then suddenly you get some eHome guys like Shiro and Planet, and they're owning. I was actually surprised that LGD just you know disbanded more or less after that, like a completely new roster, more or less. But a lot of new upcoming teams in these qualifiers, and perhaps because of the way the game is played now, we're back to Wild West, right? Like we don't have these huge long DPC leagues, so the rosters as well might be a little bit more flexible. More players will be given chance, and because of that, maybe more players will be discovered. Maybe, not sure. It's a weird one because, by the way, guys, I'm just monologuing for a bit, so it's a weird one because DPC
But we love to hear your
was
voice, you know.
yeah, the DPC was imagined as a way to grow stability and new talent, but at the same time, it kind of as always, right? Like you imagine a thing one way and then it ends up being completely different. You know, like you make plans and God laughs at you. So
In a way. I mean,
yeah,
I had
DPC
some
definitely-
storylines about like why DPC was so important, so we could have like these kind of success stories. Like take Laurel for example. I love to bring up my East European boys a lot. I mean, he was playing in Division 2 for the first time in 2021, and he basically got picked up as a stand-in for a team because Dodran he was from Kazakhstan. He was their the Betboom original mid player. He wasn't able to play because before the war and stuff, they lost electricity and they lost internet connection back at Kazakhstan. So Laurel would come to stand in for the team, and when he did, they started to win games, and they won just the required amount of games so that they could play a tiebreaker that would then allow that tiebreaker was basically the top two teams would go to Division 1, and Bethboom was able to do so. They got to Division 1, and since the Division 1 group stage was cancelled and they only played like a playoff basically, so for the team that went to the next major, because it was the COVID era basically. So the event, the first major was cancelled, and instead they just played a playoff season. Laurel and Betboom basically got to the major in that playoffs. They basically just won everybody in the upper bracket, and was like, wow, what the hell's happening? They just got from Division 2 to Division 1. Now they're going to a major, and then they got to TI later on the year. They did lose to everybody. I think they won like 1 or 2 or 3 games, but it wasn't enough. And now he was with Team Spirit hoisting the Aegis and winning TI. So I think that's a grand example of why the DPC was important.
Yeah, but Okay, sure. Like you can look at it that way. I think we also have an interesting frozen boy on our screen. Like we have Ancient Apparition versus Kunkka on the other side. I'd rather open up with the Kunkka, but sure, maybe they have some reason why they wanted to pick AA overall, as has been experimented with. Like a lot of teams try to pick him up versus tanky boys. Like he's the solution, but it ended up just not being that way. He opens up the games for so many heroes that get on top of him, destroy him, and like I agree with you to some extent, because like good players are gonna find ways to break into the scene no matter what. Like especially when you have a shit ton of tournaments, like you're gonna be noticed one way or another. Most of these players are noticed anyway in pubs. It's like breaking through to tier 1 for alone. It's not gonna happen. Like you're gonna be invited eventually by someone, and like there aren't many teams that stick together from lower division into Division 1 into a big tournament, and they're always a nice story. I agree, but very few, right?
Yeah, very few. I guess you could put it that way. But at least there was like a direct path to basically play for the big audiences and to have people notice you and start building a fan base and whatnot. I feel like that was maybe always a bit of an issue, that you kind of needed to click with the whole roster. And you had a lot of these great teams that would never be playing these big tournaments because, the team is great, the players are great, but there's just too many good ones out there. But I guess, there's always a limited amount of space. Everybody can't have that success story. And in this particular matchup, of course, two teams filled with, promising players, still wanting to show what they're truly made of. Sadly, one of these two teams is, they're going to get knocked out from the close qualifier, and their chances of playing at the ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur main event, or the group stage at least, is they're going to end today. But one of them still has a chance to get there.
Do you like the Muerta Tusk once again? Like we've seen it. Sorry, by the way, I was. My phone is killing me. I have some post, and my dogs are barking. Like,
yeah, your dog has definitely been the highlight of the day. What's up with him, by the way? I'll ask that instead of talking about Muerta Tusk.
Both of them. They're doing very well, but there's like an alarm, literally. There's an alarm going on since 3 a.m. last night, and it just stopped maybe 30 minutes ago. And my dogs, well, my one dog doesn't care about it, but the other one, the husky, the Malamute, like this alarm has a certain, it has a certain pitch, and it's making him howl, like, and he's howling at the alarm. So my other dog gets agitated. She's barking. It's a goddamn mess.
That's a domino effect. I guess, yeah. I mean, talking about domino effects, I guess Muerta and Tusk are similar in that kind of sense. I mean, are we looking at a potential core Tusk now, or are we just seeing Muerta Tusk as the support duo? Picked in this particular order, I actually like the idea of just going for double supports, because if you value your cores above your supports more in terms of what you see in the draft already, you see AA Dark Willow. That's two supports very likely. You just go for double supports after, and then your opponent has to pick two cores, the Dawnbreaker, the Faceless Void. You're gonna get to counter at least one of those. And
I feel like you're right. It's
draft-wise, it makes sense to just go supports.
No, 100%. And now your options are pretty big. Do you go after the supports with something like Lycan or Beast, or do you go after Void with something like Tidehunter, or I don't know what else? There's a ton of heroes that work well against him that aren't maybe in the meta, all of them, but the Tidehunter probably one of the best ones.
Also,
Legion, more or less.
The fact that I see the Faceless Void being brought up here, I'd kind of like to maybe even flex the Muerta, or potentially even just say, hey, we could play carry Muerta here, because your ulti is pretty good versus Faceless Void versus the Chrono. He can't hit you. And I think we're going exactly that route, because we have a Vengeful Spirit brought up, so...
No, good call, good shout, yeah. Now you have Vengeful, you get a swap versus The Chronosphere as well. It's
Good old,
yeah, yeah,
reliable.
all reliable, exactly. And you have a boat and you have a swap. You're still in a mess if you get hit by AA. Yeah, you can't hit her, but you have Dark Willow Bedlam, plus you have AA ulti. I feel like if Faceless Void gets on top of you, you're dead just from the spells. And then a Dawnbreaker on top of that to connect with. So you gotta be careful, but you have some ways of dealing with it. Like this Vengeful Spirit can swap you out. Like Ignite in that game one, in that series one, did they fill us with a lot of optimism and hope for them? Perhaps not, but we'll see how Go Along are. Like we haven't watched Go Along at all, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen them in action, but I think Go Along was that was the team that beat IG in the first qualifier. So they went through. IG got knocked out, and they had to play to open qualifier number 2. IG did go further in the upper bracket here in another matchup, and Go Along got knocked out by Team Bright. That was a 3-game series where Bright actually played the Muerta 3 times in a row. So I guess they've been waiting for their opportunity to play it.
Yeah, Team Bright probably one of those that has the
A bright
most players
future.
that yeah, I wasn't gonna make a pun, but they have a lot of players that have been around and have played with each other for quite some time. I'm sure you remember from the last season. Obviously, Irving, Undyne as well. I'm not surprised when they take down big boys. However, it's kind of telling about the situation in the Chinese region when you have these teams taking out big names, big orgs. Like a few years back, 2-3 years ago, if you see Team Bright or Team, I don't know, what was it, like Phoenix or there was this one team with the sunshine on their logo, LBZS, yeah. Like if you see
Yeah.
these teams in Division 1, you know they're just going to be whack-a-moles. You know, they pop up, a big team just gets rid of them easily. But now they're actually competitive. I love the Dazzle pick, by the way. Dust is not going to have a great time on mid lane.
Oh, definitely not. And in general, like Go Along. I know that they have the Dazzle in as well. But by the way, is that a core Dazzle? That's the mid Dazzle, right?
Yeah, I think so. It should be mid. Like you're picking the last pick Dazzle into.
It is
Kunkka,
Wymo, yeah. So Wymo is the mid player. So
yeah, you have Ancient Apparition and Dark Willow, right? Like it kind of has to be mid.
yeah, they have like this kind of low cooldown brawly lineup as well. Very squishy with AA, Dark Willow, Dazzle. But I guess you can also extend fights at very low cooldowns on pretty much all of these heroes. Versus a very, very tanky lineup, I guess you could say it. Tusk, Kunkka, Wraith King. These aren't really like your squishy targets. But I believe like if they can sustain fights, they probably have more damage than Ignite have. Like Ignite has a lot of burst. Muerta, great with that. Venge, especially in the early game, big stun nukes. Then you have the Wraith King with the crit. So I feel like extended fights are still gonna go on the side of this Go Along lineup with the Dazzle to finish off the draft. So I don't know. It could go either way. I do like the way they drafted on the side of Ignite, but I think I'm gonna go the other way around here. I believe in the power of the Dazzle.
Yeah, the question is, do you kill the Dazzle at the beginning of the fight or not? Like, if you manage to eliminate him first, then the prolonged fights are definitely going your way. If you don't, actually, prolonged fights are not at all where you shine at, because just looking at these heroes, you have Chrono and AA ulti, and after that, you're kind of done. You're,
Ooh.
yeah.
Well, this is interesting, actually. They just walked in at the Lanham stairs, like you named them, but they saw the Dazzle walk out. However, they didn't realize that he warded because he has a full inventory. So they actually left that ward on the stairs, and they tried to make use of that smoke. So either they're gonna find out that there's a ward there. They also got their vision placed down. I don't think they actually know.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they do. Okay, just some warding action happening, so no big clash. Sad. This is very sad. Like, a game that doesn't start with a bloodbath around the runes is, you know, it's already
missing
very
something.
disappointing. It's
Yeah.
just missing. Exactly. Like we need some good old 3-on-3 with someone dying.
Well, it has definitely been a long night, at least for all those people who out there have been watching all the games unfold. This is our third series of the day. Go along and Ignite. Loser out of the close qualifier and winner gets to continue to day number 2. This is a 3-day qualifier, if you did not know. We have today, tomorrow, and then on Saturday we will have our grand finals, and we will then know who from each region is going to be advancing to the group stage of the $1 million tournament. So usually the saltiest spot is to lose that grand finals, but for a lot of these players, a lot of these teams, all of these tournaments, all of these qualifiers, they're just but opportunities. So got to get the most out of it when you still can. Open qualifiers is where people are still, testing rounds or having fun, but I think close qualifiers is already pretty serious for a lot of teams.
100%. Like when you get to closed qualifiers, you're like, okay, I'm not playing versus some stack of 2K MMR players anymore. Everyone is actually good. Everyone has a chance, and
job half done.
Not a lot. Exactly, and it's not a lot that separates you, from actually playing in the tournament.
Yeah, now that we're basically going back to the pattern of no DPC, you're bound to run into these players that have LAN experience, experienced players playing with newer guys. You're bound to run into some of those matchups sooner or later. But right now, we also have a pretty calm start. No real big brawling except in the bottom lane. AA could actually go down. That's going to be first blood. Death's going to be picking that one up. Ponlo helping out. They just caught the Ancient Apparition on a bit of a jungle stroll there. Get hit by stun, spawn some skeletons, and the rest is history when your target only has 2 armor. That's another. So one on both ends for each of the teams, and also looking at the CS is already building up pretty nicely, except for Killa on this Dawnbreaker. Gonna have to pull the wave all the way in front of his own tower to get some benefit out of the CS. On the positive side, you've got the lane in a pretty good spot, but I think that's still gonna start pushing. Though there's the tower doing a lot of work on the Dire side, so that lane tranquility probably not going in their way. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, also the jungle camps interfering with all the action here. So this looks like this is also going to start pushing towards the Wraith King. He's got the lane in a very good spot, so going to pick up some extra CS. Ulu QYQX. I always kind of mix him up with KYXY. That's a different player. That's a different person. Good old KYXY. Meanwhile, middle. Oh, they're actually going to jump onto the Dazzle with the X mark. Ponlo with the rotation for the stun. Fairy Fire used up. Not going to save him today. Dusk will pick this one up. And this is where Kunkka is very beneficial. He will have his strengths versus the Dazzle early on in the laning stage. Dazzle is obviously strong against a lot of those heroes that aren't able to either run away or capable of fighting back, but Kunkka definitely more than capable of just brawling back at heroes like Dazzle, so he doesn't get his full benefit of it. He needs to be able to kite, but Kunkka doesn't allow you to do that. So 3 kills for the time being. Go along also well, not a lot of more CS. You see the 7 denies and the 6 denies on both the Dazzle and the Dawnbreaker. Maybe a tiny difference being built up here. QIQX does end up hit by the root, and he is gonna drop here for Killa and TK. And the offlane duo for Go Along picking up another kill. It's the second assist for the Dawnbreakers, so despite being the one taking the majority of the CS, will also take the majority of the assists as TK, the support Willow, with the 2 kills. And we're at 5 minutes, so we'll see if one of the supports from each end is going to be rotating into mid to help out. I think Dazzle could actually benefit a lot from a rotation, potentially look for a kill that way. Because you do have 3 points in Poison Touch, you're already very strong in your farming capability, but that's a pretty mean 20% slow. And you're going to get bonus slow for every hit that connects.
That's a lot of slows, man.
That is, like, you mean, like, 3% doesn't feel like a lot, but every time you get a connection and you continue refreshing the Poison Touch, it's at some point you're just not getting away. Meanwhile, the top lane, the calling has been dropped on top. Ulu keeping a safe distance. Dawnbreaker unable to get his spells off. Nice snowball dodge there as well. And they're going to get the connection onto the Dark Willow, but here comes Usider.
Usider.
But Usider, yeah.
Usider mid lane. Kunkka, though, look at that. Like, they're actually chasing him down. Damn, that stun should not... What the hell was that? Yo, that was illegal.
Pretty solid.
No, I mean, that stun was illegal. That range... he wasn't in range, was he? It felt like he wasn't.
It always feels like that when you're playing Venge. It's like, I don't have the cast range, and it's locked at 650 as well, so it's like a range attack when a Venge doesn't really have like a proper long range attack.
Yeah. Sometimes it just feels, you know, some spells, they look like they shouldn't happen, but they do. Because the hero is on a back foot or something like that, I don't know, but... I've been cheated by Gaben many times, been stunned by, been hit by hits that shouldn't be possible.
I mean, I think like melee hero right clicks are the worst at that. You know, like Ursa. I feel like Ursa is basically responsible for like the millions of kills where you are already out of melee attack range, and then your hero starts to make an attack animation, and you get a kill, and you're like, what the hell? This guy's like 5 feet away.
Yeah. Ursa, I think CK as well.
CK, yeah. Not sure if it has something to do with the hero models or their animations, but they're always the ones that seem to get like these million yard kills.
I'm sure there's some spaghetti code involved, you know, somewhere in there.
Well, already building up into a 2K lead here on the side of Ignite. Very early on into this game, and that is not even through kills, because kills are 3 and 3. But it's just in general, just the CS advantage. I mean, I was looking at the denies on the Dazzle and the Dawn a couple minutes ago. They were still at the same values as they are right now, so 6 and 9. It's a good number combination, but it's really
why,
just...
Why so? Void, they're trying.
It's one of my favorite numbers. That's it. QYQX can get the snowball off Ponlo around the back. He's got a stun available, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to do much with it. So he's just going to hold on to it. They're going to watch their friend Tusky Dusky die.
Yeah. So how's Ponlo doing this game, by the way? Like
very good.
This morning, I sort of remember that 3 a.m. game through the fog, but this is looking much better for him.
Much better. He hasn't died. You know, he died like 4 or 5 times in the first 10 minutes in one of those games, right?
Yeah. It was rough.
So now it is he's woken up. He's definitely woken up now. Maybe he's one of those evening guys like me, for example. I'm not a morning person.
Yeah, but they're not in the same time zone like we are.
I know, but they've been awake for a while, so I guess he's finally woken up.
Rikumiko. Did I pronounce that right? Damn.
Pretty close, yeah.
Close enough. Yeah.
But Finnish is a hard language, so I'll say you did.
Is your name basically an anagram for Ricky Maru? Is that what it is?
I've heard that joke a couple times. I mean, the funny thing is, my nickname is Ricky, literally R-I-K-I. It's actually based off of a singer in Finland but it also started to get more popular because you remember. Okay, I'm not sure if you've ever watched anime. What was the one with the dogs? The dogs,
The
and then there were
dogs.
the bears, the evil bears on
dogs.
a mountain.
Actually, I did watch something from Studio Ghibli that's similar to that, but I don't think it's dogs. I think it was some trash pandas like raccoons or something, and they can morph into anything. They can morph
Yeah, that
into
sounds like a
tables, into
Ghibli movie. Yeah.
humans. Yeah,
But basically there are these different dogs, and then there's one dog that's called Ricky, and it started to get really popular. People started calling themselves and their dogs and their pets Ricky, but it's not originated on that. It's just another example. And so Rico Mikko turned into Ricky at some point, which is the equivalent of the English Ricky, like Ricky Martin, for example, with a R-I-C-K-Y. So yeah, Ricky Maru, pretty close.
Now we all know the lore.
You know the lore.
behind T Panda.
But have we ever figured out the lore of Lizard? Have you ever, been asked the question, like, where does your nickname originate from? Like in an interview or something?
Many times, and I have always lied.
You have always lied. Okay, give me another lie.
No, I was just 12. That's all. The nickname was cool.
Okay, so you're actually 13, but you're lying you were 12. Okay, I get
Exactly. I was
that. Some
actually.
things are better to keep as a secret. Well, talking about secrets, they're not making this bottom gang too obvious, as they will find the Wraith King here. Death will drop. Maimo with the Dazzle to pick up another kill. So, no, I wouldn't say recovery kills. They're, catch-up kills, I guess, when you look at the net worth graph.
Yeah, he's not having the best game ever, but it's still pretty solid, right? Like,
I'm not
even
sure.
with the deaths.
Did you see what happened to Dazzle there?
No,
We were just off camera there for a second, but at the Twin Gate, he was channeling the gate while once was farming the Ogre camp. And I know where this is going. He starts one of the brawlers
stunned him? Yeah.
starts channeling Ogre Smash, and just before he's about to finish the portal animation, he gets stunned, and then he decides, fuck it, I'm gonna teleport top.
I'm done. I know, those golems are something else,
They're ogres.
Can we, yeah, ogres. Can we please get the Setar Shockwave back? I want to see him triple killing people.
Oh, we'll see if Ponlo's killing people. Nice combination of spells onto Wymo. Boat connected onto two, but he's just not dying. Nobody's dying, actually, on the side of Go Along, until they finally bring in Ulu for the extra damage here. The carry Muerta, but so does Once, coming out with the Chrono onto 3 with the Bedlam to help him out for the extra damage. Killa and TK will both get themselves a pair of kills, and onto Ulu they go. So in the long run, Go Along only end up losing the Dazzle, and they take 3.
Double kill.
Very nice. Like it looked kind of dangerous for Go Along because their Dazzle died, but Dawnbreaker managed to buy enough time for Void to go in. Chrono, A ulti, the combination was perfect on both the Tusk and the Kunkka. Like, he's tanky, but he's not that tanky. He's still gonna fall too. He's still gonna shatter. So really nicely done by Go Along. Nice little reaction from them. By the way, one thing that you probably noticed in that fight is how good Muerta is versus Dazzle.
Yep.
Just because of that silence, that's AoE, right? He needs some Force Staff or something like that, some BKB ASAP.
Yeah, and he's got a BKB lined up for that particular purpose. Doesn't want to keep on getting silenced by the moment he needs his spells, because literally Dazzle, we talked about his cooldowns, and basically he can just continue spamming spells the later we go into this game. That much of a reduction in
And Ponlo, he wanted to swap TK, but instead of moving towards him, he stayed in the river, and then TK kind of outplayed. He just moved into the woods, so they had no vision, no range. Again, they go on the Dark River.
Yep. Well, let's see if they've got the damage this time. They got the boat to connect onto TK. He does get graved up by the Dazzle, Wymo keeping his buddies alive. And we talked about sustained fights. They're not dying again. They're just getting so many heals in. And they will take dust. They will take death. And QYQX also down. So they ended up losing 3 heroes on
Some
the gank.
body blocks.
Or let's make it, let's make it 4. Let's get another Wraith King kill right after his ulti's already been popped once, and there's just something about this Dazzle, man. He only
But hey, Muerta is farming. That's fine.
Yeah, it's alright, we got our win condition.
Yeah, I don't know why they decide to go for one target that you cannot kill easily. Plus one, you know that there's a Dazzle, like you actually scouted him a second earlier. So you're going on a target that's extremely difficult to kill, plus there's a Dazzle nearby. It's like, yeah, it's usually not a good idea. Plus there's no Radiance on Wraith King, he was getting really close to it. Ignite kinda making a little bit of a blunder there.
Yeah, Go Along is pretty happy with these turnarounds because they were slightly behind on economy. But with 2 fights that have gone their way pretty well, the first one they did lose the Dazzle, but the second one they lost nobody. They're actually building themselves into a pretty strong mid-game timing as we're closing up on that part.
Can they catch him? Probably not, right? Yeah, they build themselves not a huge advantage, 1k, right?
But it feels like it could be a lot more with the way these fights have been going.
Now they have 3 Midases and one of those are on Dazzle, so you know, like that lead should increase very soon.
Talk about investments paying off. On the other hand, you've got none. You've got 0 Midases on one side, so yeah, that is a very strong indicator for Go Along having triple the extra gold going their way.
They went all in on Doge on Dire. Unfortunately. Do we have like some Dota crypto?
Oh.
Is that forbidden? We can't talk.
You know where the door is, Lizard.
Okay, I'll leave. I'll go out. We should.
Yeah,
I should
take
make
your cryptos with you.
Pudge coin. I'd buy a Pudge coin. I would buy a Pudge coin. You get a nice little face.
Well, we've got a bit of a brawl in the top lane. The boat does connect onto Killa. Killa, does he have any backup? Nice fear from TK once, coming out with a Chrono as well. But he can't hit the Muerta. And the swap save from Ponlo. Ooh. And now the Void goes down. Oh my god. Oh, that could not have gone worse in a way of how they reinitiated that fight. But they're still fighting to the end. Wymo with Killa. Death. He's still got that poison touch on top of him. Killa trying to get a couple connections as well. Wraith King, 2 seconds for his ult to come back up. And he just gets it. So he gets the chance to turn around. Killa does get graved up by the Dazzle, but Wymo, he's out of mana. He's only got 8 stick charges, so he can probably land an extra spell. But Ponlo, does he snipe with the wave? No. Where did he throw that wave?
He threw it towards Dark Willow instead. Ulu dies in the end. They sniped him with the ulti. And they get another kill. I mean, TK is gonna be the true carry here. I don't want him to see. I don't want these Yules. Just go for Axe, man. You have Midas already. Just full rush Axe. Let's go. You have Chrono from Faces Void. That's all he has to do. Just plant Chrono. By the way, you were talking about how good
he's going Axe.
Is.
He changed.
You see, nice.
He heard you.
I like that. You were talking about earlier how good Muerta is versus Void because of the ulti, right? Like you can't hit her.
Yep.
That was exactly what happened at that last fight. But she's good against him because of the AoE silence too. When the team fight is happening, she puts the AoE silence and he can't chrono anyone because he can't jump in. Like he can't reach the fight properly. So he's forced to make these kind of bad chronos.
Yeah, also the Void wasn't able to hit any targets. They used the swap as well, and he just dies on the low ground all by himself. QYQX, he's maybe gone a little bit too far here. Maybe. We're going to punish him for it. And there's a haste Dazzle. Look at this Doctor go. Ooh, speedy boy.
Very scary. Spooky, scary Dazzle.
Yep, with an Ags. Well, they're making a portal play towards the top lane. Ponlo was running away from TK. They're rapidly losing ground of their own side of the map, on the side of Ignite. Like this is only going to get worse, I think, if the tempo stays as it is. They're just going to get choked out harder and harder from their own side of the map, and with all these Midases just building up these bigger items on one side, it's going to be an even bigger deficit.
I feel like if you... the best time to fight for them is right now. You have Blink Radiance on Wraith King level 2 ulti, you have your Kunkka with Aghanims. Sure, Muerta doesn't hit too strong, but she's still Muerta, you know. You pop that ulti, you're still gonna delete a hero.
Yeah.
So overall, maybe right now would be the time to smoke up, make a play.
Yeah, finding a good balance between waves need to be pushed out and can we smoke up on our opponents, but they are a bit afraid right now. Seeing that this game has kind of hit the point where Go Along has probably a very strong lineup, but they're also pretty strong right now, so maybe they should take advantage of it. They are stacked up with 4 heroes in the top half of the map, and now there's the BKB on Muerta, so I think that calls for even bigger reason to stack up and go. As Go Along is smoking up towards the bottom lane, and Muerta under the tower. Mass TPs towards the mid lane. Do they get to this Muerta before?
Well, Void isn't there, right? Like, he's still on top, so how do they get on her? She has a BKB, like, you're not killing her.
Well, he's got the calling place down that will push Killa away. Fear comes out as well. Ponlo's here, and so is the rest of the team. And Void is now finally teleporting as well to join Go Along. And Killa starting off the fight. Ponlo down, and they're going to be jumping onto the Dawnbreaker. At the same time, Death is trying to close in the gaps at the side. Killa will be killed off by Ulu, and Once just waiting for a good chrono spot, and he's just a little bit too far away. They will burn out the Wraith King for the first time, and Once will take the front line. Okay, go straight for the Wraith King. Let's go for it. Both placed down. Snowball coming in. Snowball does absolutely nothing. He's got a BKB, remember? And he just get hit by the Walrus Punch, but he's still dead. And that's 3 for 1 traded. And Go Along. Happy with that.
Yeah, it's crazy that they managed to take these fights so cleanly and easily, even though they just lost the Dawnbreaker. Like, on paper, if you're looking at it, offlane versus support that just died, you'd probably rather not take that fight, but they still take it. They use the chrono, they take down the Wraith King. Nicely done. By the way, Dark Willow did go for Yules in the end. I'm still fine with it, you know, like Yules is a very solid item on him. You're also playing versus a Kunkka. It's gonna be useful no matter what.
Yep.
But this DK is 7-0-10. Either way.
Well, that's pretty sick. I mean, yeah, the reasoning for the Yules, I think you get the biggest benefit out of this if you get all the way to the Wind Waker. But what are you doing with a rushed Wind Waker? So just get the Yules for the extra mobility. You'll get at least a guaranteed stun with your Cursed Crown, and then you build up into the Aghanim, so you're also a damage dealer. And very early on into the game too, when you think about it, like it's not a pause for Willow building a Force Staff and an Aether Lens in between. He's just going straight Yule's Ags. So very early do they get that extra damage output, which will hurt the Muerta.
Yep, it will hurt them, and you know, you have the chrono for a setup. I love it. It's one of the best things to have in a game such as this one. Like, even if you're worried about late game, you know that you can, like you said, you can deal with the Muerta by just utilizing the Dark Willow.
Alright, Killa gonna get jumped on as Dust and Ponlo. Both gonna be surprising him off guard here. Has to use another BKB charge. That's the 8-second one. Killa looks like he's gonna be able to walk out safely though. But that is a 80-second cooldown that he's gonna have to live with.
Ponlo was thinking about it, but opted not to in the end. Instead, they smoke up.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Let's see, who can they find? They can connect with Muerta too. Like he has a Shadow Blade Aegis. Like your fights are still not easy. Even with the Aegis, I feel like you have to be careful.
Also, I can see Yules are also being lined up for a Kunkka. To build a Yules, it has to be against the Faceless Void, right? Or the Dazzle. Either one needs to be taken out of the fight. TK, he's caught sleeping, so who's going to claim this big streak? Or are they going to claim it? Yeah, they got the silence. Death will take it. That's a lot of money for the Wraith King. And he just finished his Aghanim's with that kill. It's on the courier now.
Yeah, meanwhile, speaking of the other guy that was supposed to build an Aghanim's, he bought the goddamn Blink. I'm angry. But, I guess it helps them a bit with initiation.
Yeah. Mr. Cider.
Yeah, he's next.
Yeah, welcome back. Mash your buttons, AA gameplay. Press every button that you have, you know you're dead anyway.
Yeah, been there, done that. I know you have as well.
Yep.
That's that.
Skywrath is another hero. You know, you just hit your 4 buttons at the same time, and you know, pray for them to land.
You know you're dead anyway, so they're no use. Just send someone to base at least, you know. Like Veno, when you're dying, pop that ulti. Yeah, whatever. Well, back in the day at least. Not the new Veno.
The Banana Mancer.
Yeah, the new Venomancer. Like, how can you take AoE from Venomancer as ulti? You know, the good old AoE. It just feels weird. Now he gets it. He gets it with Aghanims, right?
Yep.
Or with shards. Is it with Ags or with Shard that he gets?
I think it was with Ags. It's been a while since I've seen a Veno, to be honest.
Yeah, like latent toxicity is the Shard and Poison Nova is the Axe, something like that. But
yeah, that is absolutely correct. Oh well, it might be a while until we start to see Veno gameplay in competitive once again. I mean, he's a great slower, but you know,
I know what's crazy.
Does the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, Viper is also dead.
Yep. All the slow heroes are just gone.
You see, like Void picked quite a lot. You see, Spectre picked, and Viper isn't picked. Veno isn't picked against them. It's
and Ursa. You know, Ursa's also out of the pool. Another hero with a slow with no stun.
You know the heroes are dead when that's happening. Ursa isn't that dead. Like I've seen some. He is, but I've seen some attempts. Mid lane.
Let's see what kind of an attempt is made here. Oh, he thought about chronoing there for a second, but he didn't see enough targets. Knowing that there's an Agonist up in the Wraith King, and Mr. Waterpark. You know the that's chrono. That's a combo. If anything, they're going to be killing a lot of heroes, but they still might have to pay the price for it because that Wraith King Ags is still up and running. But no, they're just caught in the Bramble Maze with their ghosts, so they will lose up 3 heroes, make that a 4th with Death. He's going to be dropping 2, and Ulu left by himself, but they have vision, so this is going to be a full-on team wipe. What a beautiful play coming out from both once Wymo and, of course, Outsider with that Ice Blast into the 4-man chrono. That's really a beautiful play.
It really was. Once again, Ignite, they go... Okay, this time I have to give it to them. They did choose to go on Dazzle. But the problem is they went on a Dazzle knowing that there's a chrono, knowing that there are saves for him. So they kind of put themselves in a really bad spot and got punished for it. But there is an upside. The upside is 10% reduction on your respawn timer. Wraith King had an axe, so you're gonna be up sooner. Is that better or worse? I'm not sure.
I don't know, but TK is looking for a solo kill here. He's got it. Time to build another. Oh, he just blinks away as Death blinks in. Very nice. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Dazzle being controlled here. Does he have the heals or the RNG to dodge these puddles? Doesn't look like he's going to be caught now. He's still got that Grave available. Ice Blast coming in, and the Dawnbreaker coming in from some popped up extra heals. Oh no, they're not going to turn this one around, are they? Wymo able to escape inside the Glimmer, blinks forward, dodging this Vengeful Spirit, and they just killed everybody.
Double kill. They're unstoppable. Oh no.
Yes.
Holy! this is why this hero is absolutely busted and why I was excited to see it.
Yeah, this is why the hero is banned very often. Like, you just get rid of Dazzle, right? And you don't want to play against him, especially if you have some Kunkka on mid. But they decided to leave him in the pool. They're getting punished for it. Like, the worst thing is, like, they do have some stuns, but they just don't have enough of burst. I feel to kill Dazzle in this game, you need some Shadow Blade from Muerta popping her ulti, and then you stun him with Avenge, Tusk, whatever. Like, that way maybe you can kill him, but besides that, it's really not easy.
Well, in this particular matchup for game number 1, Go Along, they're just going along with the vibes right now. They've established dominance in this game. And, I mean, we've seen a couple good fights coming out from Ignite, but it's just not enough anymore. The longer the fights are going, it's indeedly going in the way of Go Along. This Dazzle is getting out of hands.
I think there is one, I wouldn't call it silver lining, but there is one unexplored venue that Ignite can go to, and that's actually utilizing Muerta. So far, this hero has been either chronoed or not in a fight. She gets obliterated before the fight even starts, for her at least. So, if they can find a way to utilize her, maybe things change.
Look at TK giving the information here. They don't have the required damage to kill this Muerta with just the Dawnbreaker and the Dark Willow, but they have good control of this area and keeping track of where the Muerta is most likely going to be moving around, because they're making a move happen in bottom. Tried to jump onto the Wraith King, but Death was able to escape. Successful with this catch this time.
Yeah. If you go along, like, your Midases are still working overtime, your lead is just increasing 24k ahead. What do? You just wait for ages, you force a fight around the pit, right? And that's your game plan. Meanwhile, if you're Dire, you know that you're very far behind, you know that you need to smoke up.
Literally in a dire situation with an 8% win probability, as we saw from the graph there, but all you need is one good fight, and then you can start building from there. That's a lot of money to be claimed here. Once he does get his BKB off, and he's on top of Ulu. Waits for the Pierce to Veil, but the swap save does come out, and once won't be able to hit this Muerta, and it's a chaotic fight, breaking all over the place. Void already down, so that's one way to kick things off. And Tusk coming in with the buyback. Wraith King might look for his second death here. Glimmer Cape save, and there we go. Reincarnation will be popped.
Okay, so they managed to kill Void, which is incredible considering Chrono was also used. However, oh, Dark Willow, will she get swapped?
Round number 2. Yeah, there goes your Kunkka. Pretty free kill.
Mega kill.
Yeah, that was not supposed to happen. Dark Willow is in.
Yeah, this is just going to be disastrous right after. I mean, the Muerta probably shouldn't live for too long. Dazzle just gets jumped on a beautiful Terrorize coming out from TK. TK, who's been playing absolutely out of his mind this game, on point with every single spell usage, and doing a lot of work at the back line as well, as they will clean out the rest of these. Well, I guess you could say on the Radiant side of the Roach Pit as we are, invaders have been repelled.
That's so sad. I was just going to praise them for taking a decent fight, killing the Void after Chrono was used. Like, they played so well around him as well. Like, they blocked the ramp with the shards, so when Void went on Muerta on the other side of the Chrono that just got swapped, he couldn't connect to Dazzle, so Dazzle couldn't grave him, couldn't save him, no one could save him.
Yeah.
But then in the end, it's just like, it's sheer muscle power, you know. In the end, that's what decided this fight. It wasn't like the brains or the execution. It's just you're 30k ahead, just run at them and kill them, you know. That's the way it felt to me, at least.
There was one really crucial moment there. Like, yeah, the first part went really well, but the second part of the fight, if they got that Dazzle, who was basically at like 200 HP, that could have made the day and night difference, basically, if Ignite would be able to then win the fight and get dominance or at least control of that Roche Pit area, maybe even get Aegis for themselves, because without Dazzle and then Void being dead, they would have had the power play. But they were unable to kill him, and TK just, that was a beautiful 3-man terrorize as well. So they're like, well, they're not doing anything anymore, time to hit freebies. But it just comes to say again, like, no matter how broken hero this Dazzle is, I have loved TK's Willow today.
What's the score at the moment? 9-1-17. Ah, not as good as X-Nova's Phoenix. He died once.
True. Yeah, X-Nova's stats were definitely silver padded. But this Willow performance has been quite the something. And he's got an... Okay, he had an E-Blade. Now he's lining up an Aeon Disc. He's already got Hex, Blink, Yules on this Willow, and still no Ags. Still no Ags, Lizard.
My heart is broken. My heart is just broken.
Oh, he's just teasing you now. I mean, he's been showing that Ags in his quick buy a couple of times, but he's just not doing it, Lizard.
I mean, they do have enough damage. This Dawnbreaker is smashing face. Same goes for Faceless Void. Dazzle is helping out as well. I get it, but at the same time, I just wanted to see some Dark Willow.
I can feel the disappointment in your voice.
Yeah. I just want to see some Dark Willow damage from distance.
It's definitely a lot of fun when you get to that point as a Dark Willow, when you have Aghanims. It's such a fun Ags. Like, out of like all of the Aghanims that you have in this game, I think Dark Willow Ags is always the thing where you're like rubbing your hands together and smiling, and like, yeah, I finally got it.
And you know what? It's like this dirty thing Ice Frog does. It's very dirty. Like, he does it. He teases us support players, you know? He's such a tease, man. He gives you some useless heroes such as Ancient Apparition, right? Like, you're basically one spell. But then he gives you Aghanims to right-click for 300 damage, you know? And then you're like, oh my god, I got some gold. Do I buy some actual damage items or attack speed? You know, or Crystal Maiden, you know, like he gives you this slowest hero in the game, like only spells, and then he's like, but what if I gave you 250 attack speed as well? What will my support pubbers do? Will they actually build a Glimmer Cape, or will they buy a Maelstrom? You know? He's single-handedly creating griefers, and then he's making us report them. Like, he's the real enemy.
I love the way that you're saying that a build like that sounds like it's grieving. While we're fighting in mid, they can't hit the Morta, but they can kill everybody else. Onlo slowly but surely dying here, and so does Ulu. I mean, you're saying it's griefing, but in my eyes, I at least want to keep some of my optimism still alive. I feel like you finally get options to build your hero in a different way. But go along. This is a convincing Game 1 victory from them coming out in this final best-of-3 series of the day. The series is not over, but they got themselves a head start.
It's a pretty good head start. I think not only in a game sense, the morale should be very high up for them. They just have to be careful not to get a little bit cocky in the second game, because realistically this game was a stomp. Ignite, they did have a couple of decent opportunities to take this game to an even playing field, to actually fight in post laning stage, but they decided to just chill versus 3 Midases and the Dazzle Midas, of course, right? So it was doomed. It was doomed from the get-go. I'm not sure. They need to perhaps like reevaluate the post laning stage a little bit.
Well, let's see what kind of adjustments they are going to make, because they're now facing elimination. Ignite, one more loss, and they are out of the China Close qualifiers. Small, you know, I guess the break talk is, well, what comes in really important here, because you've only faced losses today. Ignite has yet to win a map in any other series that they've played so far, so now it is very much needed to get themselves back up to speed. But not necessary to go up to speed right now, because we are going to take a tiny breather. A little break is needed for all of us. So game 2 right after a couple minutes. See you soon.
not wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to ban. Ten seconds. 5 seconds remain.
Welcome everyone back to the
Hey.
draft. It's me and Mr. T Panda here,
What's
taking you
up?
for a ride of the second game of this grand series of Go Along and Ignite Us. T Panda, go along. Go. do it.
The way you said "go along," it sounded like some kind of Chinese monster, like "go along."
10
Go
seconds
along.
remain.
Sure.
But you're absolutely
were
right.
monsters for Ignite,
Game
right?
2 time. Anything could happen. I hope Ignite got themselves a good prep during that little break, because some things went better and some things seem like they didn't address properly. I guess it went down to like itemization. Most importantly, you're going up against Midas's. I think they got the info on that maybe a little bit too late. They weren't probably prepared for Midas gaming. And
5 seconds.
the couple fights that they did take were very close margin that they could have gone their way. So I wouldn't blame too much about the draft, except for why did you leave Dazzle open. But outside of that, I think they did pretty much all the right things. They were just really unlucky in terms of Dazzle surviving at 200, 100 HP in 2 or 3 fights, and then they started getting prolonged because of the healing that he was able to pump up for his team, and that was enough for them to turn.
10 seconds remain.
Yep. Well, I'm not too sold on Ignite, honestly. Like, I know you're
5
trying to
seconds remain. It is
hype up the series, but overall, Go Along for me, they look much stronger. I feel that they just executed better, Like they knew they had a plan and they executed with it. Meanwhile, Ignite, for me, okay, they probably had a decent plan, decent draft as well, but they were kind of all over the place when it comes to execution. Mistake here, mistake there, and they just get punished for it super hard.
Player's turn to ban.
Maybe if they manage to play the game a little bit faster this time around, and maybe if they have a mid laner that doesn't get like, look, he actually did quite all right versus Dazzle for a Kunkka, but maybe if they have an advantage from mid, it's gonna change.
Maybe they need Summonus, maybe. That was a lot of maybes, Lizard.
Like it's always like that. Dota is a game in which anything can work, and it's really difficult to find the right solution for your problems.
Yeah.
Sometimes a certain player seems to be the problem. You change him, he's owning with another team. Meanwhile, you're just getting wrecked. No matter what you do, you're looking even worse. But I feel that they had a really difficult lane on the mid lane, and if they change that, perhaps the game's going to be easier for them.
You're absolutely right. Like going basically on a rabbit hole about when a player is good in one team and worse in another. It's also because of all the frequent patches that have been going on. Especially when you look at carry players, like POS 1 players. Some carry players are hot because the meta fits their hero pool where they're the most comfortable in. And then there's a patch where, let's say a guy who plays like Gyrocopter, Sven, Ursa, and none of those heroes are in the meta. That player is going to suffer a lot, and it doesn't look too appealing for the other teams because either he adapts or he dies. It's just a way of survival in the Dota universe that you got to adapt to the meta as fast as possible, and hopefully it works in your favor and your team's favor as well. So it's not talked enough. I guess there's a reason why all of us and all the top analysts of this game don't really talk too much about like the hero pool impacting a specific player's performance in that year, because there are some patches where they're really good because their heroes are on the board, and then there are others where they just can't find anything that works.
Yeah, I also think it used to be very obvious before the thing that you just talked about, like certain players with certain hero pools. I think that it's kind of back in the day. Every player had his own set of heroes, and he would be spamming them and practicing them. And then every now and then you would see some miracle displaying everything, and you'd be like, "Wow, holy shit, this guy can win with anything." I feel like right now most players are
Dyer's turn.
they have their set of heroes, but they all play the meta heroes.
Yeah,
No matter
I
what,
guess
they-
enough time has already passed that it's
Yeah.
no longer a valid excuse.
Yeah, like you have to, because it's also because the metas are way more crystallized than they used to be. Teams don't really have. Some teams have a bit of identity, but they're outliers. Back in the day, every team had their own identity, and everyone was trying something else. You would value comfort over meta, right? I feel like 99% of teams right now value meta over comfort,
Yeah.
as it should be probably.
Dyer's turn to pick.
Well, if it's not broken, don't try to fix it, as they say. And we've got some pretty interesting heroes on the board, especially with this Earth Spirit Magnus coming out, because Magnus and Muerta don't directly have like right-click synergy, but Muerta does get a lot of extra damage from her passive if targets are nearby. So Magnus helps out with the RP factor in that case. You've got great burst potential. You have great single target and AoE lockdown with both of these two. But it's not like Faceless Void Magnus, where he also gets benefit from the Empower. So Muerta's damage is not directly coming from the Magnus, but it's coming with the Magnus, if that makes any sense.
No, for sure. They synergize in a different way. Even the RP and the calling, right? That shot is easier to land. Like there are some different things, not necessarily the good old empower me and I'll right click. Meanwhile, on Go Along, like when you see Ancient Apparition and Earth Spirit, I'm already scared. Like these two heroes are gonna force you to buy a BKB as soon as possible. Even Muerta, in this game, you cannot hide in your ulti. Earth Spirit rolls on top of you, Ancient Apparition follows up with an ulti. You're gonna die to Magnetize and Shatter. So they get the Treant. This hero is still like one of the highest win rate heroes in pubs.
It is, and I looked up the stats for that when I was casting the open qualifiers. I was watching the West European qualifiers, and I was checking what's good in the Immortal ranked meta. And Treant Protector is the most played and the highest win rate hero out of any Immortal ranked hero, at 57% win rate of over 12,000 games in the last month.
It's insane. Just the way he works. He's a bit too strong at the moment. I won't even say that. It's just the numbers. It's one of those heroes that I would just say it's just the numbers. It's not like, I don't know, there are some heroes that have a built-in mechanic that's kind of broken. Like no matter what you do, it's kind of broken. You can nerf it a bazillion times, it's still strong. Treant for me right now, Leech Seed, too good. Like in the laning stage, just way too much heal. Then you get on top of that the armor, the brambles, whatever. Like, yeah, they're good too, but Leech Seed and the armor, it feels like heroes are invincible in these early game skirmishes.
Can you make Treant carry work? Is that too mean?
I mean, now that we're talking about Ice Frog and his, maybe if he gave Treant a level 20, 150 attack speed talent, people would definitely do it.
That hero would look so fun if he had that much attack speed.
I've
Remember
seen some
my
Echo
Treant
Saber
impersonation?
Oh yeah, I do. Your Treant impersonation was, it's like one of top 5 things I've laughed the hardest in my life.
I remember you had tears coming out.
I literally cried. I cried on camera because of you. I couldn't stop. That was way too good. Yeah, I loved it. Sand King into Faceless Void. This used to be really strong, right? But is that the lane now? I guess Sand King.
This draft is going places.
Is it good places? You don't know, but it's going places.
It's definitely going somewhere. Sand King, Treant, Magnus. That is a very interesting trio for phase 2.
10 seconds.
Yeah, but a lot of stuns, a lot of synergy, like some epicenter together with Magnus ult, with RP. It's, you know, it can be scary for Faceless Void to play into Sand King in the lane as well.
At
We'll
least
see,
what
yeah.
I'm looking at. I think I'm more fixated on the Strain Protector, but Muerta Strain Protector is a damn strong lane, actually. It's really strong in terms of trading potential.
Yeah, it's just one of those killer lanes. You have this frontline brawler, and then you have this glass cannon sitting behind. I think Treant and Muerta are probably one of the toughest lane to play against, and they ban out Ursa. They're actually expecting Muerta to be support. Maybe some Muerta
they
Sand
banned the
King.
puck as well. That's what I'm also thinking. Like, if they don't play the Muerta Treant lane, I think you kind of have to put Magnus as a 2/1, and Sand King. I can only see Sand King going in the off lane. Like, I don't see Sand King as a 5. I can see him as a 4. I can definitely see him as a 3.
No, you can put him mid as well, right? Like,
Okay.
in Tourist Spirit, the lane is fine. But how I see Ignite playing is Magnus mid, Sand King off lane, and then is Muerta carry or not? I'm not sure. They can go for something that perhaps doesn't get wrecked by all the magic damage from go along, because the magic damage is insane. But
Let's see if they want to go out in style or.
I would personally rather get the support here.
The funny thing
They go
is,
for
Dazzle
Void
is still
Spirit.
in the pool. No, Dazzle's not in the pool. Never mind. It was banned
No,
first.
first ban, yeah.
Literally first ban. Void Spirit. You talked about the spirits earlier on today.
Yeah, not this one.
Not this one,
Not
but
this
earlier on for sure.
He's solid. Like, he wasn't picked quite a lot in TI as well. But you have Empower. It's a lot of damage. You can reach the backlines. You can get on top of Phoenix, Ancient Apparition. Later on, you get the Silence versus Faceless Void too. It's not terrible, but I feel like Ignite. Like, the first problem is I'm saying it's not terrible. The second problem is I feel like they went back to full comfort zone.
And we got ourselves the Doom to finish off the draft for Go Along. And that's going to be going for Killa into the off lane. So Ulu is playing a carry Void Spirit. And Dust is throwing Magnus mid. Okay.
No, that's a curveball, I guess. Like, still, you get Mag mid. Like, it's a different approach to the game. Like, last game, they were chilling, waiting for something to happen. They waited for something that never came. And this time around, I feel like they have two cores, both Magnus and Void Spirit, that just want to fight constantly. So, in any case, we're going to see a different game. Will it be better or worse for Ignite? I don't know.
It's definitely very, very different. Ignite is playing 4 melee heroes versus a Chronosphere, which is the thing I'm very worried about. At least on the positive side, if there's no Chrono, they are, maneuvering around each other's on the next target that they want to focus down. If they start spreading out, well, it's going to take a while until they're going to be able to add up that extra damage from their teammates. So they kind of have to go from one target to another as a clumped kind of death ball. And then you have Ponlo with this support Muerta, just, chilling around and trying to, just observing his guys going from point A to point B to point C. But Go Along, I mean, this draft is stable. I know this can work easily. Does Ignite win with the Flare? I mean, Void Spirit looks to be a carry, so I have no idea how he's going to build this hero. But I guess all you can say here is good luck.
I mean, it's a good carry. Like, it's not the most conventional carry, but you have Magnus to help you out. I feel that there's some, like you said, Flare. Definitely a curveball. Maybe that's something that they need to utilize to win versus
That was unreal. That
Go
was
Along.
unreal.
Well, Well, we are going for the Protect the Trees early first blood battle at the top lane. Which is, again, you know, got to avoid those trees being cut down for the Treant Protector. And they're already hard at work with their Quelling Blades here. Treant Protector coming in from the other side. Puts down the ward. They have good vision here, but are they getting to move out? Yes, they are. They've already, you know, the damage has already been dealt. And they can still continue doing this. And there goes your ward as well. Finally get the initiation out. Shockwave into the stun from the Sand King. Killer. He's got nowhere to run, so he's taking the other way out as he is being chased and killed. Ponlo will take the first kill. They do end up losing Ulu, though, so not sure who's going to be actually getting the bigger benefit out of these kills. Ponlo picks up a double. Death will drop as well. He just lost 2 cores.
Yep, you lost 2 cores, but if you're Phoenix, you're kind of happy, I guess. You know, you got yourself 600 gold. On a support Phoenix. What does he buy? A magic wand. You disappoint me, son.
Another X-Nova Phoenix incoming?
I wanted some, I don't know, some bracer and you right-click them, you know. Yeah, there was a build on Phoenix, I remember, like supports would buy 2 bracers and just be like, yeah, 75 damage. Right-clicking plebs.
We're not going to get it this time, but 4 kills to start off the game. Bounties being split 2 for 2. So I guess we could say we have an even start, but I wouldn't say it's really even. I mean, they got first blood off of the to a support, and on one end you killed 2 cores, who basically got left out of any experience. Well, at least they got some from Wymo. I mean, you lost 2 cores on both teams, never mind. So it's not just one team getting 2 core kills. They both actually got 2 core kills, so I guess it is somewhat even.
Yeah,
I don't even know. It's been a long day.
It's pretty even. I guess the team that gets the kills the latest, they get a bit more out of it. Like
Killer's about to go down again at the top lane. This Doom will end up losing his
Phoenix.
life. Ulu will get this one onto the carry Void Spirit. And there's also no dive on the Phoenix anymore. He's just trying to slow him down with the Fire Spirits. And it might just do the trick, but it's not going to be enough. They've got the Treant laying down the Nature's Grasp and taking down TK.
You have to respect the fact that you're not really playing into a casual carry. Like, your standard carries don't really have power spikes early on level 2, level 3. They do, but they aren't as difficult to deal with as some hero like a Void Spirit.
Yeah, and this is a universal hero, so that right-click damage is real.
Yeah, the right-click damage from him, the right-click damage from Treant. It adds up. It's a lot. On the other lanes, our things going. Magnus doing quite alright versus Earth Spirit on bottom lane. What's going on here? Is Sand King actually doing well? Well, they're kind of trading. It's all about level 3. Once level 3 comes online, Death should have full domination of this lane.
Curious to see where these side lanes are going to be going, especially with that Void Spirit. Does he change his itemization, or are we looking at a fairly standard, you know, maybe a bit more stat heavy, considering that you are universal? But usually the mid Void Spirits that you see is all basically based up on your damage. Is kind of it doesn't really scale on Void Spirit. The only thing that scales is the change to the hero being universal, so he gets more right-click damage, so the items that he builds will create more benefit, but all of his spells have a locked-in amount of damage that they can do. Which is both the strength and the weakness of the hero.
Yeah, but they dish out a shit ton of damage, right? So
yeah, that's the positive side. They do a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly.
But it does fall off the further the game goes, so that's where his universal side does help him out.
Killa, top.
Yeah, this dude is not enjoying at all.
That's what, death number 3. 4 minutes in. It's surprising as well, because, okay, you are Doom, you're not the tankiest, but you're playing with a Phoenix versus 2 melees. Like, you would suspect Phoenix to be able to protect him with...
Yeah, QYQX gonna get burnt up by the Icarus dive, but it's not gonna be enough for TK to kill him off. But it is enough to soften him up, so he has to walk away, and no Tranquil Boots either, so... Treant is gonna be out of action for a while.
not necessarily, he has Leech Seed. We'll see. Like, I still feel like he just stays, yeah, and
Yeah, it
heals
just
up
pops
a
another
bit.
brief wave. Yeah, there we go. Lulu sees an opening to fight back here. Doesn't really get to right click. The fire spirits are really causing issues for him.
As they should, like, this is a lane in which, if you have fire spirits in all the right times, Skilla shouldn't be dying. But you have to play around the downtime.
The funny thing is,
Properly.
for Void Spirit, he doesn't actually care too much about the attack speed slow because his attack animation is so amazingly good. Like, I can see him being hit by a Fire Spirit, and he's still blast hitting like he's not even being slowed up at all because he still attacks faster than a Treant normally does.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. He might die here, but he does have a Healing Lotus.
Yeah, he does. Also gets the shield and the Assimilate, but here comes Wymo. And Outsider. Okay, they're bringing in 4 heroes to fight this back, but they need to start getting these kills on time. TK's dropping low. There's a Fear onto the Doom as well. And that Phoenix is about to drop. RP dropped as well by Dust onto the Doom. TK just got denied. By who?
Killing spree.
Who?
Neutral creep.
Which one? There was
think
no
of the
shockwave. The
Satar.
shockwave was unused by the setter. What the hell killed him? A ghoul?
Just a right click. Just a right click, I guess.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, that's a bit rough. But hey, at least you got some kills out of that trade. So not left completely empty-handed, despite losing your carry. But
Yeah. Earth Spirit rotation didn't really work out too well, but he did get a kill, so... Eventually they got a kill, I mean. So in that sense, it's good.
if I wouldn't have been already awake for like 13 hours, I probably would have, you know, had a bit more. What can I say? Eyes more awake. This is our 3rd series after all the day, but maybe one of the Vul assassins just ruined that one casual right click and it was enough for a kill.
The revenge of the Wool. Bottom lane.
Indeed. Death gonna get jumped on as Wymo and once just gonna fight it all the way to the end. Death. Sadly no mana for an epicenter, and that fight was already deep in, so he's just gonna have to give away his life. Good rotation there from the Earth Spirit.
Yeah,
And
nice
he's going top
attempt.
for more.
Dire have fortified
low
their
Treant
structures
Protector.
against attack.
I love how active he's playing on the Earth Spirit. Like, he abandoned mid farm. He's going top.
Ulu is also here to help out QYQX, and there's the burn from TK. So there goes your Treant Protector. Ponlo teleports in. The silence isn't connecting on anyone. So the calling is missing with a couple pixels. Don't get any extra damage coming out from that, so they're just gonna walk it off.
You did notice just how much sustain that Treant had, right? Like, level 3 lead seed, even though there was a lot of bottom lane once. Nice chrono. Yeah, the silence wasn't there from Ponlo, so...
Ponlo actually finds him, but has no mana.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Very, very mana-hungry team now that I think about it. Seeing him just buying the arcane boots onto this Muerta.
Dust. To get...
Yeah. Couple more hits. Sadly, he's stunned. 5 seconds for Shockwave. That's the time the AA needs to survive. He's on his side of the map. Wymo needs to help him out here. He's gonna kick him away. Nice. Just the intervention that he needed.
That's a wasted RP. Bottom lane, they tried to go on Void again, but... It feels like they just can't connect their spells properly on him. I feel like AA would have died if he didn't use the RP so fast.
Ulu's here. And that looks like it's going to be a kill. Yes, sir. Ulu rotates in for a quick kill and goes back to farming in top. Just that's one of your benefits of having a carry that has a mobility ability. Mobility ability. That sounds so weird to say, but You get my
Do you
point.
think that he was like, I'm sick of you guys missing a kill on this void. I need to do this on my own.
Yeah, it's like, do I have to do everything by myself? But they score a kill with it, then faces Void he's last in net worth. Midas queued up. Okay, Midas check. We have 1, 2, 3. 3 again for go along. 0 by the looks of it on the other side.
Yeah, who builds it on the other side? I suppose you could build it on Void Spirit, but no one else really wants it.
Yeah,
Maybe
Sand King
3
has a
back
Wind
in the
Waker
day.
lined up, by the way.
Yeah. Blink
Okay.
Wind Waker, that's it.
What a build up, man. Sand King, you know, Blink, of course you need that, but straight to Wind Waker? That's pretty crazy. I mean, Chrono Counter, sure.
Yeah. Yules is good.
Is under attack.
Overall, Yules is really good on him. I think Ags is pretty decent too, but not sure how I feel about it.
Do you
in this
still need to dodge the Sandstorm talents? Wait, they've actually changed the talents on the Sand King since the last time I've seen. He used to have like increased AoE on the Sandstorm, and you would never pick that up because it would make your Ags worse.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the bigger the AoE, the smaller chance your burrow strikes are actually gonna
Connecting.
hit.
Yeah. I know. Pay to lose, pretty much.
Yeah, pay to lose, exactly. And you're forced to level it up as well by the time you hit level 30, so that kind of sucked. Or then you just have this constant notification. You have one ability point you haven't put anywhere.
I couldn't. I literally couldn't take that. I would have to use the point. My OCD would be destroying me mentally.
Yeah, I would have the same issue. Like, you have this shiny thingy that constantly reminds you of something that you don't want to do.
Yeah. Killa. There's Dust with Invis.
Semi-tanky Doom, 17 armor under the tower, but you don't need all of that. Oh, that's a Chrono that will land on top of multiple targets here as Once has caught them all. There's your first kill. That's a huge AA blast. We'll take down the next one, and Dust will follow suit. So go along. They trade the Doom for a multitude of kills. You've got a AA blast the size of the entire top lane, basically, with a 3-man Chrono.
Yeah, you called it kind of the best. It's average tanky Doom, right? Kind of tanky. He wasn't tanky enough to survive, but he's tanky enough that if you go on him under a tier 1 tower, you're gonna get punished for it. So very similar to what was happening in the last game with Faceless Void. They go on someone, Faceless Void TPs in, punishes them. Can Ulu kill him?
Gonna try. He's not really using any of his spells actually there. Just popping around with his astral steps, and they're both put on cooldown, so he can't actually run away. I don't think they might be punishing him because they've set their sights towards the bottom lane. Killa in the lane is Wymo and Outsider. I don't know if I should call him Outsider or Ooh-Sider.
Outsider.
Like, oh, cider.
Dire
Maybe he's a
look
drinker.
to their top tower.
Outsider.
Outsider. Oh,
going
smoke pops again, and oh, they find Dust farming some ancients here. There's a plenty of stacks here. AA Blast will connect on the Magnus, and he's
so
burning up, but it's gonna be close. Okay, now it's not even close anymore because he does get hit by the Spirit Vessel. And Killa, he's here to take some stacks.
Top lane.
Ooh, cider.
Okay.
Almost spotted, but won't be able to do too much while TK does get hunted down by the rest of the Ignite gang. And they're diving Muerta onto the tower. Okay, they go straight for Ponlo. TP's coming in from the Treant Protector, and that's one hero gone. Wymo does get silenced up by the Calling, but he has a roll away. And, oh, he misses the Treant ulti. He dropped the base. But no.
Yeah, he dropped it. Sand King is in. He's got that Blink Dagger, so nice block. They get him.
Well,
It's kind of easy for Earth Spirit to dodge your spells now, right? Like, it's not only that you miss it. When you're Earth Spirit, you just roll, you disappear from the map, more or less. So you become untargetable anyway.
You remember the Limp Bizkit song "Rollin'"?
Of course, I listened to it like yesterday at the gym. I swear.
Nice.
It's that in my generation.
My generation. Oh, that's a great song.
I love Limp Bizkit. They're like one of my first CDs that I had.
The OGs.
Yeah.
The
I
good
was
old
like-
new metal wave was going on back in the day.
Yeah.
Park and Limp Bizkit and Machine Head. You could name a million different bands. They all made the same type of music, but they were all great albums that came back then. The only thing I hated about new metal was the frosted spikes on everybody's heads. Like, you know, remember Guy Fieri, the cook?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody had that hairstyle. It was awful.
Frosted spikes, masks.
Frosted tips, frosted spikes, yeah.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Hey, my friend. You're kind of dead.
Yeah, that's a lot of heroes for Pulse 5 to deal with. Killer.
Maybe they have a bonus. Yeah.
Oh, Death gonna want to go in. Epicenter right on top of the Doom. Doom gonna get slowed up as well, and a lot of tick damage coming in. He's feared into the other direction too by the Muerta. And a stick, nice one, dodging the Remnant, but still Ulu will be credited with the kill. And they're making a move towards top at the same time. Magnus already under the tower. Teleport from QIQX. But I'm not sure if they can catch once here.
Bottom tower is no more.
Let's see. They want once. Or
They
Phoenix.
got
at least.
haste. TK, do they see? Oh, they got the Void at the back. There we go. They got the ultis to connect, and they will take them both.
You know, that kind of a kill, or a double kill, I should say, is... I feel like it's like a punishment for Doom. You know? Their spirit
Oh,
is in.
it's not over yet. The retaliation. Dust. Ticking, ticking, ticking. Magnetize. The vessel.
Oh,
the
nice
AA blast,
connection.
and he's taken out. Wymo gets this one. And on to the next one with that DD rune. Smacking the hell out of that Treant Protector. And on to the next one. Next challenger. Death has been summoned. And here comes Ulu. And it's a 3 versus 1 as they take down Osider. Wymo is running out of tools to fight with. So he will drop, and Ulu picks up the double.
They still have the Egg and the Chrono and the Doom. Like, one thing that I can see from Go Along is they're not really playing together this time around. Remember at the end of the last game I said hopefully they won't be too cocky coming into this second game, because the first one was very convincing. I
Yeah.
feel that they did go into this game maybe a bit too cocky.
Yeah, the jacket is
The-
open.
Yeah, they're just playing like in a pair of twos, maybe threes maximum. Which isn't necessarily always a bad thing, just they're being punished for it right now.
Well, the Midases on the side of Go Along are still doing work. There's a plethora of items that Wymo would love to pick up here. He's got his Blade Mail lined up into the heart, BK. Getting closer and closer to the Octarine core. Faces Void also has his BKB lined up. And,
Radiant's middle tower
wait.
is no more.
They made a fourth Midas. Oh, TK has a Midas as
Yep.
well. So they got 4 now.
Yeah.
Where's
And
the
it's not
AA
even
Midas?
bad.
That's the big one.
You know what? Like, all of these heroes historically at some point had good Midases. Like Phoenix in general, I would say that this hero is still benefiting quite a bit from Midas. It's still really good on him.
Yeah, if not the gold, then at least the experience to get towards those level 2 ults.
No, I would say it's more about the experience than the gold for sure.
Yeah, I think it's almost always been that way. It's just, you know, get the experience, and that enables you to get more farm, because your abilities do more, you get more stats. And
Yep.
that in general increases your farming speed. So,
For sure.
Gold.
RP mid.
Do this one here. They have caught themselves an Earth Spirit, so Wymo down, and once does get the Chrono to connect onto 2. Can't hit the Morta yet, but the Magnus will fall as the AA Blast is on point. Death coming in with a turnaround, And they've got this Faceless Void locked in. Won't be able to jump away.
Doom is coming. Maybe they egg here. Let's see. Yeah, he hit everyone.
And outside of here, Death will miss the Burrow Strike. Doom plays down. Egg will be destroyed. Ulu will be focused here. Dropping low, Death. Going for the deny. Yep, he's got him. Ulu with the illusions. Actually doing enough damage to clean him out.
This is a good opportunity.
Death.
Outside.
QX thinking about reinitiating. Another missed Burrow Strike. And he's going to get tipped by Punlo for it. Yes, he's tried, he's attempted, and Death will be able to get out. So Ulu also getting a tip. You know, that was not Death's fight, but a 2 for 2.
Yeah. This last stun, I know exactly what was going through his mind. Like, he sees two heroes, he wants to impale both of them, and he doesn't manage to, you know, Burrow Strike either. So, unfortunate for him. I'm sure he feels a bit bad, yeah. But overall, do you think that was worth it for Dire? I think it's okay. The problem is, as long as you're having these evenish engagements, Radiant is winning, right? They have the Midases.
I don't think it's actually even. I mean, it was a 3 for 3. They lost Muerta and the Void and the Magnus, so I think that's pretty costly.
Yeah.
Killed a Faceless Void and
the
Earth
Earth
Spirit.
Spirit.
And Earth Spirit doesn't really mind too much about it because he's. It's more about like if you kill the Faceless Void, you're doing a great job because he's the big win condition for go along.
Yeah, I love how he tried to hit the courier in the end. At least, you know, I'm taking the bird down with me. Like, I do
always
feel
try to
that
take something with you.
I do feel that killing Earth Spirit is also pretty important. You're slowing down his impact this early on, which is... Oh, Wisdom Rune.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's been unfortunate having to forfeit that Wisdom Rune away.
Tower is no more.
QX. He's pinging out the Faceless Void, like they can't set up on him.
He's coming.
Yeah.
Sand King is on his way, so all they need to do is just make sure he doesn't escape, and he doesn't have a Manta to do so, so they've got Roots into stun, into Roots, and there's the Chrono, but he's already dead, so AA also taking a brunt of that Epicenter dropped by Death. Ulu trying to find the AA.
Did he not glimmer him?
Middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he glimmered himself.
Yeah, I feel like he didn't glimmer the Void.
Could have been a difference maker if he did. Maybe he was just outside of range.
Nah, he wasn't outside. Range was definitely not the issue.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe Void dies anyway. I feel like these Midases are hurting them a little bit, for now at least. Earth Spirit.
He's got a haste rune. But is he going to get to use it and run away? That's a whole different question. He's dropping low. And he's going to make them work for their money, at least, TK. Couple extra heals from the Sunray, and there we go. Wymo able to roll out, so an attempt for a kill. That was a RP also used by Dust, so won't be using that. Go along, they just need a bit more time, but they're not given any time. Dust and Ulu finish off another kill off of the Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, slowly but surely, you can see that they're getting these pickups one after another, 5k advantage. Meanwhile, I'm worried for Radiant. They might fall off. By the time they get these BKBs, perhaps the damage will just not be there. The Midases really hurt them in the end. Like, they didn't play the game. Like, they bought all these Midases and then they continued playing in groups of 2 or 1, you know. Phoenix, mid lane, again, it's the same thing.
He's found the enemy.
Yep.
I know where they are, guys.
I feel like if you're gonna play like this, you need to kind of cover each other, play together.
Honlo just picked up a Midas on the Muerta. So we have 5 Midases in this game. That's the first as well for Ignite.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I guess he's securing the late game, right? Maybe.
Yeah.
Not sure.
He's got Rod of Atos, so he could build into
Gleipnir.
Gleipnir.
Yeah. He's had a good game,
Yes.
6-9.
He's loading up the epicenter. He's going to go in for it as well. There's the Glimmer Cape, and Wymo might just get enough from it. Yes, he does. Void Spirit going to get blown up as well by the AA Blast, and Death doesn't get hit by the first rock from Wymo. Wymo does get the Vessel to connect onto him, so he won't be able to blink away.
Is under attack.
One more Vessel charge available, and there we go, the rolling connection. Killer's there to help him out. And these are big kills. You just killed the carry and you killed the offlaner in one go. Very much needed for go along.
Yep, and a nice bait too. Like finally, they set up a nice little bait on the Earth Spirit and they turn with the Doom.
Yes.
Nicely played. I
Got,
like
got
the fact
almost
that
3,000 HP, so he is very tanky. Dust actually does land the Harpoon and the RP, but that's a Blade Mail popped, so he doesn't want to hit him at all. Might end up killing himself if he continues hammering away against that Earth Spirit, so they're just going to have to let him walk away. Meanwhile, at the back lines, you've got Muerta getting caught, Punlo down. Wymo pushed back in once again, and he doesn't have an avenue to roll away.
There's no Doom, but there's A ulti and there's a Chronosphere Void with the BKB, so I'm not sure if Dire is strong enough to make this kind of a play at the moment. There's also an egg.
Yeah, at least they want to be aggressive and not give in to fear. I think that's one of the alphas and the omegas of Dota. You start giving in to fear, you're letting the enemy win the game. Meanwhile, Chrono used AA Blast as well. Get the Sand King. 2 ults for a pickoff.
Just you wait, you know, this is the patch called Blade Mail Heart. Your Earth Spirit has the Blade Mail, he has the Reaver. Is what, 200 gold away from Heart. Once he hits that timing,
Radiant's top
GG.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's going to be very fun to play against a hero with a lot of HP and a Blade Mail. You're like, well, when do we start hitting this guy?
Radiant's top tower is under attack. The
like,
Radiant's
just look at this Radiant draft. It's use ulti, use one circle, use second circle, use third circle, that's it. RP Chrono A ulti.
tower is under attack.
Not RP, egg. Egg Chrono A ulti, that's it. Meanwhile, on this Dire side, you have to actually be smart about the way you play, you know. Jump in and out, skewer someone.
Worked out. They found Pawn low. Easy pickings. Death observing on the sidelines. Oh, they got themselves a play here, but an RP to turn things away. Dust will be forced away by the egg spawn, and a Doom also popped on top of him. Trying to make a run for it. Ulu does intervene onto the Earth Spirit. His movement speed almost gone. Epicenter, turn around. Wymo gonna need a bit of extra help here, but no Sunray to heal him up. He's still going back in with that Arcane Rune. Look at the amount of damage he's also dealing. This is without the Faceless Void helping out, or the Doom. It's just Wymo with the help of TK. The majority of the work.
Yeah, they still couldn't do anything to him. And he has that heart, he healed up literally in 10 seconds, he's full HP again.
Works wonders.
Now you're gonna have Mjolnir as well on Faceless Void. He's got enough gold for the Hyperstone. The recipe, is it in the base already or not? It isn't, but actually it is. It's just on the other side of the map.
Lizard, you might have to get ready with the translator again if we get hit with a reason for the pause.
I'm ready. I have my phone. Translator is on. I'm ready to point my camera.
There we go. You can put it.
That
on
means
the
go. That means go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Even I understand what that means. So we're back. Not sure what the reason for the pause was, but you know, probably somebody poked a drink over. Real gamers don't care about that, so they just say go and play again. "28 minutes into game number 2, and it still feels like it could be anybody's game."
Yeah. They're going for the pit. Now there's a smoke already, so realistically this is a really good shot
Getting
for
into
Dire.
position here.
Yeah.
Ulu gonna be taking the charge if anyone. They're all stacked up. Beautiful barrel strike, and that is just right on top of the money. And there goes two. You've lost TK and Outsider. And man, they're gonna pay a heavy price for this one because now they're trying to get away. Maybe even get a kill on the side. They need this Faceless Void Chrono if they want to turn things around. They're still okay with Wymo. Killa's dropping though. Ponlo is low on HP, and he will fall, and so will Wymo. So at that point, they just sack the rest of the team once. Will be leaving the vicinity of that area. So all ended up with, you know, a bad timing. Everybody was stuck, you know, hugging each other as they were going this, you know, the stairs of love. I guess you could say they were walking the streets of Paris in the fall time.
Yeah,
and then there's this sudden guy who shows up with a burrow strike.
Yeah, they were stuck on the stairs, and Sand King just jumps in, burrow strikes them.
Yeah, that was the real step bro that showed up.
Yeah, like overall, I'm worried for them not having. Okay, never mind. Doom has a BKB now. He's got a BKB and Dirt Spirit. He queued. I love this, by the way. I love because it's also a testament to what we were talking about earlier with cockiness. You know, like, after that last fight, yeah, we need BKBs. You know, suddenly everyone is buying a BKB. Right? Realistically, you're playing into a Sand King, and 2 out of 3 of your cores don't have BKBs. There's something wrong.
Yeah, it's not even about the mass Lincolns we saw earlier on today. Now it's just, yep, BKB is our only way out of this one.
Yeah, like you need BKB, need something to stay alive, not to get RP into Impale.
What I would love to see, what I kind of saw in that last fight when the Burrow Strike came in and connected onto 3 heroes. Imagine if you had 3 Lincolns at that point. You see 3 Lincolns pop, and they're just still gonna, you know, pound you to death. Would have looked pretty crazy if that were the case. However, Outsider doesn't get the chance to ward out, and Phoenix is also in a bit of trouble. Gets Yuled as he's trying to get away. Killa drops the stuns onto the Void Spirit, dooms the Sand King so he can't reinitiate, and they're trying to make a run for it. Wymo going for the chase, and they are almost killed off Ulu, but it's not enough. The Aegis will remain intact.
Ooh,
Dust goes
nice.
in. BKB RP blink onto them, and they cannot kill them. Once is still alive, so is Killa, so is Outsider. Ice Blast is on its way, and it's going to connect onto the Magnus, and Dust looks like he is going to fall. He is dead. Wymo, they've got QX on the high ground. Wymo will roll right onto him, but that's a 4K Earth Spirit, so they can't focus him at all. Double kill for the Earth Spirit, and Perseverance pays off. They got to start the fight first. Well, I mean, I guess it all started off with Ignite diving under the tier 2, and then answering it. But very lucky that RP didn't just kill them.
It's insane how long that fight went for. It's insane how wasted all these big ultis felt like at the beginning. And in the end, it's go along that actually get the 2 kills. Because the Doom was not really utilized that well. It did zone the Sand King out, I guess.
Well, that's a snipe.
He's just in that spot, like, he's in that position in which if he catches a support, you're dead for sure, like 100%.
Yeah.
Manta, Echo, crit.
Poor boy stuck in the trees.
See that once?
Might be. Ulu misses the remnants. Rodovatos does connect
Missed
right
the
after
Chrono
he's
this.
used his time walk. He's got Chrono and BKB.
He's fine, he's fine.
Okay.
Oh, he's still BKBs. Okay.
He has no information how many people are around, so he plays the safe route. I respect that.
It's a 6-second BKB now anyways, so not really the...
Yeah, but that also means
really
that
a
Killa
big
and
deal.
Outsider should be moving away from this area. Just in case. They have no capability to fight back right now. Their cooldowns. Even a simple BKB can be a big difference maker in terms of how these fights
Wymo?
are gonna go. And yep, literally just talking about that. Wymo does get some backup from his friends. Ice Blast coming in as well. He's surviving that sun ray, is doing so much work, and he rolls in straight into death. There comes Killa to help him out as well. Wymo still got 600 HP and that heart of Tarask. It's
Chrono
working.
on the right.
It's working wonders. Chrono in the back line. QX is going to fall. They can't hit the Void Spirit though. Death is slowly dropping as well, and he's going to go down. The Sand King's death, a certainty. And Ulu, 3 more seconds for an Astral Step. He's just toggling back and forth. Uses the Dissimulate to jump away. And oh my goodness, these are so close again for Ignite, but they can't get these kills that they really need.
Look. He's going in. He has silver and DD. This Void might be dead.
Performance.
Well, now he got it by himself, without the help of anyone in his team.
He just dishes out so goddamn much damage. Even without the double damage, he's strong. With it, he can take down cores easily. Silver Edge and power.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
They might need even some more control for him. They have this Doom, right? Yeah, it's nice. But there is... I guess if you chrono him, you're fine.
Scanning for enemies.
I take that back. You just need to save chrono for him.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like it, that you just have to use it on the carry to carry. Fight against them. And there we go. Doom Ags is up, so we have the AoE. 300 radius Doom. What I would really like about Doom is the whole kind of like devil theme that he has going. Like if he had that Aghanim's and you hit an opponent with it, the opponent turns into some kind of like, you know, like some kind of satanic acolyte, you know. Just changes the model of the hero a little bit.
Okay. Does he get converted as well? Is he your minion now? What do you do with him?
No, I
It's your
think
new
you just make
acolyte.
him, just make the model look like he's some kind of worshipper of Doom.
Okay.
But otherwise, you can still use your items and your heroes fine. But I guess it could look a bit too confusing.
Or if you doom someone, there are like some hellish spawns on his back, like eating
Oh
it.
man, that's really cool. Now that's pay to win.
It would look cool, I'm sure. Do you think this Ags is like? I'm not sure how I feel about it. Like, he's gonna cast it on himself, but there's a lot of control that goes through BKB, so he can be controlled. Like there's RP, there's 3 and ult.
At first, when I saw it being introduced, I mean it's been around for a very long time. I was a bit skeptical about it. But then I also realized like how much good benefit you get from it, because it doesn't lock you in on the target you doom anymore. So your gameplay style changes a little bit. You can still be that guy who just chases one target.
Yep.
But you can also just kind of move around in circles. If you have a lot of auras like Assault, Harass, Pipe, stuff like that, you're hanging around in the fights. But Magnus spotted, and there we go. Big AoE onto him. He's trying to TP home, but that Ice Blast, I think that's going to finish the job for him.
It's like, it's not only about, right? It's not only about you not being connected to the Doom. It's like you don't have to care about Lincolns anymore, right? Like that's an additional thing. Like, there's a lot of benefits to it for sure.
Yep. Sounds like a company that doesn't make phones anymore. Doom connecting people.
Don't they make phones anymore?
I mean, they kind of
do, right?
They kind of dropped it.
Yeah. It was one of my first footballs. We used to play soccer with it in our classroom.
Yeah. Okay, apparently they still do make those phones, but well, not the OGs.
Was it 2210 or what was it? The brick one, the indestructible
that's
one.
the 3210.
3210. Yeah. That was. That phone is goated, man. Battery lasts for a month. You can't destroy it. It's Chad 3210 versus, you know, iPhone version.
Yeah, I had the Nokia 3310. which was pretty much the same. And then there's also the 3330, but that was a little bit different. But the 3210 and the 3310 were the OGs. The indestructible phones. Well, we've been watching this game for 40 minutes, and now we're watching Ulu getting chronoed, and for the first time, I think, this game, Ulu all by himself. Under a bit of a short-handed play here, because... where's the rest of the team? I feel like Ulu has always been around his team so far, but now he's just found all by himself.
Yeah, or he was hunting on his own, right? Magnus? He's BKBT, he's fine. At least Death is solo pushing, you know, he's doing his own thing. The tower is on 50%, below 50% even.
Yeah, forced him back home. At least he's constantly poking that high ground, but Killa will find Death. Only just a couple hits thrown into the Sand King, so just a reminder that he can't just freely walk onto the high ground.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I love the QI, QX, and Phoenix on top lane, just chilling, waiting for that rush to respawn. Both have the same mission, even though they're not on the same team.
Dire's middle tower is no more.
Yeah, their objective taken
Dire's top tower
on the side of
is under
Go Along.
attack.
Roche up in 40 seconds, so TK, I mean, he has nothing better to do. So he's just gonna, you know, keep an eye open for Roche. It's gonna be daytime soon, so either he walks to bottom or he spawns on bottom. That's basically how they read the situation right now. And TK, he's got buddies here. He also got some hostiles right behind him. It is Death with the Sand King.
He's literally on top of a ward, like, but he has Aeon discs, so he's not really killable here.
Yeah, and they actually are starting to get better vision because the Treant has Ags. But talking about that, Treant, I have a bit of a slideshow going on this time. Not sure if my voice is lagging. Hopefully not, but an RP from Dust does connect onto 3 this time. But Death coming in to help out as well. The Skewer pushing them away from the rest of the team. And there's the AoE Doom. Dust is already down. There goes Ulu. And just like that, Go Along. They're able to survive the RPs and the epicenters and whatnots. And turned it into
the
a
Sunray. Sunray doing a ton of work healing them up. Also, A ulti. Not sure about Skewer. Like, Skewer took them away from Sandstorm, right?
I think so as well. Yeah, I'm looking at the Phoenix damage dealt that last fight. You're absolutely right. Sunray did so much work.
Yeah. Most damage in his team, just Sunray. Yeah, because on one side you have the RP, you have them all together, but to hit them you have melee heroes. You also have to be near them, so Sunray just did a ton. This game feels like it's slowly slipping out of control for Dire. But Ponlo, at least, he's farming up. He's had that Midas for quite some time. Hurricane Pike, a lot of Atos, going into Silver Edge next.
Also a change on the Phoenix that has been in the game for quite some time, but never really brought up, which is the Sunray. Also, not only does it do damage, not only does it heal, but it blinds per second at 10% rate per second, which is crazy.
Yeah, it got added a while ago, right?
Yeah, it is somewhat fresh, but still something that's not talked about enough because where's your... do you worry about building MKBs? You still gotta focus the egg or focus the target that's being healed by Sunray, and the longer you stand in it, the more mischance you're starting to get.
Yeah, it's definitely very annoying.
Difference between life and death. Here we go. Epicenter play onto the Faceless Void. He's pushed far away. Hexed up as well. Aegis down. Dream Protector will be popped. They've got Killa on the spot, but he's just gonna move himself away with a refresher to get another BKB to keep on the move. And Void. Oh, he barely gets on the jump of the BKB. Yeah, there we go. The Chrono onto Dust. And looks like they might just clean house here and force out some buybacks. Dust has to buy back in. Wymo gets pushed into the fountain, and he looks like there's no way out for him. 30 fountain hit stacks. And they're running away.
Phoenix, he still has an egg, by the way.
Oh, they're actually going to go back in. So re-engaging here. Death goes down. Nova will be spent. Death coming in with the buyback. Bottom lane has been secured. Faceless Void gonna get hit by the root. There's the AoE Doom. There's another Doom. Okay, it looks like it's another Doom, but it's just a Doom that's running out. Who the hell has it? I don't think anybody has it anymore. Maybe it just ran out, but they're all stacking up on top of each other. So Faceless Void still being targeted here, and finally taken down. The Treant will drop. But that's really not going to help them enough, and Phoenix barely gets the TP off.
Yeah, crazy that he manages to live against 3 of those when every single one of them has a way of disabling him. Nice little TP play.
Yeah.
Like, overall, go along, I feel that they had a much bigger advantage that they demonstrated in that last fight. The way Void gets pulled all the way to the tier 4s. Honestly, like, he could have even died. It's not like Go Along did anything special to rescue the Void. It's just that there was not enough damage to kill him fast enough in the amount of control that they had. What I expected to happen at least is Doom to run in around the Void, so he has that AoE Doom, and like at least he knows that Void will be alive after ages. But they almost killed him twice. This whole fight could have been a disaster if he just died there.
Oh yeah. Could have gone south very fast. They're going to try and make a play happen at the bottom lane. And Wymo is the target to go for. Dust goes in for the skewer, but there's an AA blast on its way. It will connect onto one. It did not hit the Void Spirit for some reason, despite being in the AoE. But the Magnus ain't getting away with that. Doom constantly hitting him. Sand as soon as he lands. He's going to be stuck inside that too. Silenced up. Won't be able to get himself into a better position. And there goes another killer.
Doom.
He's ready to drop down another Doom, and he does so, and he's right on top of Ulu. Ulu gonna get rolled on by Wymo, and that is gonna be the death for this Void Spirit, and he is out for the count. He can't afford his buyback. Meanwhile, Ponlo, he's trying his best. He's trying his absolute best, but that's a support Muerta, and his capabilities, they're only so limited. Looks like it's gonna be the end of the road for Ponlo and the boys.
Yeah, there's a little bit more work to be done, right, for them to be able to contest these big boys in the Chinese region. I feel like they are making quite a few mistakes in Game 1 and in Game 2, in Series 1 and in Series 2. But congrats to Go Along, like,
Yeah.
Game 1, very strong performance. Game 2, maybe not as strong, but still pretty good, and GG.
Yep. GG is called out. Go Along will get themselves a series victory, but Ignite, they're left without wins on this first day of the closed qualifier. Bit unfortunate for them, but the opponent was tougher this time, so Go Along get to survive another day of the closed qualifier. Day 2 awaits them, but at least they can be happy with what they've achieved today. They don't have to play more close qualifier games today. This was the last series, and they get to wait. Who do they play against actually in the next round? Because I'm not sure if they're going to swap around. Do they play Aster Bright loser or IG0 loser? I'm not entirely sure about that, but we'll know more after tomorrow.
And this is crazy. Like, I woke up at 3 a.m. It's 3 p.m. now.
12-hour shift over.
Yeah, and it doesn't even feel like, I don't know how to put it. It doesn't feel like I've been awake the whole time. Some of these games are a blur, but they've been fun. Like this last series, the first game of the last series is a stomp. The second game, not as much. I expected perhaps Ignite to bounce back in the second game. I believe they had a good shot, but a mistake here, a mistake there, you get chronoed. I feel like Faceless Void needs to go out. Like, you need to ban this hero if you're not super secure about playing against him. Just ban him out. It's too easy. Later on, especially if he has some ancient apparition, old school combo, you get chronoed. That's it. Your hero is dead.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple combination that they were able to work out. Also, I gotta give it up for Ignite. They were willing to play something that isn't traditionally seen in the safe lane, the Void Spirit carry, and it did do some work, but it didn't do enough work. Yeah, unfortunately, this is not a 1v1 game; it's a 5v5 game. So Ignite just lacking the tools throughout this day to put up a fight against the other teams. But we're going to close out the show because we're done with the day. Tomorrow we have another set of 3 series per China stream. We have a second stream running as well. I think we're on the Tango stream, and the Mango stream will be the secondary one for the China games. So tomorrow, 3 more, and then on Saturday we get to see the closing out games, who's going to be going into the group stages of the actual event through the close qualifier. But more about that tomorrow. Me, T-Panda, and of course my bro Lizard, we thank you for watching today and hope to see you people tomorrow, 3 a.m. CET if you're in the European time zone for some more dotes. But until then, take care of yourselves, everybody. Good night and bye-bye.